Good morning, everyone. Welcome to the final day of matches for RoboMaster RMNA 2024, hosted by DJI here in Colorado.
Yeah, final day. Top 6 left in the knockout bracket. And these top 6 teams especially are some of the most amazing teams we've seen in the history of RMNA. They've got all kinds of cool robots coming to you. We're starting off with Virginia Tech versus Purdue, which should be getting on the way pretty soon. We've already seen the team start to line up on the fields.
Yep, and Char and I are matching today in these awesome competition shirts. They are on sale. It's finals day. We're glad that y'all are here. Everything on the merch table is on sale. I believe the shirts are now $25 a pop. They still have sizes in assorted colors. We've got the blue colorway, the green colorway, the gray colorway, and child's large and extra large in red. So come on by if you're in person. If you're not in person, you can email Isaac and he will help get a shirt to you.
Absolutely.
Big shout out to Colorado. They've done an excellent job hosting this year. We're super grateful to them, and I've really appreciated the merch. They've got these dope stickers.
Yeah, they got those awesome earrings as well, which I think we have somewhere here.
The 17mm inspired earrings are really cool.
Yeah,
additionally, while you're here, I've dropped a challenge link in the YouTube chat and in the Twitch chat. So if you're in person and you're wondering, how's the bracket look? How's it going to go? You can pull up that challenge, see the current bracket, make your predictions, see where you think the teams will end up.
No, yeah, absolutely. And I want to, this is just a reminder for the bracket, we're running a true double elimination. So every team you see here still has a chance to take home the whole trophy, get to first place, beat every other team here. This nice first place trophy we've got here. And they're all competing today. You will find out today who gets to walk home with this awesome Boulder, Colorado inspired, mountain inspired trophy.
That's so nice. It is really reminiscent of this competition. I love that it's kind of location specific.
Oh yeah, absolutely.
We've had the opportunity as a North American community to now compete in 3 different venues, pretty well spread across the U.S. Texas, Washington, and now Colorado.
Yeah.
It's been a lot of fun. Even as someone that grew up here in the U.S., it's been neat to travel around, see all these different universities, in addition to getting to meet teams from all over the world.
No, absolutely, I agree. And it's also getting to be in all these different locations. I've realized how mountainy everywhere else is except for Texas is one thing. In Washington, for example, when I got there, I was taking the train and I was just looking out and I was like, there's actual elevation here. It's not just flat land for as long as I can see in one car going across the highway.
There we go. Just for y'all, maybe you're joining us for this last day, RMNA 2024, we have had probably our most worldwide spread of teams. We have teams from the U.S., obviously. We've got a pair of teams from Mexico, several teams from Canada. We have teams from Italy, Japan, Singapore. Am I forgetting anyone this year?
I think that's all. I think that's the places.
Those are all of the teams that made it to comp, which is a huge accomplishment. We had teams that started the season who hopefully will be able to use the robots that they've begun working on to finish passing that finalist assessment next season. I believe we've got some teams from Europe that have started teams and are slowly working on that. So excited to continue watching RMNA grow, and that NA started out just as a necessity due to COVID, and now
we're like a worldwide international phenomenon. Now the NA only means that we take place in North America.
Chad, Char setting some high expectation for these matches.
I say that we're a phenomenon at this point. I mean, have you seen the matches that we're about to have on stream? We've got VT versus Purdue coming up. Purdue yesterday, famous clip. If you haven't seen it already, go back and watch the VOD after you've seen these matches today. Purdue's balancing falls over. They take their standard and they just pick it right back up, and it doesn't even flinch. It's right back up, right back in the game.
Yeah, really redefining what teamwork and communication can mean for drivers in RoboMasters in general. I'm not sure I've seen something like that across any of the RoboMasters content I've watched so far. No,
absolutely. And then VT, of course, taking it really close in that last game with UW, before UW was able to clutch out the win. Just barely one decision costing that. So, I'm ready to see what adaptation they made over the night, what they've come into, how they calmed themselves down, how they've collected themselves, rethought their strategy a little bit. I'm curious to see how they're going to play against Purdue especially.
We also have Texas A&M, who has had some robotic troubles. But the robots that do work each round are so good that they are making it into these final 4 rounds. If they're capable of getting those bots to all work at the same time, they will be a force to be reckoned with. And they're preparing to go to China, one of our North American teams that will be going to RMUC this year to compete in the full 7v7 DJI RoboMasters competition in Shenzhen. Really excited for them. Excited for the region to start getting back into those full 7v7 comps and kind of springboard off of the prowess that they've developed in these 3v3 competitions.
No, I agree. Like you said, Temu, like if they get all 3 robots working, they're definitely a contender for taking the whole thing very easily, in my opinion. You know, they've got strong robots, they've got great drivers, and they've got good strategy. It's just a matter of all 3 need to work together at the same time. Nagoya as well, another team that, like, you know, a little bit of reliability issues on some of their robots, but when they're there, you know, like they're pulling in their weight. They've got really strong drivers, they've got really good strategy, and I like the way that they manage their econ levels as well. I think they're one of the better teams in cycling. So I'm excited to see how they continue as well in the next match against Temu.
That's true. Yeah, some questions coming in from the chat. Colleen giving a shout out to Go Aimbots. Johnny and Twitch wondering if we're delayed. We are running slightly behind schedule. We've done a really good job this year sticking exactly to that schedule. Shout out to all the teams and the volunteers for making that possible. I do expect us to run slightly behind for most of the final day. This is because the teams are being a little extra careful, inspections being a little extra careful, and we're trying to make sure that all of these teams have an adequate amount of time between their matches to get their robots back into tip-top shape, or at least as tip-top shape as they can be at this point in the competition. By the nature of a bracket, these teams are going to be competing more and more frequently until, like, your last 2 teams are basically competing twice, if not 3 times, almost in a row. So we've got to start to account for that. Christian, can we switch over to a top field view and let's go over the game one more time for our viewers at home and watching on stream? Here we go. All right. So on the red side, the left side of your screen, this will be the base of Virginia Tech. Each team is trying to protect their base. Those glowing armor panels that you can see at the bottom of each side. The base and all of the robots take simulated damage when projectiles launched by these robots created by these young engineers impact between those glowing bars. The Sentry robot, which will be placed in the red and blue squares, whose corners are outlined kind of in the center of each view, is completely autonomous. Those robots will drive by themselves, launch projectiles by themselves, identify robots, identify which team they're on, and make those decisions completely using machine learning trained algorithms, or commonly referred to nowadays as AI. And then at the left side of each base, on the red and the blue, you see a wrench and screwdriver. That wrench and screwdriver are the resupply zone. The resupply zone allows robots to purchase virtual projectiles. So in order to launch projectiles, teams have to have both virtual projectiles purchased using the in-game economy and physical projectiles loaded in the bot. There are a couple healing mechanics in the game. The wrench and screwdriver, you know, very indicative of robot repair, right? If your robot is in that zone, you will heal. You'll heal faster out of combat than in combat. And any robot that is taken out, any of the driven robots that's taken out, not the autonomous bot, will respawn about 15 seconds later. They will not be able to launch projectiles, however, until they return to that respawn location.
They don't necessarily need to buy more projectiles if they still had some left over when they were knocked out, but they do need to unlock their barrels in that case.
In between the 2 bases, we have these 2 barricades with the RoboMaster logo and the central buff point, which a team takes over by occupying it. There's RFID cards hidden under the field, allowing the game to know where these robots are. As you see these robots coming on the field, the first robot for Virginia Tech entering the field is that autonomous Sentry bot, followed by the Standard, which fires projectiles roughly the size of paintballs. Number 3,
Hero, which is the number 1 robot, having a 42mm golf ball size projectile.
That's correct. And then on the blue side, Purdue, likewise, they've brought in their Sentry robot. However, they are choosing to field 2 standard robots. So you'll see their numbers are slightly different. They have Blue Standard 4 and Blue Standard 3 on the side of Purdue. So both of their bots, in fact, all 3 of their bots will be launching 17mm or paintball-sized hard rubber projectiles, affectionately known around the RoboMasters community as grapes.
Yes, as grapes. A thing to note also about Purdue's robot, the blue standard 3, the one on the right side of your screen right now, that robot is a balancing robot. It is not a regular standard, so it gets a couple of buffs in the actual game. Nothing virtually, nothing like software-wise. The buff here is that it is allowed to essentially have half as many armor plates. It can only be shot from the front and the back. It can't be shot from the sides. So you can theoretically move your balancing in a position that you are unable to be hit back while you're firing at any other robot, since all the other robots have armor panels on all 4 sides of their chassis.
Very true. The base. So we've talked about the fact that the base is the central target of the enemy team. Yep. The base begins each game shielded and invulnerable. The invulnerability drops when any robot from your team dies, first blood or is scored against your team.
Yeah.
The shield of your robot, the shield of your base shown here is taken away when your sentry, your fully autonomous robot, is taken out. So we'll see teams like Virginia Tech sometimes go for that first blood and then ignore the sentry, illustrated here, as they chew through the shield of a base. While a team like Purdue, without a hero robot, they're going to need to take out the sentry of Virginia Tech to manually lower that shield before they're really going to be able to do significant base damage.
Yeah, the important part to note about that shield as well is that it does not count at all towards any win condition. So that's why teams like Purdue will really want to focus on the sentry and take it out first. The sentry only has 600 health and it takes the normal amount of damage from a standard. Bases, on the other hand, including the base shield, will take half as much damage from those 17mm projectiles, those grapes we're talking about. And Purdue has no way of really increasing that damage output against a hero. A hero is really known for its ability to bust bases, its ability to hit targets that are like, slow moving or with a lot of damage, but its fire rate is lower overall comparative to the standard, which will be beaming people, essentially lasering them down with many, many projectiles, but overall their DPS, while higher on these kind of moving targets in the sentry, can't do anything against like a base.
You hear the crowd starting to cheer, the team starting to cheer.
Yeah. We're getting the referee system initialized now. So this match will begin very, very soon. In terms of strategy here, I think this first round is going to be really indicative. I don't really know what Purdue's going to do here. I think the VT strategy will be the same as usual. 2, 1, and we're
go.
Off.
Purdue, blue standard 4, getting out of the gate nicely, followed by blue standard 3. Their sentry also starting to self-navigate around the field.
Into the resupply zone.
That's
interesting place
technique.
To park your sentry. It does make sense though. The sentry also recovers health when in the resupply zone up to a total of 600 health. And so
the
you're
sentry
basically
health
doubling its health now.
Yeah, the sentry health is one of those win conditions in addition to protecting the base. Red standard 3, blue standard 4 in an engagement here. Trading slightly, you can see not too much health, as now blue standard 4 starts to take some bad trades and is taken out by Virginia Tech.
By Virginia Tech, yeah. One thing to notice there was that Virginia Tech standard did level up midway through that fight by shooting more projectiles. You gain EXP even just by shooting here, and so that's really what made the difference there. You're a stronger robot, you shoot a little faster, you have a little more health. Virginia Tech already going for the bus base thing. We have
running out of projectiles. You can see the projectile count for each bot directly below the picture of the bot.
This is Virginia Tech's strategy. We've seen them do this over and over again. They get one first blood, and then they go immediately for that base and just start chunking through that shield.
The sentry for Virginia Tech firing back, protecting itself against the onslaught of Purdue, as their hero is once again given free access to the base. Purdue gonna try to body block here, but they've now chewed through the shield. Purdue trying to stand up and block. A really unique robot design there, able to stand up on 2 balancing wheels.
Yeah. Able to get some value out of that block. VT was only able to land 1 shot actually onto the base itself, but you gotta think about how you're gonna take this back now if you're Purdue. You've only
Tech
taken a little bit of damage on their
taking that central buff point, gaining more XP.
Look how fast that hero comes in with those super caps, and they start chunking through the base health again.
Purdue trying to defend their base. They successfully take out the hero. Super capacitors giving them a sprint for the side of Virginia Tech. Purdue doing a good job defending, honestly, against this hero, but they're spending so much time. Whoa!
Whoa, the balancing recovering itself, though.
So much time defending your own base that they're not able to push forward very effectively. Each team receives an allotment of gold every minute. So you'll see at the minute mark as the time ticks down, 200 to 300 gold deposited.
Here we go, that hero is rushing back in again.
Purdue quickly trying to body block.
Starts attacking the hero. The hero is taking a significant amount of damage and was not able to land a shot onto the base. A good defense from Purdue, chasing off both the hero and standard from VT.
Purdue's blue standard 3 really excels at doing both. It's able to body block without facing an armor panel towards the hero, so it will win the trade and block projectiles. Blue standard 4, though, is going to have to go toe-to-toe with this terrifying standard from Virginia Tech if he wants to contest with the sentry that's also firing back. He's going to be in a 2v1 because blue standard 3 has to play defensively.
Yeah, it's a rough situation to be if you're in a blue standard 4's position here, but it's definitely doable, you know, like Virginia Tech. So yeah, blue standard 4 now seems to be doing the defense strat here. Blue
really good map awareness from Purdue. They're matching the attack from Virginia Tech every single time. 100 HP left for Virginia Tech Sentry. The Sentry defends itself successfully. It takes out blue standard 4.
And Virginia Tech's hero is now there at the field. This is a lot harder now for you to come back from.
Virginia Tech Sentry making it a 3v2 as Virginia Tech chews through the base. 160 HP remaining.
One more hero shot will do it.
They have 2 more projectiles. They have full health. They should be able to finish it off here.
An entanglement occurring on the field. Virginia Tech going into the back of the base. Oh no, Purdue's robot falling over.
The head of the robot spinning as Purdue's base, maybe the hero is jammed. Purdue, their base 40 HP left, 10.
Just 2 more shots, and there we go.
Virginia Tech able to take it down against Purdue in round 1. Absolutely phenomenal. Purdue did such a good job for so long defending their base.
Absolutely.
But the really critical moment there is blue standard 4. We knew he was in a 2v1, right?
Yep.
And eventually Virginia Tech trusted their autonomous bot, trusted the code and the effort they put in to their computer vision algorithms. And they said, you know what? We think the Sentry can defend itself. And they went 2v1 versus blue standard 3.
Yep.
The Sentry got a kill, and suddenly Purdue felt the pressure of a 3v2.
Yeah.
Having a functional Sentry right now, this far in the competition, pretty pivotal
I would
to not have a man
agree.
disadvantage.
Yeah, and you can actually see this also with the stats here, the total enemy kill. You know, that last red standard 4 kill there, or the last standard that the Purdue that VT killed there, really integral. Because also killing on your side of the field, where blue standard 4 has almost no hope of coming back to help out the other standard to defend that base. You know, the hero was able to get in and just chunk the rest of the base's health, and then the standard coming in to clean it up whenever the hero either jammed or ran out of physical projectiles. Yeah, really solidly played by VT. We see this strategy from them all the time. This is a really tried and true strategy of theirs. It works really well. It gets them in the top 4 almost every year. And so we're going to have to see what Purdue can do to put some pressure on them so that they don't fall prey to this strategy again.
Additionally, I got to give Virginia Tech some props. We saw only 1 kill for the side of Purdue.
Yeah.
They have done a wonderful job defending their base, but Virginia Tech did an excellent job of knowing when to back out. They were very aggressive, but they were able to get out of each fight successfully.
Yeah.
And not dying is a huge difference. Almost dead and 5 HP and dead is a like 30 second difference in a 5-minute game. Hugely impactful. Hugely
impactful, and also, you know, with the new healing system in play, you know, that 5 health, you can get it back quite quickly. You recover it like a rate that allows you to, out of combat, to basically have that health back in 2-3 seconds. And like you said, 30 seconds versus 3 seconds, you know, you're cycling a lot better, and your hero is able to then push even more and put more pressure.
That aggression up.
Yeah, exactly.
Additionally, when you're dead, you do not receive any experience.
Yes.
If you're alive, even if you're not actively engaged, if you're 5 HP and you're running away, there's passive experience that you gain.
Yep.
Virginia Tech captured the central buff points, so they gained that extra passive experience. Really utilized their, both teams had incredible map awareness and game sense.
I really enjoy that Purdue standard 4 would come back every time that we'd see the hero start to go on the other side. One thing that we saw a lot, you know, in some of the group stages was that, like, when a hero would push, you know, it would sometimes sneak through, right? And would just be able to get to the back of the base and just start bonking it. And at that point, it's almost too late, right?
Yes.
In this case, that never really happened to Purdue until the standard 4 was already knocked out, and there was not enough robots to keep the hero from getting there.
Exactly. Yeah. Blue standard 3 was there trying to defend, but you can't block 2 robots. They'll just go to different armor panels, which is exactly what they did. The hero actually not finishing off the base of Purdue. The standard was the one that had to finish it up because the hero was blocked and jammed potentially, had 2 projectiles and an open line of sight for a minute. Another thing that I want to point out here, in Virginia Tech's earlier games, we've seen teams be very successful against them if they can prevent the first blood.
Yeah.
Virginia Tech, their strategy circumvents the necessity of killing the sentry, but it means they need to get your shield exposed earlier.
Yeah.
They need to be able to spend their hero gold on shield damage, not robot damage.
Yep.
So if Purdue is looking to shake things up, they played really well defensively after their shield was exposed.
Yeah.
But if they can have that same sort of performance before first blood comes across, I think that might be more advantageous. It's tough. It's a big ask.
It's real tough, yeah.
But you kind of need a zero death game against Virginia Tech if you're a double standard composition.
Yeah, I would agree. I think that in the double standard comp really excels in like the early game, right? And if you lose robot so early, you know, you're kind of giving away the only advantage you have against the standard hero comp, because now the hero is in play and can really like start chunking out that base health. We'll start to level up a lot more because it's actually shooting projectiles and not missing shots and landing stuff. So you really definitely want to, in this case, I think you want to focus down that hero and just try and see if you can get the first blood while staying on your side of the field. There's no need to go to the sentry yet for VT. Purdue's side, you just need to wait until they wait for VT to over push, wait for VT to overreach and try to overextend and capitalize on that.
And if you do play to the late game, right, obviously that hero is going to get really, really scary.
Yeah.
You have to take the hero out before you make your final push.
Yeah.
I think Purdue, if I was Purdue, you might try kind of a desperate, honestly, attempt here, but a strategy where you wait almost to engage in risky fights until the last minute of the game.
Yeah.
You let your standards level up, launching many more projectiles, dealing much more robot damage. They will level up faster, and you just sit with your 2 level 10 standards, and you wait for that final minute. You take the hero out, try to one-shot the sentry, get a little chip damage down, and then turtle.
Yeah, I agree. You really got to keep your sentry alive too here. I wanted to point out Purdue has swapped out their balancings. So they're no longer using the one that can stand up tall, but using the one from last year that we saw. Still a really strong robot, but clearly that fall at the end of the last match might have taken their balancing out of standard.
That's the second time it's had that issue.
Yeah.
So I think it's wise for them to try and swap out that bot. We'll see if it makes a significant difference. Also has larger wheels. It's going to make it a bit easier to roll over projectiles that are now scattered along the field. And this bump in 3, 2, 1. Let's go. Purdue versus VT, round 2.
All right. Purdue sentry yet again, moving into that resupply zone area.
Always makes me so nervous how long these second bots wait to leave the base.
Virginia Tech's hero not moving at all yet. Oh, here we go.
Standard is doing a wiggle, and so is Virginia Tech. Very odd delayed starts.
Yeah. The rollout here was interesting. All right, Blue Standard 3. Oh, I guess Blue Standard 3 is meant to...
Purdue really needs to make sure they don't give away first blood so early in the game. Their sentry over by the resupply zone. If it can get in the resupply zone, that would even help them more delay the game.
Yeah.
Blue Standard 3 needs to be going back towards the resupply. He's staying out for way too long.
His health is so low, and
he goes down.
Does go down.
One has to think that was a big mistake from Purdue, staying in their base so long and then not immediately going to the resupply zone. It means they don't have any projectiles. They weren't given any healing. Giving over first blood to Virginia Tech, exactly what we said would give Virginia Tech the edge here.
And here we see the hero capitalizing on it to start taking out some of that base health.
Virginia Tech
not firing yet, though.
If this hero is unable to launch projectiles, I don't think it was working at the end of that last round.
Yeah.
First blood for Purdue now coming across. Both robots exposed, both bases exposed. The sentry for Virginia Tech at 590, a tiny advantage.
We're seeing here now that the sentry for VT is going down even farther, but is defending itself against these 2 standards. 500 health now. VT taking the central buff point to kind of get some more experience on their hero.
Virginia Tech doing a great job. Yeah, red standard 3 there, going 2v1 with their sentry. They're really utilizing that actually functional sentry. Its computer vision algorithms working very well, combined with a human, formidable.
Yeah. Virginia Tech's hero, I think, has now unjammed and is going for the base. Runs into the wall there, but yes, now has unjammed. Bonking through the base shield right now.
Purdue needs to keep this shield alive as long as they can. Blue Standard 4 doing a good job of harassing. Can he finish the kill? There it is.
Yeah. Great awareness from Purdue to make sure that they get that hero taken off.
Blue standard 4, blue standard 3. They need to get out of here now, though.
Blue standard 4
Red
and blue
standard 3
standard
set up for a double
down.
kill.
Yes!
This is going to give VT a little bit of an advantage, start taking out some of that sentry health maybe. Blue Center 4 is back online, though. Only the first time that it's knocked out so far, so not as long of a wait period.
So Purdue technically in the lead here because Sentry Health will decide the winner of the game if base health is tied.
Yep. VT's hero yet again falling. Purdue is really capitalizing on the ability to take out VT's hero right now.
They are. The standard, though, for Virginia Tech seems to be following every one of those fights. After the hero falls, typically Virginia Tech standard getting a kill. As it now rushes forward and is focusing the sentry, they understand that that will likely be one of the big deciding factors in round 2.
Yeah, but Purdue's not letting them have it for free. Purdue coming in to defend their sentry, now going back to hit the VT sentry even more. Had
projectiles landing
into the audio box, and VT sentry goes down. Now doing some
Virginia
base
Tech's
damage
base
here.
exposed. This is really widening the gap. Great job from Purdue.
Got to be careful if you're Purdue here, though. You do not want to
totally
lose this
worth it.
standard. Oh,
it's tough,
no.
but it's worth it. They were able to get actual base damage down. I've always said as soon as you take the sentry down, you need to get a small amount of chip down.
Yeah.
A minute and 24 seconds left to go. This means Virginia Tech would need to finish off the sentry or chip through 1,000 HP shield just to start catching up on base damage.
Yeah. But Virginia Tech does have that hero, so 1,000 health, while it seems a lot, is really just 5 shots.
That's true. Their hero currently loaded up with 6, but engaged once more in combat with Blue Standard 4, the MVP of this round.
Blue Standard 4 really understands the objective here, taking
Oh
out
my
Virginia Tech's
word.
hero again, and
now-
putting some more base damage down.
With 84 projectiles, I think he should have stayed a little bit longer unless he's out of physical projectiles.
It might be he's out of physical projectiles. Also, I think they're trying to chase off Red Standard 3 right now, which is now returning back to the resupply zone.
Blue Standard 4 back to that resupply zone, is getting more physical projectiles and healing. 36 seconds left to play. All they really need to do is kill that Virginia Tech hero one more time. The standard for VT is not really going to be capable of putting out the 1,300 damage it needs.
No, it doesn't even have the amount of projectiles it would need to do so.
Yeah. You just need to make sure that it doesn't kill your standards. That way it can't facilitate a big hero play.
2v1ing here is really intelligent, but the sentry's almost down, by the way, which is keeping that in mind. The shield will go down now.
13 seconds left to play.
Putting some chip damage now.
They've got to get this red standard down. 9.
The hero's coming
8,
in.
7,
5, 4, 3, 2, 1. VT is unable to get one shot. Purdue takes round 2. We're going to game 3. This is just the first match of the day, guys.
Wow. Oh my word, Purdue really able to find that better strategy in round 2 and shut down the hero for Virginia Tech. We've never seen that hero fire this few projectiles. Only 5 launched all game.
Yeah,
Virginia
and
Tech
only on the
usually
shield,
shooting
too.
20 to 30 projectiles.
Yeah. Originally, the hero was jammed, but after, having to go back and unjam itself, when it was firing still, Purdue capitalized so well. Blue Standard 4 actually the MVP for Purdue's side.
Blue Standard 4's driver is goated.
Amazing game awareness from Blue Standard 4.
Purdue bringing it back 1-1. Reminder, these are best of 3. So this match going to whoever wins the next round.
Yep.
The loser of this game does not get any points. This isn't groups. 1-1 doesn't mean each team gets points. This is the double elimination bracket.
Yep. Wow. Yeah. VT's tournament life on the line right now. I'm kind of shocked, actually. I didn't expect, VT, we were just talking about it yesterday, in that UW match, it looked really really good. They looked like they could possibly have taken it from UW, one of the champion of the previous couple of years. And now, going even with Purdue over here, Purdue clearly a contender now in my mind,
Yeah, that's true. Virginia Tech's strategy is super effective and very consistent.
Yeah.
But the downside of a consistent strategy is that if a team can find a way to shut it down, they have a very clear game path forward. And I think that's what happened in this game. They finally understood. They said, you know what, if we can get a slight advantage here and get any chip damage down, Blue Standard 4, that death well worth. He went up, finished off the sentry, dumped the rest of his physical projectiles into the base, died going back. Yes, it would have been better if he had made it back. But frankly, he was able to finish off that hero 5 times, I think, throughout the whole game. I'm not sure the Red Standard 3 ever died.
No, it didn't. Wow.
Yeah.
What a round from Purdue. Definitely a very strong round. The game awareness of that Blue Standard 4 was absolutely insane. I think that was perhaps one of the best driving I've seen in RMNA history, like genuinely very, very strong. We've seen that blue standard 4 actually be really solid, you know, picking its partner back up yesterday.
It had really slight issues at the beginning of the tournament with power draw,
yes.
right? But since then, absolutely phenomenal.
Yeah.
Just as you're saying, one of the best strategic drivers that we've seen.
Yeah. Really knows how to play the game, absolutely.
So if you're Let's discuss now. If you're a team captain, you are allowed to swap out robots. You can't talk to your drivers now in between the 2 rounds.
Yeah.
What are you saying? Are you changing your strategy? Are you mixing up how you approach the game if you're Virginia Tech? You know your previous strategy can be thwarted. What do you do?
Well, we saw Virginia Tech is willing to change their strategy when it doesn't work, right? In that second round against UW, for example, Virginia Tech did start to play against the Sentry health a little bit more. You know, using their Red Standard 3. It's not a bad robot by any means. Not a bad driver by any means. Red Standard 3, VT Standard, super solid even then. You know, their hero is their defining characteristic, but their Standard, very solid, can still take engagement with the Sentry. One thing to notice that Purdue's Sentry does not seem to be firing back. Right? Yeah. So it is kind of just like an extra layer of Beyblading that you have to get through with only 600 health that you can do with the Standard, and then maybe you save your hero for the end of the match this time, right? We saw them kind of towards the end last round start to play that Sentry health a little bit more. I wonder if they'll prioritize it this round.
I would expect that we do see a bit more priority from Red Standard 3.
A huge celebration. I think something started getting working.
Very excited cheers from the on-field teams. If you're Purdue, their Sentry is almost making it to the resupply zone every game. If they can get it to just camp out in their resupply zone, I think it's going to be really, really tough for Virginia Tech. I do believe that Red Standard is more than capable of killing the Sentry of Purdue once.
Yeah.
But if it's in that resupply zone, you effectively have to kill it twice.
Yep. Yeah, I think if Purdue can just get it to navigate a little bit farther, like you said, into the resupply zone, that'll really, I think, turn the tides here, because they'll have 1,200 Sentry health, and now Virginia Tech will have to really hard focus the Sentry if they're keeping the defense up on that base.
You know, commenting on the emphatic shouts from Virginia Tech, they're one of the most passionate teams we have in RMNA, if not the most passionate for the pit crew. UW takes the fans, right? UW has the best club fans that are here cheering on from the audience side.
Absolutely.
But for the on-field, the pit crew enthusiasm, no one holds a candle to Virginia Tech.
No,
they are jumping up and down, screaming and shouting anytime that they are winning a match. It doesn't matter who it's against. It doesn't matter if it's now in like the quarterfinals, if we're getting close to a victory for Virginia Tech.
Yeah.
Or 4 days ago when they were playing groups matches against the lowest seeded team in their group.
Yeah.
They are so excited about their functional bots and all of their excellent engineering.
Yeah. You can really tell they have a passion for their team and a passion for their robots. I think that really comes through from Virginia Tech. They're really, really excited, as you mentioned. And in general, I think that is what makes them such a strong team. You know, they're willing to put in those blood, sweat, and tears to make really good robots and really think about their strategy, think about their driving. And yeah, I hope to see some adaptation from them. I think it'll be really interesting. And I'm curious to see how Purdue is going to respond.
Yeah, Purdue with their other balancing, their tall, small-wheeled balancing bot back on the field.
Yep.
Those balancing bots have those big advantages, but look at the field right now. Absolutely littered with projectiles. The field gets swept in between each match.
Yeah, but not in between each round.
That's right. So those two-wheeled, particularly the small-wheeled balancing bots, really start to struggle with just how littered the field is. These 17-millimeter projectiles, half the size of the bump that's causing everyone so much trouble.
No, absolutely. All right, we're getting the referee system initialized now, so we'll be starting up this match really soon. This could go either way, honestly.
Got some cheers coming across from the Purdue side.
3, 2, 1, and we're off.
Round 3 in our best of 3, Purdue versus Virginia Tech.
Both of the Purdue standards are out already.
The Sentry for Purdue not going towards the resupply zone this time.
I think it actually did, because it's no longer in its original
I don't think so.
Oh,
I
no,
think
it's in the
ramming
wall.
into the wall.
Oh,
but
that's unfortunate.
Virginia Tech really taking that early strat to heart here, starting to get some chip damage down onto that Sentry very, very early from Purdue. Purdue starting defensively. While we have been talking a lot about their great defense, early game is probably, as a double standard team, your moment to push.
Yeah, absolutely. You know, you've got to get those standards in and start like engaging with the other team.
Red
And here we
Standard 3
go.
coming back once more, fighting against the Blue Standard 3, who's standing in between. Blue Standard 3 has 50 projectiles, but not yet firing. Not sure what the level of functionality is currently for his projectile launcher.
Yeah, it seems like Blue Standard 3 may not be able to fire projectiles, which is not what you want to see if you're Purdue right now. However, Blue Standard 4 has gone over to the VT side and is taking a little bit of chip damage onto that Sentry. Still behind, though, as VT has done more damage to Purdue's Sentry in this case.
If you're going to have a robot jam as Purdue, Blue Standard 3 is a good one to jam, though.
Yeah.
It's able to body block very effectively with that extensible height.
So it still provides value to the team, even when jammed.
Yep, and it has only 2 armor panels, so it can body block a lot longer than any other robot on the field.
Absolutely.
The hero for Virginia Tech, very wisely, just chilling.
Yeah.
They're going to wait until they either get first blood or until they take down the Sentry before I really expect to see much motion out of this hero. It hasn't even purchased projectiles yet.
Nope.
17 seconds left to go. The hero waiting for that gold to drop.
It seems like the hero's unable to scan that side of the RFID maybe and wasn't able to get the projectiles that time, but wanted
Perhaps. We'll see in 5 seconds. I want to see him try again.
Yeah.
If he does, if we can hop back in that driver cam, Christian, not in supplier zone. Looks like they are having RFID
they're having
issues.
RFID issues.
Virginia Tech not going to have a hero. Once Purdue realizes that, I mean, right now, they're probably thinking what we're thinking, that the hero's just waiting.
Yep,
but if they start to push up, and now we see
now they're going to take that hero out maybe, or getting aggressive.
Down, the hero's not going to get very much experience at all in this game because it's unable to fire projectiles.
Yeah.
Virginia Tech's hero, or Sentry, firing back, defending itself.
Yeah.
Sentry health still in favor of Virginia Tech.
Purdue's Sentry also still taking damage here.
This is a 1-to-1 standard combat now, with Blue Standard 3 being out and the Red Hero being out. But notably, as Red Standard 3 finishes off the Sentry of Purdue, notably that Sentry for Virginia Tech is more effective.
Yeah.
We'll call it a 1.5 versus 1.
1.5 versus 1. Purdue's balancing standard still not able to really get involved here.
Blue
start trying to body block, maybe, or do something.
Was not in the right spot. He was up against the wall. He's not able to block these very well.
He's still not able to get in the way.
There we go.
VT's now moving
gets there,
around.
but too late. Virginia Tech's just going to be able to pivot. That two-wheeled robot not able to body block effectively here. Running into the base, and Virginia Tech going to just tragically chew through Purdue at a neck break speed.
Blue Standard 4, where is it gone? It doesn't seem to be entering the combat. Here we go. Finally, it's back.
Yeah, Blue Standard 4 with 300 gold, though, all going into the pocket of Virginia Tech. You've got to feel that it's not going to be able to come back. Blue Standard 3 trying to body block, but he just doesn't have the maneuverability. And now Virginia Tech exposes this weakness, this flaw, the inability of Purdue to match their vulnerability.
One more shot on the base will do it. And there we go. Virginia Tech narrowly etching out that victory, you know. Well, not even narrowly, I guess. They were able to take out Sentry first and then just started. We're undefended, essentially, against the base.
Okay, so the balancing standards have a big advantage in combat.
Yeah.
What we were seeing there at the end, Purdue's standard, not able to keep up in speed, not able to keep up in maneuverability. The Mechnum wheels, the Omni wheels, the swerve drive that we've talked about all allow you to move in any direction at any time.
Yeah.
The balancing standard for Purdue has very traditional, just linear wheels.
Yeah.
This means it can only drive in one direction. Technically, I guess two. It can drive forward or back.
Yeah.
And versus an Omni wheel bot, you just can't stay in front of them. He's strafing, he's spinning, he's making circles.
Yeah.
Purdue not able to match the strategy there. Virginia Tech showing that they can win even without a hero altogether. The Sentry for Virginia Tech is playing a huge role there. Obviously, Red Standard 3 clutching up that third round.
Absolutely.
Propelling Virginia Tech forward in the bracket.
And honestly, that's what I expected to see, was Red Standard 3 becoming a lot more active in that round in general. I don't think VT wanted it quite that active. I think they still did want their hero to be able to, play and scan the RFID cards and be able to purchase projectiles, but I think this is what shows, the power of VT. We see that the strategy works really well, but they're able to pivot. It's not their only, they're not like a one-trick team, They've got the ability to pivot, they've got the ability to change up the strategy, and their other standard and their standard driver is still really solid. It's still someone to contest with a lot.
At the same time, though, they do have one really good trick.
Yeah, they do have a very good trick.
They're not a one-trick only team. But they are able to pull out that one trick quite frequently and do really well.
Absolutely.
You know which other team is able to play pretty well without a hero?
Do tell.
Texas Aimbots up
Texas
next.
Aimbots up next.
I've made this helpful sign that I think is going to be backwards on camera. Sure is not. Look at that.
3 functional
Three
bots.
functional bots, guys. If we have 3 functional bots, I think Texas A&M will be extremely effective. I have also included this helpful tip right here. Purple is your friend. All right? If they can keep these 2 things in mind, Texas A&M will be extremely strong in this competition. They need 3 functional bots on the field, and they need their sentry to become a friend of purple.
Absolutely. Tamu about to go up against Nagoya, the Japanese team. Yeah. For this match, actually, I will be subbing out with Steven, who is a TAMU alum. And so, Preston, Steven, you guys will be able to cheer for your team at home.
You know what the nice thing is? You might say 2 Texas A&M alums in the booth. They're going to be so biased.
Not these 2.
We won't. We
not
won't
these
be.
2.
I promise.
Absolutely not these 2.
If Texas A&M comes out here and, you know, just for example, just off the top of my brain, perhaps they put the projectiles in their hero without taking them out of the bag first.
You know,
not that that would ever
not
happen.
That would ever happen.
But if they did that, you know,
maybe
that would frustrate the Texas A&M alums, and they would be willing to be pretty neutral in the next competition.
Let's hear from those Texas A&M alums, right?
All right, chat. Let's see what you've got. We got John in the chat, the old StratCom lead from Texas A&M. Really grateful to see you here. Howie in YouTube chat saying good fight to the teams. That really was Virginia Tech and Purdue playing so well. Steven, welcome back to the booth.
Thank you, thank you. It's been interesting watching these teams compete.
Did we all wear matching shirts today? This merch is incredible.
I must confess, I saw both of you and Shawar wearing the merch, and I was like, I have to go get one now.
As a reminder, you don't have to match with me and Shar and Steven. You can get all kinds of these shirts. We have gray ones. We have green ones. We have red ones for the large and extra large sizes in youth. These are down to $25 a pop. In addition, stickers are now only $2 a piece. The earrings are also on sale, I believe $12 each, maybe $15. The paper's underneath my laptop. We got Eleanor in the YouTube saying whoop. I will not whoop properly into the microphone because that would be terrible.
That would sound very bad. But just as a reminder, also for this merch, all of it will go to support this competition and the teams here at RMNA 2024. We appreciate all of your support. So if you are in Colorado, if you are in the Boulder area, come check us out. Come cheer on these teams. They have worked so hard over the course of 2 semesters to try to get these robots up and functional. Many of them working over the summer, many sleepless nights and sleepless days, trying to get these robots fully ready to go for right now, which is the final day of RoboMaster 2024.
It really is. All right, Colleen, some shout-outs from YouTube saying, go Gabe. Shout-outs to Gabe and the Sentry bot.
Gabe on the Sentry bot. This will be a very interesting match because we have seen Nagoya with, you know, sometimes a functional Sentry, and we have seen Tamu with sometimes a functional Sentry. I think the winner of this match will be whose Sentry works better.
I think, hot take maybe, but I don't think Tamu necessarily needs their Sentry to win. I think if Texas A&M has a fully functional standard and a fully functional hero, that they can kind of play with a style similar to Purdue or Virginia Tech. Virginia Tech's standard was firing projectiles. I don't think it fired more than 40 in each game.
Right.
I don't think it did a significant amount of damage to any of the bots.
It's very true.
Just having some projectiles is effective. But I think Texas A&M can kind of roll with that Virginia Tech strat. They have such a good standard. They have such a good hero that if both of those robots are online, not having yaw issues, not having jamming issues, and you know, provided that like the Sentry doesn't accidentally rip off its light bar like we saw previously, right? I'm saying the Sentry's in and legal. It's not launching. I think Texas A&M's in a good spot.
And I think another thing that we need to talk about is the drivers. I know we've talked before about NUS on the stream and the requirements that they have for all of their robot pilots, but Texas A&M continuously cranks out insane drivers. I'm talking about Elizabeth, I'm talking about Jack.
Give some credit to John here in the Twitch chat. He really took his job seriously when he was on Texas Aimbots and established a tradition of driver practices and tryouts. Texas A&M using the S1 bots from DJI to train their drivers, getting practice in and simulated matches as well, watching game footage. They really do put in the work to make sure they have a decent strategy.
This year, I believe it was actually Elizabeth herself who was coaching the rest of the drivers on Texas A&M. So they've got the best robot driver in RMNA potentially coaching them up.
And with a team that puts so much into their drivers, it is important to note that Texas A&M, they've got a different 1v1 and 3v3 driver. These drivers are both practicing to be joined by Elizabeth kind of the star of Texas A&M's driver squad for the last 3 years, in China as the 3 standard drivers. So by the time you see this team in RMUC, all of their pilots will have had ample practice driving these bots, lots and lots of experience in the pilot seat of a 17mm standard.
And that's the great thing about this competition, because it is not just an entryway into RoboMaster for these newer teams, these younger teams, but it is also a proving ground for these veteran teams. I'm talking about UW, I'm talking about VT, I'm talking about Texas A&M, those teams that are larger and can support large robot squads to go to China and compete in RMUC.
Very, very true. All right, TAMU versus Nagoya. After that will be UW versus NUS.
I am so excited for that match, Preston.
Both of these matches obviously extremely important, being that we are in the final day. All of these matches are going to start meaning either eliminations or victory for these teams, taking away the hope that they have now slept on. Right, all these teams going to bed, understanding they're in the top 6. Really, really close to top 4 in semifinals and quarterfinals. So
I'm going to try to pick your brain a little bit here, because we saw UW and NUS face off in the practice matches.
Yeah.
UW took that down 2-0. What is your prediction for their rematch?
In the practice matches, they didn't go 1-1.
No, they took it down 2-0.
Who took a round off of, who beat UW in the practice matches?
NUS.
Oh, my apologies, my apologies. Give me your question again. I heard NUS. UW and who?
UW NUS. They are playing at 10 a.m.
Yep.
Supposedly, if we are still going to maintain that schedule.
Uh-huh.
They played in the practice rounds.
Yes.
And NUS took them down 2-0.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Maybe I misheard you. I thought you said UW took them down 2-0.
No.
NUS took them down 2-0. I think UW was probably caught a little unaware. They had fairly functional bots. I would predict that we see 3 rounds out of NUS UW.
I would love to see 3 rounds out of those 2 teams.
NUS takes round 2. I think it's going to be UW, and then NUS takes round 2, and then UW takes round 3.
Okay.
I think is how that goes. I think UW comes out of the gate, is able to get a win. I think NUS is a really good strategic team, has fantastic drivers that are incredible game sense, incredible strategies, and micro, like mechanics. I think in game 2 they're able to adapt. Hey, some large shouts from the crowd. There we go. Texas A&M getting rowdy out here. And then after NUS adjusts, though, I think it will be then UW's turn to see how they've changed their strategy and adjust back.
And I think we have seen that, Virginia Tech, obviously, against just that last match against Purdue, having to change up their strategy in the 2nd round and in the 3rd round because Purdue figured it out. Yeah. They figured out a way to stop that hero.
I am predicting an extremely similar strategy back and forth, right? The team that takes that first win, it's nice because you're a little less stressed round 2, but the other team's probably has a neat opportunity to counter your strategy. But then you see their counter, so then you can counter their counter. And round 3 really became kind of a mind game, right? It's like you're playing rock, paper, scissors. The first time is pretty even chances. But once you know where they're going, you can kind of go the other way. And then the 3rd time, you're trying to figure out if they know that you know that they're going that way and if they're going to do it. And you end up in this big land war in Russia facing a Sicilian when death is on the line. Like a classic Princess Bride situation, and it's really tough.
It is so interesting to pick the brains of these teams and look at the strategy that they have brought out for this competition. But right now, we are getting ready to start Nagoya versus TAMU, and TAMU has worked really hard on these robots. They've had some, you mentioned it earlier, the first match. They've had some struggles, some technical difficulties.
Had some struggles.
But they've kind of worked them out.
Every bot has had at least one match where it performs excellently. We've seen the Sentry perform very well in 1 round. We've seen the Hero perform very well and clutch it up when their standard was out of commission. We've seen their standard carry many of these games. So Texas A&M showcasing that they have the bots they need, and now it's do they have the reliability that it will take to get through this final bracket.
And I think the beauty of that is that Texas A&M has shown that they can win with any of those bots working. In 1 round, their Sentry carried them. In other rounds, their standard has carried them.
Can we go to a field view, Christian? I think Virginia Tech is taking a little peek here. They did win 2-1, so I don't anticipate that any results would cause a rematch or anything of that nature. But they're making sure that the RFID cards are properly going. If we can get a field view on the camera, here we go. You'll take a look at the referees checking this portion of the field. So in the top left-hand corner of your screen, they've got what we affectionately call basket bots. So this is a tub that is legally a robot. It has all of the referee system modules online, and the refs can use it to check things. So right now they're ensuring that each portion of the resupply zone is capable of reading in the robots.
And for those of you in the audience who are wondering just how all of this works, the team that set all this venue up spent an entire day, not an hour, I wish it was just an hour. They spent an entire day getting this field set up, and there are little RFID cards underneath this gray mat that you'll see that these robots drive over.
These are the legs of Nathaniel Speed, I believe. Look at these tree trunks of power. Muscular and striking. Look at that. One of Texas A&M's founding members there. He wasn't on the team immediately when we started, but kind of that in-between period, right? We're that transitional age when those founding members were leaving. Nathaniel did a great job of helping that knowledge transfer occur, and now working with operations to ensure that the games are run fairly and smoothly. Peter, the head ref right there in the black vest, absolutely integral. He's helped run every single comp with Yibo. Absolute gem that we treasure.
Shout out to all of the staff and volunteers for making this competition work. They have put in countless hours to organize the teams, wrangle teams up from the pits, tell them where to go, direct them, answer questions. They have just been an integral part of why we are running so on schedule. Usually we run about a day behind sometimes.
True. Robert's Creations in YouTube chat saying, "Let's go Speed," giving a shout out to his boy.
You can see the referees over here now checking that blue corner, making sure that RFID portion is also working.
Obviously, some of the RFID cards were working just fine on both sides because Virginia Tech was able to purchase projectiles with their standard. There is a array of RFID cards underneath this field obviously you've been watching all the projectiles, all the heavy robots, the wheels. You can see the tape getting ground up here underneath those Omni wheels and Mechnum wheels that have sharp metal edges. So they're making sure that those RFID modules are still active and have enough distance, readable distance, that the bots can still detect them.
See here, they even have a VTM on BasketBot. Like you said earlier, it is a fully, legally, it meets all the requirements for a robot. Ultimate scene is the wheels.
Yeah. I mean, it couldn't pass inspection, but referee system-wise, as far as the RoboMaster's ref system is concerned, this is the most consistent bot out there. We got some shout-outs from Twitch chat from Onroy for BasketBot.
Let's go, BasketBot. BasketBot, you know, I want to see BasketBot in a match.
That would be, I think, a sad thing to watch. I think it would make me sad to watch BasketBot in a match. Doesn't seem particularly fair.
I don't know. I was commentating the 1v1s earlier, and we saw a robot win without moving and without shooting.
It is pretty light. It would do pretty well in 1v1s if that was the case. BasketBot checking those RFID panels, putting in his work.
Let's try to get some online engagement. Twitch chat, YouTube chat, I want to know, who do you think will take round one between Nagoya or A&M?
Speaking of online engagement, John agrees with me. He put UW 2-1. Shout-outs coming in from YouTube for Yibo and Peter. Justin Random Gamer also cheering for BasketBot. Somebody in chat saying that BasketBot could beat most of the centuries because of the ref system disconnects that we've been seeing.
You know what? You're not wrong.
Googly eyes requested for BasketBot. Now measuring the distance here at which the RFID cards are readable. The robots, obviously, you can't have their RFID reader scraping the floor. You wouldn't be able to make it over the bump, for one. And for two, it would probably come disconnected at some point. So it's necessary that these RFID cards are readable at a range of legal distances.
You can see here the refs pressing on that mat, trying to find out if there is an issue with one of those RFID cards underneath that mat. If there is, they might have to open that panel up and replace it. Hopefully that is not the case.
Confirming. Also, Derek, we're giving shout outs to pretty much all of our awesome ref staff here. You can also see the magical clicker that puts robots onto the Wi-Fi there behind Nathaniel's BasketBot.
And Christian, can we go ahead and take a look at the bracket if possible?
When you get a chance.
All right, so as you can see right now, we are in match number 10 in losers round 2, Tamu Nagoya. The winner will go on to face VT. The loser is eliminated. And so then the winner of this match and VT will go on to play the loser from UW and NUS. VT lost to UW, Tamu lost to NUS.
Yeah, I was about to say, whoever wins these next couple facing UW or NUS is going to be a tough ask in round 13.
It's going to be an exceptionally tough ask, but you know what? This is RMNA. The teams have had now 3-4 years. Some of these teams have had 6 years of experience. They are getting up there in terms of that engineering capability. And so the competition is extraordinarily difficult. We have had teams that have gone from just 1, maybe 2 functional robots in a Sentry that doesn't move, just has the armor panels on it, to Sentries that are now moving around the map, locking onto robots, strategizing themselves, path planning around the field, going back to the resupply zone on their own to heal up. The competition is just insane this year.
It sure is. Hey, we'll do a bit of a merch drop here. I'm so grateful for all y'all hanging out in the audience, in person. Watch out, the merch that I'm tossing today is potentially hazardous. So if you have your safety glasses, these lanyards are a little hard, and so are the luggage tags, and the pins are obviously metal because these are some high quality RoboMaster pins. So we'll be throwing those out into the crowd. All of UW is here. We're really grateful for the support that they show all of these teams. Their team not playing for a while. We got some A&M fans out there. What else? We need some luggage tags. Let's see. Get one that way and one this way.
Here, I'm going to get in on this action. I've got 2 pins here. I'm going to throw out 2 pins.
Whoa, bucket hats. There are 3 bucket hats left, and I will go ahead and tell everyone that's listening right now, those bucket hats will be thrown out during the semifinal and final rounds. I understand everyone is hyped for the bucket hats. So we take this one out and try it on. It's not going to fit. I have a massive head and I'm wearing headphones. It's a combination meant to destroy bucket hats for ages. Look at that. Boom. I am now the RoboMaster.
You are the RoboMaster. That looks very good, actually.
RoboMaster, go win. There it is. Boom. Oh.
Front's a little bit wrinkled.
What is the, oh, it's backwards. Oh, yeah.
There you go.
Oh, yeah.
That's how it looks.
Chat, if you have a really large head, this will almost fit. Look at that.
Just don't wear headphones while you're wearing the hat.
Yeah, that's a non-negotiable.
Or put the headphones over the hat.
Headphones are a must during the hat. All right, let's see. We got some more people commenting in chat. The NUS drivers are terrifying. That's true.
They are very, very good.
Robert Creations asking, do y'all think RoboMasters will bring back the Sentry Rail in future seasons?
That is a good question. I personally don't think they will. I think the trend is leading towards more autonomous ground robots, but I could see it happening potentially, maybe.
RoboMasters is a really fun robotics competition, and obviously I love it. It's very enjoyable. In addition, it is a wonderful training ground for young engineers.
I believe actually at one point, I want to say 2021, maybe 2022, in RMUC, the 7v7 competition in China, that there was a buff for an autonomous ground robot. Not the Sentry. The Sentry was still on the rail, but I believe they gave you a buff if you had an autonomous ground robot. So we could potentially see that, where you have maybe a ground Sentry, an autonomous standard basically, and a rail Sentry.
We could see that again. My earlier point about the engineering prowess of the teams, right, is that DJI tries to keep the objectives of the game industry focused or industry adjacent. And with the shifts toward AI, automation, self-driving cars, I think the ground Sentry being fully autonomous is here to stay. They could bring back a combine, but I anticipate that they would make one autonomous bot mandatory relatively throughout the history of RoboMasters, just to enable these teams to get that experience before they enter the workforce.
Very, very true. And I was just informed by Isaac that we have 50 signs left. So we are running out. If you are in the venue, if you are a team member in the pits.
50 signs is a lot of signs. I think he was saying go crazy. I think he was saying go make lots of signs.
50 signs? We still have a lot of matches left.
Yeah, if there's only 6 schools, that's 10 signs per school.
There's more than 10 members in each of those teams.
All right, everyone go make a sign. Please, make a sign. It's going to be awesome. Here's an idea. Here's an engineering innovation for you. If you make your sign just so, all right, you make your sign, you make it say something, and then you cone it up like this, it'll be a merch collector.
There we
you
go.
can hold it up.
I love the aimbots. Love to see the support here. Fighting Texas Aggie robots. Whoop.
Look at that. Some signs already in the field. Potential merch collectors, and then you can snag the merch from the people behind you.
Yes,
hey!
Don't lose your head or mohawk. Yes, a callback to 2023 Texas A&M Century with the mohawk.
Tamu, please aimbots.
That is very, very funny.
Got a call out to one of A&M's cheers there also. The robots fight instead of farmers fight. Texas A&M, a long history as an agricultural school, has many cheers about being farmers and their potential to fight in football games.
Got a lot of good schools, and you know what? As we were talking, you and Shawar were talking about the expansion of RMNA. You're talking about, you know, some more European teams possibly getting into it. We have more schools from California also looking at creating their own teams.
True.
We have a few schools from Texas looking at getting into it as well.
Yeah.
I know a couple of members in the Discord that I was talking to. They have a few schools that they want to bring it to. So this competition is just growing at a rapid pace, and I'm excited to see where it goes. I don't know if we'll be able to support 50 teams here at RMNA. That would be a 2-week competition, I think, at that point, but we would love to see more teams, more regions. Purdue is hosting the Midwest Conference, so they've already kind of got their own thing going.
Sure.
I would love to see more smaller competitions pop up around, you know, the U.S. states, maybe even in Europe. Some of the European teams competing against themselves, getting some scrimmage. You can see here the signs, all the banners for all the teams here. We see Boilerbot, Nice Robotics, Legacy Robotics, the Buffs, Texas Aimbots, and Air UW.
And that's just half of them. He's about to turn the corner and run it right on back.
You
with
got
Caliber,
RoboGrinder,
Robo Rambler, Ascension, Polystar. That was Northstar, Pacific Spirit, Madonna, Thornbots, McNitney, Roboto, Ridgebots, Nagoya. Ooh, so many awesome universities here competing. All right, audience. I will distribute a bucket hat. Whoever wants to come on up and do an interview with Steven, I would love to give you a bucket hat. It could be a parent, it could be a team member, it could be a child. We have done interviews. As long as you can conversate with Steven in a functional manner. You know, 3 functional bots, 1 functional human. My requirements are achievable.
Do you want to come up and do an interview? Come on up here.
Here he comes. Bucket
Do an
hat
interview with us.
Engaged.
All right, we are bringing on Aiden from Texas A&M, the Texas Aimbots, here to do an interview with us. It's all right. You can make it work. I believe in you. All right, Aiden, welcome to the stream. You are the Century Lead for Texas A&M, correct? Yes. All right. Tell me all about that, and how has it progressed from day 1 to right now?
So day 1 for the Century, if you remember to last year, Century had a few issues with mechanical complexity on the top half and just somewhat having a tendency to jam.
Mm-hmm.
So when I came in, I wanted to have a greater focus on reliability and easily accessible wires. So from the ground up, we stuck a little bit too long in conceptualization and planning on where everything would go and how everything would be made, which led to a few delays in the CAD phase.
Okay.
But we progressed through the CAD phase. A few standout members really made a large impact on the design of the top half.
All right.
So the turret was overall planned and structured and laid out really quickly and really efficiently, but the bottom half, the chassis, was struggling for quite a while because most of my experienced members were from turret of the previous year.
Let's talk about that chassis for a second, actually. Last year, I believe the Century shared the same chassis as your Hero, if I'm not mistaken.
It did.
But this year, it's sharing a chassis with the Standard. Why did y'all make that switch?
So it was actually part of the delays with the CAD process. So admittedly a few personal faults and leadership faults with myself, led to the chassis falling behind in development, and as CAD freeze approached, where we could no longer really work and develop on the robot CAD, I had to make the decision to integrate one of the existing chassis and make it work for Sentry. And by that point, the only one that was in a complete enough state to be able to adapt was Standards.
Okay.
And so we took it, we looked at its design requirements and what it was, and we adapted it more to ourselves. For example, if you look, the Sentry rides a little bit lower than Standard because we use smaller suspension shocks.
And I'm assuming that is for RMUC, because y'all are planning to go to
Yes.
China.
The Standard has a very robust suspension, well, planned to be robust. Well, a few hiccups led to less high quality aluminum being used, and so when we go back, that will be fixed and we will use the aluminum that was intended for it.
Okay.
And it will be strong and robust suspension.
And we've seen that, you know, different teams use different materials. Obviously, CU using a whole lot of carbon fiber on their robots. Queen's University using carbon fiber on theirs as well. Some teams use aluminum, some teams will use steel, some teams will use wood. Texas A&M, I believe, uses a combination of aluminum and 3D printed parts.
Yes.
Why are those the two materials that you have chosen?
It's more existing experience and
Okay.
ease of use. So for a while now, we have been experimenting and working with aluminum and 3D prints. So we have a lot of experience and design lineage of aluminum. We also believe that for a while that carbon fiber would be an expensive investment.
Okay.
But as the years have gone by, we realized that carbon fiber has been getting cheaper and cheaper, and that it provides several useful benefits over aluminum.
Okay.
However, it also requires a fundamental change in design philosophy. For example, you can't as easily bolt them together as you can with aluminum, and so you need to design the pieces to more snap together like Legos.
I gotcha. So it's more so just about not trying to change the wheel too much, right? You're trying to keep it pretty similar, not change your designs, keep it just in your own wheelhouse, and just make micro improvements to that already existing design. That makes a lot of sense. And for the teams that, you know, are watching this stream back and trying to decide what materials they should use, especially for the newer teams, 3D prints, I know you were talking about mainly aluminum, but the 3D prints are also very flexible. It's a relatively cheap option comparatively, but you can also design pretty much anything that you want as long as your printer can take it and then apply it onto the robot. So we've seen, you know, robot covers, hoppers, lids, supports, everything in between, mounts made out of those 3D printed materials. I was looking around the pits and I saw in your pits specifically, you had about 3, 4, maybe I missed a few, 6 3D printers going in the pits, just stacked up on a shelf. These teams bring such dedication and they come prepared to these competitions. You've seen the teams with spare robots, teams will bring spare parts. They even bring their own 3D printers so that way they can print new parts when those spare parts break. So Aiden, thank you so much for the interview. I have one last question, and that is, how far do you think A&M is gonna go?
Ooh, that's a tough one. You see, as an aimbot and as a person of A&M, I personally would like to see A&M go very far, but I have seen very intimidating competition from the likes of VT, NUS, and
There
especially
are some really
UW.
good teams.
They are very good teams, but I believe if we can get all 3 of our robots fully functional, if Hero doesn't jam, if Sentry is able to fire and move effectively, we should be able to take them on. So I personally would like to see A&M place 3rd or 2nd, realistically, in the 1v1, in the 3v3 competition. Although I don't say 1st because UW, of course, is very
come on,
vaunted.
you have to have a little bit more faith in that.
I'll have faith when we win.
Okay. Well, your first match will be against Nagoya Shachihoko from Nagoya Union University. They are a second-year team here at RMNA, but they also compete in the Japanese region. What have you seen from them specifically that impresses you?
I'll admit I haven't seen too many of their matches, but I am very impressed by them winning against RHIT. RHIT has been a relatively large upset, being able to 1-1 CU over in the 1v1 pits over there. So they have exceeded my expectations in performance, and Nagoya being able to 2-1 them in a 3v3 competition makes me believe that they are very capable.
Indeed, indeed. And when we get a chance, let's try to switch back to that bracket so we can take a look at those standings or the current progression of that bracket. Right now, the referees are still trying to get that RFID issue sorted out on the field. It takes some time to pull up those panels. You could see all the tape down on the field when we were getting that roaming cam footage. They try to lock this thing down as tight as possible. And the unfortunate side effect is that when you need to try to do some surgery on that, it can take a little bit of time to, pull a panel up, replace one of those RFID cards, and then make sure that it is all recalibrated correctly for these teams to move forward on the match. But it looks like I see BucketBot moving back over to the red corner now, so hopefully they are almost done, just making sure everything is working 100% for these teams for this next match between the Texas Aimbots and Nagoya Shachihoko. But Aiden, thank you so much for coming on the interview. Please enjoy the bucket hat, and good luck with the rest of the competition.
Also, shout out to Nathaniel Speed, the RoboMaster himself from Texas A&M.
Yes, we love our alumni here at Texas A&M and at RoboMaster. We have such a great collection of team members. Yeah, you can take that off now. And we will welcome back Preston to the stage, and he has brought a sign with him. All right, and we're looking at maybe just another 5 minutes just to triple check. We want to make sure everything is working 100%. Right, we don't want anyone to have any complaints that, we didn't do our due diligence. I am losing my words. But 3 functional bots. Purple is your friend. Calling out Texas A&M for shooting their own base.
I know it's a joke. They need. No, I mean it's kind of a joke.
It's a kind of a joke, but it's
more
also
of an encouragement. This is saying 3 functional bots don't shoot purple, A&M up there, right? Like that's.
It's unfortunate because this has happened now 3 years in a row. It's almost synonymous with Texas A&M.
Okay.
Texas A&M and shooting your own base.
I was saying from the audience yesterday, I think maybe on stream, I don't remember. At this point, are we in the top tier of robotics teams because we fire at the purple base? We've got like UW, TAMU. Who was the third? There was a third team. Was it CU firing at the base?
I think CU maybe fired at third base once.
We've seen arguably the best teams in North America, all of their sentries firing at the base. I'm not saying that they're right, but it's difficult to say that all 3 of them are wrong. Maybe purple is the final enemy.
Maybe it is the strategy. I know I was talking to Texas A&M a little bit, and they do have some different protocols, cooked into their sentry code. And the reason why, some of these teams are firing at their own base. Let's try to break that down for the audience if you don't know. So, as you were talking about the game earlier, those base armor panels glow purple.
Yep.
Whenever it is invulnerable or has a shield.
Yes.
Purple is a very similar, at least in the computer's eyes, to blue. And so if you're on the red side and you're looking for those blue robots and you see a purple armor panel, you sometimes get a little confused.
Sure.
So you start firing at it. But that is just because it is so hard to tune these vision systems to distinguish between just 2 very similar shades.
I'm hoping that what we see next year is a bit more of like base rejection instead. I think maybe it was Shar and I that were discussing just don't shoot at a base ever.
Right.
You don't really need your sentry to be so aggressive that it takes shots at the enemy base. So you could add a rejection case where no matter what color it is, if it has the base logo on the panel, you don't fire.
Exactly. A lot of these teams just use that color distinguishing. So it's, if they're red, they look for blue. If they're blue, they look for red. But some of our top level teams, they have started to implement, that sticker identification to see, all right, is this robot number 3? Is this hero number 1? Is this the sentry? Is it the base? And they use that to kind of prioritize their targets sometimes, which is just really, really impressive from both an engineering standpoint and a robotics standpoint to be able to distinguish between the different robots, because one of the game mechanics, when a robot is defeated, it goes invulnerable. It goes offline, it then respawns, but it has an invulnerability for about 3-5 seconds, and then it increases, throughout the game and as they get defeated more and more. But there is that invulnerability. And so, I'm really anxious to see one of these teams, one of these years, implement some actual logic into their code that says, all right, I just took down number 3, and it has been X amount of time since I took down number 3. So I know that they are still invulnerable. So even though that they are back up and running, and I can lock onto their panel, I'm not going to because I know they are still invulnerable.
That could be cool. That could be really cool. Chat, I will use this time during this big break to make all of the announcements that I need to make. We've got awesome shirts that are on sale in the venue, as well as stickers, as well as earrings that are all on sale right out the front doors of the venue. Go and check those out. We have RoboMaster's merch will be thrown out into the crowd here. If you're at home and you want to buy some of that merch from the tables out front for the competition, RM Colorado, you can do so by emailing one of our Colorado members. I threw the email in 2 days ago. I'll get it back in the chat again today. If you're on Twitch, make sure you hit follow. If you're on YouTube, make sure you hit subscribe. If you're saying to yourself, is there any way, do I have to sign up for some online college to be able to join a RoboMaster team and experience the awesomeness of RoboMasters? The answer is kind of no. You sure can, and if you're going back to school, no matter how old you are or where you're at in life, we'd love for you to join a RoboMasters team. That'd be super dope. But if that's not where you're at, if you're not going back to school, if you can't join a collegiate team right now,
fear not.
You can play with the little S1s. DJI has a whole line of educational products that let younger people or older people, or I have one, so college students as well, get S1s, and they can fire physical projectiles. They fire gel beads, or you can battle if you have two of them using UV light and sensors. They made an engineer bot a while ago.
They do have a little engineer bot, and then they have like little cubes that it can pick up. It's so cute.
Yeah. But this is also a great opportunity for us to illustrate some of the features that we've been talking about on these robots. These little S1s are equipped with Mechnum wheels. You can see these 45-degree rollers.
I'll hold it for you, and you can point it out.
Oh, thank you. There we go. You can see these little 45-degree rollers. They are free spinning. They're not motorized. They just allow the wheel to slide freely in that direction. And then the X pattern that those rollers make, combined with the intelligent control of the motors themselves, will allow the robot to translate forward, back, left, right, and spin in place with tank spin. These bots have something like 700-degree rotation on the turret. Most of the bots in our competition have now been equipped with slip rings, an electrical component that allows for continuous rotation infinitely in any direction until, well, something else breaks. Your slip ring probably not going to be the issue there.
And you can see here some of the electronics in that plastic panel. Let's see if we can get a good view of that. Right there. You can point it out for me.
Yeah, right here. You actually, when you get the S1 kit, you've got to do a little bit of assembly yourself. It's a really neat opportunity for like middle school and high school students to get involved with RoboMasters.
But like you said, it's a great learning opportunity to get exposed to, engineering and electronics and STEM in general, which is just super great. We love to see that from DJI, bringing out the little toys for big boys, if you will.
Heck yeah.
But these are awesome.
They're a lot of
fun. I know that we had one of these back in the 2021 year, just sitting on the table in front of the casters. I think it was you and maybe Angel at the time working that. We have these. Yibo was there as well. We love to see just all the support that we get, from our community and all of our volunteers and our sponsors.
I have to make it look a little bit more like a RoboMaster's NA bot.
Oh
my goodness, it's Yibo himself. Look at this. He's been sending us encouraging posters from home. He is at home in China, calls us pretty much every night, and is still helping us with logistical things, working with the committee. He's got a poster there that says Go RMNA. So grateful for Yibo and what he's done to help start and continue this competition here in North America. There's Bucket Hat Yibo, one of the final forms of the RoboMaster himself. There's non-Bucket Hat Yibo, also a very powerful RoboMaster. There we go. I really appreciate. I don't actually know who it is that's printing those out. I just get to.
Just getting more and more of
Yeah,
Yibo.
I get to the commentator's desk after lunch sometimes, and there's a picture of Yibo encouraging me. So
Yibo is everywhere. He's just gonna keep showing up in places that we don't expect him to.
Awesome, guys. As a reminder, if you have joined us in the last 30 minutes probably now, we are still waiting on Texas Aimbots versus Nagoya. There was an issue with some RFID panels on the field that has been corrected. I'm receiving word that those teams are now entering the field, being staged for competition. So we should be beginning shortly, as you see Texas A&M here on the red side.
With that iconic yellow hopper on that Sentry. Hopefully that Sentry is up and running for this match. Texas A&M with those awesome uniforms. We have seen, one of the things that I've really liked this year is that we have seen teams show up absolutely decked out in awesome uniforms.
That's true. Yeah, they've got really great jerseys and uniforms here from each of the teams, showcasing their school spirit. So it'll be Nagoya in the blue, Texas A&M in the red. Nagoya has also been putting on a very strong showing this year. They had to work really, really quickly. Some of their baggage got delayed. Their robots showed up later, significantly later than everyone else's. I was actually getting pretty nervous for them. Their tables were empty for a while. And then I walked in the pit, and they were all building robots at breakneck pace. Luckily, they had done a fantastic job packing their bots. Each part of the robot was bubble wrapped and labeled with the name of what part it was, so they were able to get those bots assembled quickly, and it's paid off. They are now making their way through the tournament in our top teams.
Nagoya coming all the way from Japan. That is an overnight flight. That is a very long distance, and so you know that those robots have to be packaged well. We got a sign here from Kiri, Nagoya, 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 and then something in Japanese. I'm assuming that's Nagoya in Japanese as well.
But with the go in there, yeah.
There we go. Nagoya jumping up and down. We love to see it.
There we go. Some fans on the field.
Kiri, one of our Nagoya supporters. We love to see them.
Yeah, Nagoya.
Let's go, Nagoya.
Look at that, the crowd getting behind them. Obviously traveling from Japan, their team, all of the members that came before the team are in the pit crew. And so the audience members from some of the teams now cheering for Nagoya. Different teams showing their support.
And just
really,
going back to what you and Shawar were saying about this being truly now an international competition. We've got teams from Europe, we've got teams from Italy, we've got teams from Japan. I know there are a couple of other teams in Japan that I personally follow on social media. I'm talking about Uedo Samurai, I'm talking about Phoenix. So I would, you know what, I would love to see some more Japanese teams eventually coming to RMNA. I think that would be really cool. But both teams are now loading into the field, or at least Nagoya is. I see that they're on the blue side, and there they are, Texas A&M in that left side, loading into the red corner.
All right, Ags, 3 functional bots.
3 functional bots. That is the goal.
Nagoya, frankly, is pretty consistently having 3 functional bots. We did see their Sentry having intermittent performance in one of our previous matches, working and then having an issue later in the same match. So a bit of a question mark there as well for their Sentry, but I think overall throughout the competition, they have had the more consistent robot functionality.
I think you are right. And to what you were saying earlier before that little break, I do think that the standards will play a major role in this matchup. But I think if either team has a Sentry that is working, it could tip the scale in their favor.
Very true. That is assuming that both teams, heroes and standards, are fully functional. Those driven bots, usually much more influential.
Why are we cheering for 3 working bots? Let's cheer for 6 working robots. I want to see 6 functional robots in this match.
Every game I want 6 functional robots. That is the dream, especially as a commentator. 6 functional bots is the best game, no matter who the teams are. But as a Texas A&M alum, I've been giving them a rowdy amount of encouragement about the necessity of having all of their bots functional.
Yeah, I know that. I feel like I became the bad cop this year at Texas A&M, and you became the good cop, though.
Rowdy encouragement is the phrase that I think I'm sticking with this year.
Rowdy encouragement.
Rowdy encouragement.
I'm going to adopt that. I provide rowdy encouragement.
1 minute and 10 seconds left to go between the first round of Nagoya versus Tamu. Reminder, this is a best of 3 in the losers bracket. So the loser of this match will be eliminated from the tournament. The winner will be going to play against Virginia Tech.
A critical match here for both of these teams, and it doesn't get any easier. The winner, like you said, going on to face Virginia Tech, and then the winner of that match will go on to play the loser of UW and NUS. It is just going to be a nightmare to climb out of this losers bracket.
It sure is. Yeah, I mean, as we get closer and closer to the finals, right, your second place team eventually going to end up in the losers bracket. So obviously going to get very, very difficult to continue to win in, the higher or the lower bracket. We've got shout-outs coming in from YouTube saying, go aimbots. We've got Hao Yi saying, let's go Nagoya. Both sides cheering for their teams on Twitch and on YouTube. We've got someone saying BTHO, NUU. Ohamaberg. Thank you guys so much for being with us online and in person. Really love the atmosphere that's been created this year. We got Lisa saying Gigamags in the chat.
Love to see the support online and in person for both of these teams. They are going to need it.
Hit him again, Sid, in the chat on YouTube, talking about the CV diff, hoping to see the Sentry really make the difference here for Texas A&M. Sid, thanks so much for tuning in. Really appreciate. He was one of our former team members who revolutionized the software of Texas A&M.
Love to see the former team members still supporting their team in the chat. I know that Billy, the standard lead, was watching the YouTube stream for the 1v1s, trying to support his team over there as well. So these teams, they have, you know, great alumni bases. UW has a great alumni base, A&M has a great alumni base, and that is so critical for these teams, you know, to really just gain that extra knowledge, to be able to consult the wisdom of those former members. Preston, you are a former member yourself. I'm a former member. I don't know why I'm saying this.
If you're about to ask me for wisdom, you already know what I'm going to say. You already know it's going to be 3 functional bots.
What is the Preston wisdom?
It's 3 functional bots all day. All day. But the technical
robots.
timeout on the field, we saw the last robot touched by Texas A&M, their hero. Some more engineering posters being made here. A tier list of
no,
Loctite
make it
flavors.
stop. Make it stop, please.
There we go. Isaac coming back to remind us that there are 50 more signs. You can come and make as many signs as you would like for whatever team you would like, or you can make general engineering memes like the Loctite flavor sign, a great example of a multi-purpose sign that can be used during every match.
So try not to encourage our engineers to eat Loctite.
Hey, 50 extra signs. Go nuts, engineers.
See here that Texas A&M team with looks like all 3 robots online. Hey, look at that. It is Taproot. Taproot, obviously a play on words. The carrot being the official logo for RoboMaster from DJI. Taproot being that open source code base brought to us by UW.
It is time to seek
teams.
the ultimate truth. Texas A&M versus Nagoya as they share and interact and respect in this best of 3 elimination round.
All right, and let's count it down in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Match start.
Texas A&M Sentry making some moves here early. It's a good sign. All 4 robots on either side of the field getting out. Making it to that resupply zone, not having any trouble with the RFID modules as of yet.
That Texas A&M Red Standard 3 taking a look at that Sentry, but then taking the center and engaging
Texas A&M Sentry taking the worst out of the trade, and it goes down. Nagoya strikes early and fast.
That hero from Nagoya taking out the Texas A&M Standard.
Absolutely incredible. Nagoya now with that advantage in level. Pushing forward once again, hero to hero matched.
Nagoya now poking out the Texas A&M Sentry. Sentry locking on, but not firing back, it seems.
Texas A&M retaliating, or at least attempting to, as they try to get an angle onto the Sentry of Nagoya.
That Texas A&M Standard defending their Sentry, pushing Nagoya off and back to their own resupply zone. And now with that central buff point active, as a reminder, that central buff point will grant 500 XP.
A lot of the gold unspent from both sides as Nagoya allocates a lot of projectiles towards their hero. This is an interesting strategy. I don't think we've seen a lot from them. 10 projectiles going towards robots, maybe.
That Texas A&M Standard trying to chew through the health of that hero from Nagoya. Still 225 gold unspent on the side of Texas A&M.
Nagoya firing their hero projectiles at robots, not able to land them as of yet. Spending all 10 projectiles. That's an expensive use of gold.
Texas A&M critically low on ammo and not having spent much gold yet.
Even
there they go.
Match. Texas
Loading
A&M
up 193 projectiles into that Standard.
Slight deficit here as we get Standard 3 versus Standard 3, but it looks like Standard 3 for Nagoya.
The Nagoya Blue Standard 3.
Issue, unable to look.
Looking up at the sky. That is not where you want to be looking.
Yeah, his pitch disabled there for sure. Nagoya's Sentry firing back, unloading in 1v1 combat versus Texas A&M's Standard.
The Nagoya Sentry fighting back, being able to defend itself. That is critical.
Texas A&M
especially
now
if
with
that
an
Nagoya
in
Standard, you can see there in that left corner, still looking up, having some sort of pitch control issue.
Texas A&M got to retreat back to base. This is rough. They've got 225 gold to spend. My apologies. I thought they were out. It's Nagoya who'd already spent their gold this round.
Texas A&M loading up that hero with 9 shots. Nagoya trying to do damage to the base, but it still has that virtual shield.
The standard for
Texas
Nagoya
A&M now moving over to the base of Nagoya with that hero, trying to take some shots at it, being able to chunk it down, chewing through that virtual shield. The hero for Texas A&M.
Behind the base of Nagoya, able to get all the way through the shield and into the base health. Texas A&M capitalizing on this robot malfunction from the side of Nagoya.
Texas A&M with 3 functional robots. We love to see it. You mentioned it. That was the win condition for Texas A&M. You can see here in the cockpit of that blue standard 3 from Nagoya having some sort of pitch control issue, not being able to look down, just staring up at the sky. What an unfortunate time to have a malfunction.
Texas A&M's hero once again going behind the base in the cockpit of that robot. We now see the base melt.
And now chewing through the base of Nagoya.
A&M takes round 1.
Congratulations, Texas A&M. That hero, we have not seen it carry that hard, I think, in any of Texas A&M's matches thus far to the competition. But what a time to come alive.
Yeah. When Texas A&M has both of their driven robots functional, they're able to trust that hero and invest the gold, buying 10 or 12 projectiles at once, dumping all of the in-game resources into that bot. 20 projectiles fired. This may be the fewest 17mm projectiles we've seen launched.
I think Elizabeth is going to be very upset that the standard did not get more ammunition.
I don't think anyone's going to be upset. Chants coming out from both chats about the hero diff here. From the side of Texas A&M, all of those fans very happy that they were able to capitalize. Nagoya having the advantage in that match until that standard went offline. If they can prevent whatever issue disabled their pitch, I anticipate that round 2 will be very, very close.
You know what? I am recalling back in 2022, Tamu's hero also had some wires exposed in its in the gable. It had some wires exposed, and they kept getting shot out, and they would lose pitch control because those wires with that pitch motor would become unplugged. I think they had to hot glue it, super glue it in, but hopefully it is just as simple as that for Nagoya, and just plugging that wire back in will give that robot full functionality once again, because you're right, they did have the lead there at the beginning, taking the first blood against Texas A&M, and if they can continue that advantage in round 2, they have a chance to take us to round 3.
Nagoya there, their Sentry fully functional, firing at the Texas A&M bots. A&M's CV working well. It was aiming at the proper targets, not launching any projectiles, however. But as I was saying previously, 3 functional bots the goal, but 2 functional bots for A&M.
We'll give them 2.5. We'll give them 2.5.
Sure. The level of those driven bots is so good that it is sufficient for these last couple matches. By the time they fight an NUS, by the time they fight a UW, they've got to get it fixed.
Let's go. More signs supporting Nagoya. Number 1.
There we go. Nagoya coming out. Kitty sharing the signs there. One of our 1v1 commentators, really appreciate her help.
I think it's a double meaning sign. It's the go is capitalized, so it's go Nagoya.
Yeah, each
go
of the signs
is
one of the signs Sharp
that
is
is
making
very,
this
very
morning.
clever.
They're all very punny. Yep, it's Nagoya. A technical timeout being called. You can see the side of Nagoya working on their standard very frantically. They have just a few minutes here. There's a 3-minute setup period. Or excuse me, a 2-minute setup period, and then a technical timeout has been called. So they will have the opportunity to make any on-field repairs that they can successfully make during that moment. Whereas on the side of Texas A&M, really the only issue they were having was the lack of projectile launching. So it looks like they're gonna full send it here. They've got the laptop out. Once we see that thing plug into a robot, you know it's getting real. Flashing some last-minute code, updating some last-minute changes, or maybe just, uncommenting a line that says fire. That's my mechanical engineering code for you right there. You like it?
I do like it. That Texas A&M Sentry, like you said, being able to lock onto the targets, but not being able to launch any projectiles.
We got some shout-outs in the chat. YouTube saying, "Come on, Andrew." Colonel John saying, "Oh no, not the laptop."
Not the laptop. Nagoya here, though, with that blue standard, turning it on its side, trying to see where the issue is.
Yeah, you can see those very exposed connectors there for those wires. These projectiles going at about 100 feet per second, and they're made out of hard plastic or rubber. it is very a dangerous environment for any of those cables and connectors that are able to crack, get unplugged, short, many distinct possibilities of damaging your bot.
And that is one of the changes that we had this year at RMUL for this NA competition. The leveling system changed, and so whereas in years past these robots would launch these projectiles at slower speeds at those lower levels, now they have the maxed out launching velocity from level 1.
Yeah. First time chat from Kruger says, good morning from Australia. Hey man, thanks for tuning in. I heard rumors of a potential Australian team for RMNA. I don't know if you had also heard those rumors. A minute left to go as these teams frantically.
Oh, you are getting my hopes up. I am a big fan of these international teams. I love seeing all the teams from all the different countries come and compete here at RMNA. If we throw in Australia into the mix,
our continents will increase. Blue Standard 3, the pitch looked level. That can be because Nagoya's standard has a very well-balanced center of gravity, or because their pitch is back online. Hopefully their pitch is working well. I think these teams have potential to have extremely close and strategically decided matches.
And that Nagoya hero working really well in that match. You mentioned it. They were launching their projectiles at the robots, not at the base, but at the robots. Actually, the hero was the one who took down Tamu Red Standard 3 in that first blood.
Yeah. And I'm not sure when the communication came across from Blue Driver 3 to the hero, explaining that he was unable to contribute in robot combat. That may have played into why Nagoya spent so many 42mm projectiles at robots. If that's not the case, right, then, well, I anticipate it would be. It would be a mistake to launch 11 42mm projectiles, in my opinion, at robots. The hit percentage chance so low.
All right, but that timeout is now over, and we are initializing both teams into the game server. We are going to start round 2 in this best-of-3 match. Texas A&M leading Nagoya with 1-0.
The loser of this match will be eliminated in 3, 2, 1. Texas A&M versus Nagoya, round 2.
You can see that Texas A&M Sentry leaving its box once again, but not approaching the enemy's side.
Notably, Nagoya's standard
still
not
looking
up. Great. As soon as projectiles got loaded into the hopper, it started looking too high. Trying to take the central buff point, but that central buff point not available for the first minute of the game. They've got to wait 40 more seconds.
And Texas A&M spacing out its projectiles, though, trying to time it up with that spin to win from Nagoya.
One more volley should finish off Blue Standard 3. The driver doing a great job from Nagoya of navigating without good visualization.
But unfortunately, that Nagoya standard going down, giving level 5 to Red Standard 3.
Texas A&M trying to go through the shield here. Not
with
interested
5
in contending
shots
with
loaded into that hero.
Uh-oh.
Ramming into the wall, maybe trying to dislodge a jam. There we go. A little percussive maintenance there.
Texas A&M able to unjam their hero. This is a technique that we've seen a couple times throughout the rounds, most notably from RHIT in that dramatic finish. Hero for Texas A&M. Looks like rams were not effective. It's now ramming other walls, trying to find its favorite wall.
That is a bold move from Texas A&M.
It's able to get one projectile per ram, it appears.
Obviously, they are very confident in the durability of that robot. Looks like taking a little bit of collision damage there from the wall as well.
Yeah, unfortunately, the standard for Texas A&M able to take down the hero of Nagoya. Nagoya really struggling here with just that one bot.
The Texas A&M hero trying to dislodge whatever is causing the jam, running into the sidewalls again.
You do get yellow carded for ramming other robots, but there is not a rule against ramming the walls
and
with
a
your
barrel
own robot.
overheat from the Nagoya hero. Their one functional, well, I should say, their one functional driven robot.
Yeah,
on
their
the side of
sentry
Nagoya.
did fire one projectile. Looks like this match, but it's no longer online, as it were. Oh,
there it goes.
Stand corrected.
Now
it
locking
on
on to the Texas A&M standard.
Doing a little bit of damage there. You can see that small chip taken out of the top of Texas A&M standard's health bar.
The Nagoya Sentry trying to defend itself. But Texas A&M being able to take it down and expose the base of Nagoya. Now the hero
the standard for Texas A&M able to launch projectiles without ramming the wall. It's going to do a good job of chunking some base health out. 980 base health remaining for Nagoya. This is a really tragic end for Nagoya. Honestly,
very unfortunate.
We all expected to see their excellent performance continue. Having this malfunction on their standard in a match versus a team like Texas A&M. Where, in this match, when A&M has to spend so much time and effort ramming walls, Nagoya probably had a pretty good chance.
Texas A&M hero continuing to bump into the walls, moving the
Steven,
barriers.
I have to ask you, if last match was 2.5 robot functionality, what level of functionality have we now achieved? Are we down to 2?
1 1/3?
Are the Sentry and the hero combined 1 functional bot? One.
I don't know what you can. It's hard to say. The Sentry appears to be locking on.
Nagoya's hero with 1 projectile launch.
Texas A&M getting a yellow card, it seems.
This is the view. This is why I was saying it was so impressive of Blue Standard 3 that he was able to navigate the field. You got for a split second there the view from that cockpit, just staring at the ceiling.
The Nagoya hero now in the base of Texas A&M, but that base is still invincible. And the standard from Texas A&M, Red Standard 3, chewing through the health of the Nagoya base.
Standard 3 does have more than enough projectiles needed to finish off the base here. 50 remaining. That's 250 damage. A yellow card distributed, surely caused by one of the other robots, but Texas A&M will take round 2. John saying it's a wall ram diff this game.
That is a very accurate description. Texas A&M having some jamming issues with that hero. Hopefully they will have some time to go back to the pits and get it fixed. But still, an incredible showing, being able to deal 2,700 damage. You see that standard now very coming into play, launching almost 700 projectiles. But I was going back to what I was saying at the beginning of the match before it started. Texas A&M, they have showcased that they can win with any one of their robots.
Sure.
That is versatility. However, when they are going up against teams like Virginia Tech, UW, or NUS, they're going to need all robots functioning at the same time.
Spoiler alert, that's all that's left for them. Up next, we have UW versus NUS, and then we will have Texas A&M versus VT. So A&M's got a little over an hour now to get their robot back up to snuff. Wall ramming probably needs to be identified as a bug and not a feature. The Sentry probably needs to be launching projectiles if they really want to take down a team like Virginia Tech.
That is very critical, but congratulations to Texas A&M. And for Nagoya, thank you so much for coming to RMNA 2024. We love having you here.
Yeah.
Job well done as well. Lots of improvement from last year to this year, and I'm excited to see what they bring to us at RMNA 2025.
Awesome. Well, thank you guys so much for hanging out with us and sticking around. We are going to try to get as quickly as we can into the UW versus NUS. I'm going to be hopping out of the booth. Nikhil actually going to be jumping in from the University of Washington team, joining our commentating staff for this this event. Really appreciated all of his help and his hard work, both on the team and as a commentator. So Nikhil will jump in, be able to give us some of the inside scoop. Maybe tell us the secret weaknesses for UW. That's what he was telling me backstage. Is he said, "I've got the strats. I'll tell you how to beat them."
Okay.
This is definitely exactly what he's going to do. So here's Nikhil.
All right, we are going to have that next matchup very shortly. I can see both teams in the waiting area, so hopefully it won't be too long before we get that match between UW and NUS. But welcome, Nikhil, to the desk. Thank you for joining us. Tell us, what are these strats and weaknesses that you speak of?
My guess is as good as yours. They don't really tell me this stuff. I'm just, I'm a simple engineer. The strats and stuff, dude, they just go over my head.
Okay, well, we won't then pry you for any more information. We'll have to see it on the field. But I want to get your opinion. I asked Preston the same question.
All right.
UW, NUS, they matched up in the practice rounds.
Yes.
NUS took it.
Yes.
What is your prediction for this matchup, for this rematch?
I'd say, okay, so NUS took it. Our hero got decapitated, I'm pretty sure, in that first practice
This
match.
is true. This is very true.
We have reinforced our hero's neck.
Okay.
So it should be, hopefully, pray that it's not going to be decapitated this time, which is going to give us a bigger advantage.
I have been joking that RMNA 2024 is the year of heads falling off. We have seen it in the 3v3 competition. We have seen it in the 1v1 competition. A lot of the robots, just with that extra power and extra speed this year, ramming into walls.
Yeah.
Teams finding out they need to reinforce some components of their robots. But you know what? It's a learning curve.
It is. So it's like, yeah, with a higher projectile speed as well, right?
Very true.
Yeah.
Very, very true. We've got some messages in the chat. Y'all's heroes and their golf balls. And their golf ball snakes.
Oh yeah, because they have to like feed them up.
That's right. The bottom fed hero from UW. That is very interesting. I want to talk about that if you can share a little bit of light.
Yes.
We've seen different teams take different approaches. We've seen the top fed heroes and the bottom fed heroes. For those of you watching online and wondering what I mean by that top fed, bottom fed. So you can see how a lot of these robots have chassis that will spin independently of those turrets, right?
Yeah.
A lot of the teams will try to have the hopper that contains all those 42mm golf balls attached to the turret. And so they kind of feed down into the turret.
Yes.
But some teams will put their golf ball storage in the chassis, which lowers the center of gravity, lowers that mass distribution to make it more stable. However, you then have to feed those golf balls up through the turret and through the chassis and into the turret through a slip ring.
Yeah.
What is the advantage or disadvantage to either of those options?
Okay, so first of all, right, if you did it, like, if you had the top-fed hero, right, I think it's much easier to feed it to your hero. You don't have to have a large ball path, and it's all gravity-fed, right? So you can have gravity-fed into your agitator, and then it just kind of feeds it, like, a little bit easy. And it also makes your, but the con is that it makes your head really heavy. So when you're like spinning around and maybe even running into like a wall here, that's a lot of force and a lot of weight that just can kind of like snap your head off. And
that moment of inertia is going to just put a ton of stress on those joints, on those points where that neck is attached.
Yeah, and then the other one, the bottom fed, right? So when you have the bottom fed, it, as you said, lower center of gravity, a little bit nicer. It makes your chassis heavy, so maybe you're Beyblading a little bit slower.
Very, very true. And in this matchup where you have seen robots that have that CV that can lock on very quickly to those armor panels and the high rate of fire from teams like NUS, a slow spin rate could mean the death of you in just an instant.
Exactly. And also another problem is now you don't have gravity working with you, it's working against you when you're trying to feed your balls up. So you need to find some intuitive ways, and this could cause a lot more balls to get jammed, which is not good. And that's something why we see a lot of teams kind of run into walls and stuff, trying to like unjam their hero.
Right. I was talking to the University of Alberta, actually, their hero being a bottom fed hero as well. And they were talking about how, you know, the jamming issues that they have faced. It is so difficult. We can see here some of the signs in the crowd. Try not to lose your head.
Sumaid.
We love it. I bet my life savings on Air UW. That is probably not strong financial advice. Let's go Air UW.
No, it is strong financial advice.
You know what? UW stocks are up. Let's go UW. Go dogs. Taking a piece from CU's chant. Karma. I shouldn't. I love Brian. Marry me. Let's go. We love the support from the UW team here. Out to support their drivers. Love to see it. This will be probably one of the more challenging teams that UW will face, if not the most challenging team that UW will face. UW and NUS matching up in 2023 last year in the finals.
Yeah.
UW took that down 3-0, but NUS has made lots of improvements since then.
They have their standard and their what's it called? Their driver, right? Their driver is really good, and their standard has a high fire rate. So that's going to be that's going to be difficult, but we'll have to see how
definitely a team to be feared.
And I also want to see how NUS's strategy also changes, especially because they know that ARUW is not like a joke, right? So it's like it's going to be hard. Because they've been very aggressive, right? NUS, because they know their standard is great. However, let's see how they change it with ARUW, their strategy, to see maybe they're playing a little bit more defensive, or maybe even they just try to stay that aggression and get that first blood on the UW standard or hero.
Right, we got some of the YouTube comments. My bet's on NUS. Reason I am up 1 a.m. SGP time. That is Singapore time. Love to see the support and dedication from the NUS fans over in Singapore. Thank you guys for tuning in and supporting these teams. We love to see the engagement from all across the world. We have mentioned it time and time again, but this is truly now an international competition.
It is.
You can see the UW team getting ready to load up their robots. NUS will be on the blue side. UW will be on the red side for this matchup. And we have seen, talked about it a couple times, the top teams locking onto their own base. UW being on the red side, their armor panels will glow purple. We will have to pay attention to see if that sentry continues to lock onto that red base or if they have sorted out that bug in that code.
Yeah, it's the purple looks very blue. Like even to me, it does look a little bluer than it should. But yeah, I think this is really difficult to like kind of tune out. Really,
you can see here that NUS standard though, that incredible fire rate on that standard that has competed in the 1v1 competition, as well as their sentry and their hero. They are ready to go.
Yeah, their sentry has like that scanning movement with their with the barrel, right?
Right.
Moves up and down.
And this is an interesting match because these are two, if you want to say, call it double-headed sentries.
Yes.
UW has two independent sentry heads that rotate independently of each other, can lock onto different targets. NUS and Team Caliber, they have one gimbal. But the turrets, the launching mechanisms are facing opposite directions, 180 degrees offset from each other.
Yeah.
So they can look in front and behind themselves at all times, but they can't look independently of each other.
Yeah, and if one looks down, the other one looks up.
Exactly.
Yeah, so we have to see how that affects their gameplay, really. Do you think it's just like it can only lock onto one target at a time, or do you think multiple targets can be locked onto?
I don't know. I have not seen it lock onto two targets at the same time, but I have also not seen a team approach it from two different sides.
Yeah.
Usually we've seen here at RMNA teams, if they're going to attack the sentry, one of their robots will kind of be a body blocker, kind of soaking up some of the damage. You can see here that damage that we're talking about, the crack in those acrylic covers on those standards. Once again, these robots firing these projectiles at 30 meters a second.
Or 100 feet per second for American viewers.
Yes, those projectiles are coming in hard and fast. The damage that these robots sustain, not just virtually, but physically as well. The team's having to, like we said, repair those robots, replace them with spare parts, print new parts.
Especially this year, it has been...
Looks like that is version 2.1 for that NUS barrel path.
Oh, that's their hero. I'm mistaken. I thought that was their sentry at the first. But yeah, this year has been a very brutal game for most of the robots.
It has definitely been a kind of a crucible of sports. These teams being thrown into the fire. You are quacked. I saw one of the signs referencing the Purdue Ducks.
Oh, and there's googly eyes on their standard.
The googly eyes. That is scary. That is intimidating.
That is scary, actually. Yeah.
You will never want to face up against a robot with googly eyes,
because you know for a fact that it's staring you down while it's firing at you.
You can't know where it's staring, actually.
Oh, you're right.
The googly eyes.
It could be staring anywhere.
They are bouncing all over the place.
Yeah.
But once again, this will be a matchup between NUS and UW. UW once again on the red side, NUS on the blue side. I see both teams staged by the field, just waiting for the okay from the referee to load in. This will be a best-of-3 matchup between two of the best teams
on the
here at RMNA.
The googly eyes also are on the hero, which makes it double scary, especially when it's taking down your base.
And you know what? I'm really excited to see what strategy UW goes with their sentry this time.
Yes.
We have seen, the hyper-aggressive sentry from the likes of Colorado, even VT.
And NUS.
And NUS. We have seen a more defensive strategy from UW with regards to their sentry movement this year, I think.
Yeah.
Last year at the RMNA 2023 competition, we saw their sentry kind of push to the opponent's side, at least halfway through, and then it would claim the central button point.
Mid.
Right.
Yeah.
But this year, we haven't really seen it go on the offensive.
It has not. Because comparing to something like Tamu, where they always try to push their sentry out and then try to get control of the mid. We hear a small chant from NUS.
The chants from NUS in the crowd. We love to hear it. UW, I see you in the crowd. Let me hear you also chant.
Who wants UW to win, guys?
There we go.
Nice.
The UW Huskies.
There's some chants going
going back and forth from both teams. UW taking the victory in the 1v1 championship last night.
Yeah.
They are looking to continue their winning streak, but in US, if they have anything to say about it, they're going to try to show that they are the new dominant team at RMNA.
No, and as you said, right, this was the finals game last year, right?
I know, this is a finals matchup, and it's not even the finals yet.
It's not in the finals. And then the VT game.
It's the winners finals. It's
yeah,
the winners finals, but
yeah.
it's not the grand finals.
It's not the grand finals, yeah. But, wow.
You can see here the support, though, from all the teams. You are quacked with the Purdue Ducks, the NUS signs. Let's go Team Caliber as well. We love to see the support here in the audience for both of these teams. They are now loading into the field, getting set up.
Both teams have placed their robots onto the field and just doing their final checks to make sure that everything is working, because this is vital. Everything needs to be working for such a game at this caliber.
Exactly, and you see all the members, they know their assignments, they know their responsibilities, they are a well-oiled machine.
Yeah.
You can see each team member working on one robot at a time, or sorry, each team member working on one robot consecutively, so that way they are all ready to go by the time the setup period counts down.
Yeah, and we have Caliber members also doing the exact same thing, making sure the robots are not jammed. There's nothing in the hoppers that is not a 17mm projectile, because
no bags, no zip ties, only 42mm in the hopper.
Yeah.
You can see here that both teams getting ready to go. This will be a very intense match. I want to know in chat, who do you think will take down round one? Will it be UW or will it be NUS? We see the Singapore flag in chat. We see go Air UW. Let's go Air UW.
Let's go. It's really funny. Twitch chat is very much Air UW, while YouTube chat is a lot of NUS.
Definitely, definitely. I talked to Preston and he said he predicts that UW will take round one, and that NUS will take round two.
Okay.
I'm actually going to be the opposite. I'm predicting NUS takes round one.
Okay.
And I think UW takes round two.
Who's going to take round three?
I guess we'll have to see.
Okay. I was trying to bait you there.
You were trying to bait me. I knew what you were doing.
See, I'm biased, so it's okay. Whatever. You know what I'm going to say.
You know what? I have predicted both of these teams to be top 4 teams.
Yeah.
And they are top 4 teams. They have both solidified their position in the top 4. So I'm happy with that prediction.
Yeah.
Obviously, I had predicted CU to win the whole thing.
Yeah.
They have unfortunately lost out.
That was
so
very. No, I mean their bracket was just really difficult.
It was really difficult, but I'm not going to curse any more teams.
Okay.
I'm not picking anyone else to win. I don't want to cast or curse them.
We see the Hydra's remote.
The Hydra, that is the controller for that Sentry from Air UW.
Wow. We see some Go NUS in YouTube chat. And in Twitch chat now.
Let's go Caliber. Let's go Air UW. Both of these teams, Titans here at RMNA 2024. You can see here in that cockpit with that NUS standard and now the UW Hero. And we are now loading in for round one of this best of 3 match between UW and NUS.
I'm just saying, my heart is beating fast.
This is going to be such a nail biter.
Yeah.
We will find out who takes round one in 3, 2, 1. Match start.
Go.
UW with that super capacitor right out the gate into their resupply zone.
And their Sentry moving.
It looks like the Sentry is meandering over to the wall, not quite in their resupply zone,
but close to it.
And UW ramming the wall as well. NUS taking shots at the Sentry not spinning.
Sentry's taking a little bit damage on Air UW
but
side.
The Sentry firing back at NUS, being able to defend itself.
And there's a firefight going with the standard and the other Sentry.
You can see the NUS Sentry firing at that UW standard trying to fire back and into the teeth of the NUS Hero and taking it down.
UW takes first blood against that Hero, and they need to now go destroy that Sentry.
The UW standard coming in clutch right there, taking down the NUS hero, getting that critical first blood, and leveling up to level 8 already. The standard from NUS though, level 10. The NUS sentry now attacking the UW sentry. It looks like it is a sentry on sentry fight.
Oh, and the standard and the blue standard destroys
that rate of fire from NUS, just deleting the UW sentry off the map.
Oh my gosh.
But UW now taking shot. No, that is NUS
No,
taking shots
against UW. 500 HP
from halfway across the field. And now UW trying to chew through the shield of NUS. But only 250 health left on the UW base. This will be a base race.
It's a
Both
base
teams'
race.
bases open. UW chunking through.
One more shot.
One more shot. They do not have enough.
Both teams
are out
need
of
2 more
ammo.
hero shots to destroy the other's base, but Air UW has no ammo left, and the hero
NUS has no ammo left. Both teams are out of ammo and out of gold.
They need to do a base race. This is so close. Two shots on both sides from the hero could destroy the other team's base.
And UW with the super capacitors may be able to get across the map first. We will have to see NUS trying to body block that hero. 7 shots loaded into the hero for UW. 3 shots loaded into the hopper for NUS. But NUS and able to take round 1.
Oh my gosh.
In a very close nail-biter of a match. That came down to the last minute. NUS going crazy in the arena. NUS echoing out. Look at that, 3,100 damage to 2,700 damage. Only 2 enemy kills on NUS's side, 1 enemy kill on UW's side. They didn't even worry about the robots. They just went straight for the base.
Straight for the base. That was so close. That was so close.
And look at the stats. 1642 millimeters fired for both UW and NUS. This was nearly identical. Both teams were trying to chunk through the virtual shield of the base. Both teams were trying to take it down, but NUS critically being able to take down that sentry, not having to chew through as much health as UW.
See, both of those teams had 2 more shots left with that hero to destroy the base, the other person's base. Right, so close. And it was just, you know, NUS was just a little bit faster.
A little bit faster, a little bit quicker. Still very, very close. The UW sentry was able to fire at the NUS standard when it was approaching it. However, it was not spinning. It was pinned up against the wall. I think that was the critical error that cost UW that match. If they can tweak that code, maybe keep it in the resupply zone. You saw it kind of meandered around and just missed the resupply zone just barely. If they can get it in the resupply zone, they will have access to that extra 600 health pool. And you saw in the middle of that match also both teams without ammo and without gold to spin. They were waiting for the gold drop so that way they could purchase the ammunition. The NUS signs going crazy. The crowd going back and forth chanting UW NUS. Okay. All right, Twitch chat and YouTube, let me see your predictions now. Who will take round 2? Will it be NUS or will it be UW?
There might be a technical difficulty here, or technical, because we have the ref system and the crate bot on the stage here.
It does look like Boxbot is back out on the field. You're going to try to figure out if there is still an issue with those RFID modules that prevented either team from purchasing projectiles. It looks like that is on the red side. That is UW. They may have had some difficulty purchasing those hero shots.
Especially because, that could have explained why UW was defending at the end there instead of trying to be on the attack.
That is very possible. This could have implications potentially moving forward.
Maybe, what would happen if it found out that they could not purchase?
I'm not sure. That would be a question for our head referee. Let's try to get a replay of that match. Look at those last few seconds. That was so close.
That was
nail biter.
Yeah. I want to just see what happened again.
We are going to try to see if we can get a replay to see if either team was having difficulty purchasing those projectiles. As a reminder, both teams have to go back to their resupply zones and connect those, scan those RFID tags in order to purchase those projectiles. If they are unable to connect or scan those RFID tags, then they are basically locked out of the game.
Yeah, you can't do anything at that point, right? Unable to purchase any projectiles, you won't be able to deal any damage, meaning that just kind of like hurts your entire gameplay, hurts the momentum, and it's like not even the fault of the drivers or the teams at that point.
Very unfortunate if that was the case. Currently, as it stands, NUS leading UW with a score of 1-0. The referees are on the field working diligently to diagnose the issue and see if there is an issue with those RFID tags. Ooh, Nikhil, I am sweating.
I am sweating. I am a little distraught, but that was an intense match. I think if
it's important to note,
yeah,
the loser of this match is not eliminated.
No, they're not eliminated.
This is double elimination.
Yeah.
Both of these teams will still have a chance, regardless of the outcome,
to come back and take the win.
Exactly. They will have a chance. However, they will have to climb through the losers bracket where they will face the winner of VT and Texas A&M.
No, I'm just saying that like the losers bracket seems so difficult right now. It's
Very
so hard.
true,
Every team is just doing so well. So it's like, it's basically like which path to victory do you want? Do you want the really hard path to victory, or do you want like the easier path to victory? And that's what
That's not even a question. Give me that easy path all the way. I don't want to go to the losers bracket.
Yeah.
That place is scary.
It is scary.
All right, looks like we got some match highlights coming up here.
All right, let's take a look at this. Hopefully we get a slow-mo or something.
We'll find out who
I don't
takes.
know if we have that.
All right, this is the start of that match. You saw that UW standard with that super capacitor being able to quickly move over to that RFID resupply zone. Looks like they haven't purchased any projectiles just yet. You can see them trying to inch forward.
And at this point, as
they leave the resupply zone and then come back in.
And they're still unable to purchase any projectiles, while NUS already is able to purchase and go on the attack.
Right, and you can see them trying to leave again. There, the hero was able to purchase 3 shots. The standard finally able to purchase 100 shots, but that is almost 30 seconds into the match.
Yeah, and this has never happened. Like, UW was always, like, by this time, in one of the games, they were already level 10 by this time.
Very, very true. Very interesting to see the replay here. You can see that UW hero being able to purchase a few projectiles. The standard finally coming in and taking down that NUS hero. Both teams running back. The standard now out of ammunition, going back to the resupply zone, purchasing 46 projectiles. So it looks like they had trouble at the beginning, but in the middle there, not much of an issue.
And then I think we should like try to go to the end there, because
we'll have to see. Now there's 205 gold on the side of UW. That hero sitting in the resupply zone.
Still unable to purchase anything. Maybe it was just there for healing. And now the standard approaches.
He's just sitting in the resupply zone.
Standard is unable to purchase
standard
anything
also
either.
sitting in the resupply zone. Hero finally able to purchase ammunition.
Standard still could not purchase.
That was about 20 seconds in the resupply zone.
And it still doesn't have any.
Very, very interesting development here in this match, this best of 3 between UW and NUS.
Yeah, this is...
And you are right. It looks like on the side of NUS, they are not having trouble purchasing projectiles, spinning that gold whenever it drops.
However, on ARUW side, it seems a little bit harder because they've sit in there for a long time.
And you will remember during that match between VT and Purdue, VT on the red side mentioned having some issues connecting their RFID tags.
Oh. It's possible just the RFID on the red side is not working properly. You know, there's a lot of wear and tear going on throughout this entire game.
Hopefully our referees can diagnose the issue and fix it.
Yeah, because at the end there, the hero on the red side still had no ammo.
He did. He had 7.
Okay.
At the end, he was able to purchase 7 projectiles. He was loaded up.
Okay.
But the NUS standard was doing a great job body blocking.
Yeah.
Preventing that hero from getting to the other side of the field. However, the time to purchase and spend that gold, 30 seconds at the beginning of the match, 20 seconds in the middle of the match.
And another like 15 seconds at the end of the match.
And in the meantime, they are just sitting in their resupply zone while NUS is moving back and forth, coming to and fro from their side of the field.
Yeah, this is So it does seem a little off, like that resupply zone at least.
It is very unfortunate. We will have to see what the decision is. Our referees are diligently working on the field. Boxbot is out. He is hovering over those RFID tags, trying to see if there is an issue. I did see them earlier tearing that up and maybe replacing one of those tags. Maybe it did not fully connect, maybe it didn't register, maybe it didn't calibrate correctly. We will have to see.
Yeah, it's probably like, if it's taking that much time, it could be like, there's like a electrical, maybe it's an electrical issue with the mat or like underneath.
Right, and we've seen this before in past competitions. Sometimes the robots have difficulty connecting to the RFID tags.
Yeah.
But the problem is you have to design your robot correctly.
Yes.
Because those RFID tags, if there is any electromagnetic interference, then it can, mess with it a little bit, mess with the signals. And so, if the RFID tag is mounted too low or too high or, too close to a motor that is generating some RF frequencies, maybe.
Some type of frequency.
Right.
Yeah.
Some type of interference, it can kind of throw it off and it can cause some trouble with it. I remember actually in 2022, there was a standard that its RFID tag was mounted kind of like towards the front and like right next to its motors. And when it went over the RFID tags on the ground, it just completely threw them out of whack. And we had to like replace the entire part of the field, reprogram it, and it took several hours.
Yeah.
So hopefully that is not the issue right now.
We hope, especially because we have to finish these games quickly.
This is finals day.
Yeah.
We will be finishing out this 3v3 double elimination bracket today.
Hopefully by 3 o'clock, right?
Hopefully. Thankfully, the venue doesn't close at 3, so we do have a little bit of time. But these teams, they have flights to get to.
Yeah.
They have dinner plans already reserved, so they don't want to be here any longer than they have to.
Yeah.
And we're still not in through all the bracket yet. We still have the losers finals, and then we have the losers semifinals, then the losers finals, and then the grand finals. We still have at least 3 more matches after this.
Yeah.
So.
And then
let's look at the chat.
In the chat, it's, we don't actually know what happened yet to the standard or to anything. So yeah, we're just waiting on what the referees have to
Currently,
decide.
the referees are on the field trying to diagnose the issue. Christian, if we could, let's take a look at the bracket again. So the loser of this match, once again, not eliminated.
Not eliminated.
They still are.
They just have a harder
alive.
path to victory.
Exactly. It's difficult, but it's not impossible.
Yeah.
However, they will have to play the winner between VT and Tamu. The winner will move on to match 14 in the grand finals, and they will have to then lose 2 best-of-3s back-to-back. So they definitely secure themselves some extra wiggle room, so some leeway, some mercy there. But the loser will have to climb through that loser's bracket if they want a chance at taking the 3v3 crown.
Exactly. Yeah, because you see, I think what I was talking about to Preston earlier, right? Every single one of these matches, we would not be surprised to see this as a finals match, like a grand finals match. Which is crazy to say, because all these teams are doing so good. I'm not really sure about last year, the year before. You have to tell me about that. But these matches have been closer, I'm assuming.
Yes. This is definitely one of the closest RMNAs we have ever had. In years past, it is no secret, UW has dominated the competition. They have just been a level above. Maybe with the exception of 2021, where it went 4 rounds, VT was able to take 1 round off of them. But for the most part, UW has still been completely in control. This year, though, we have seen teams step up and rise to the occasion, challenging the status of UW as that top spot, as that top dog here at RMNA.
Yeah.
See here the team desperately trying to figure out if there is an issue with those RFID tags underneath that resupply zone, moving that hero, that UW hero, across to see if there is maybe a dead zone that needs to be replaced.
Which would be so unfortunate. And hopefully, people in chat are asking if they want to replay the match.
We don't know yet. We won't speculate on any potential replays.
That's not for us
or
to
redos. Right. That'll be up to the referees. We will get word though eventually what the issue is. But for right now, all we know is that there is some sort of issue with the RFID tags. Right. The referees are trying to figure out what it is and fix it.
Yeah.
Hopefully, it's nothing serious.
Hopefully it's nothing serious. Hopefully it won't take too long to fix. Yeah. But if this problem fixed, either it's on the robot side or on the technical side, right? If there's enough time to fix it slightly, that would be good for the next match, because it would be a little bit easier for them to start purchasing projectiles and just like, you know, getting into the game.
Right. And I'm going to do some thought processes here.
All right.
Not to discredit the complaints of UW. Obviously,
okay.
being unable to purchase projectiles is a disadvantage. But I want to talk about something.
Yeah.
That UW Sentry,
Yes.
kind of meandering, navigating into their own wall and then stop spinning.
Yeah.
You cannot do that against NUS.
You
You
cannot.
saw the
That
NUS
was-
standard come across in just 2 passes, delete the entire health bar of that UW Sentry.
Exactly. No, that was like that was definitely a misplay. Like, or a misplay, or just like maybe the strategy didn't work as they intended to.
Right. I was wondering if maybe UW was trying to push their Sentry into the resupply zone.
That would make a lot of sense.
That would make a lot of sense. However, if they can't fix that code, doesn't matter if they can purchase projectiles. That is still a major disadvantage against a team like NUS.
Exactly. That is a major disadvantage. They need to like try to play, like maybe they're going to update their strategy better for next round. But
Very,
we'll
very
see.
true. You can see here BoxBot scanning over those RFID tags, trying to interact with the game server.
Yeah.
You can see that RFID panel flashing underneath BoxBot. Scanning to see if there is an issue. You can see actually one of those RFID tags to the right of the edge of that resupply zone. That little black RoboMaster looks like a sticker on the ground. That is one of those RFID tags.
Oh.
And there is, like Preston said, an array of those
underneath. I see. Oh, they're marking some spots on the resupply zone. Maybe that's is a dead zone or something.
That might be the case. Maybe there is a dead zone that they are trying to identify.
Yeah.
You can see a nice little shot right there in the corner of those RFID tags. You see those are very, very small, and there is just an array of those laid out underneath the map. So if one of those is dead, it's not a massive area, but if the robot happens to be over that one tag that is bad, then you can't purchase ammo.
You can't purchase ammo. And I think that could just be the case. Maybe it's like because we saw in the replay that the robots were able to like move around a little bit and then purchase that ammo, right? So it could just be some type of issue there, and then they're just trying to fix, so it's like a little bit easier, or just trying to like show like, hey, like this is where you should be, like try being around this area. So yeah, that's like there's a lot of things that could happen.
Very, very true indeed. UW trying their best to even this one up 1-1. NUS taking the first round. If you are just joining us, NUS did take the first round in a nail-biter of a match.
So close.
Both teams base racing each other. The heroes trying to purchase projectiles and rush over. NUS just barely edging out UW. However, UW having some sort of issue with those RFID modules in their resupply zone, being unable to purchase ammo at the beginning of the match for almost 30 seconds, and then again later in the match for about 20 seconds. You can see here we have brought out BoxBot, or BasketBot, as it is affectionately called.
BasketBot. I would like to see next year one team bring out a BasketBot with like a turret on it, with like a barrel on it, and I think that might be a really fun robot too.
That would be very funny.
Okay.
Major kudos to the RoboMaster officials finding the root cause. Yes, indeed. They are the A team here. We have a great group of volunteers and staff here at RMNA 2024. They are the best of the best. They have been trained. They have spent months preparing for this competition.
Yes, they've been studying that rulebook and making sure that they know every single detail, trying to make sure the competition runs as smoothly as possible. So thank you so much to our volunteers. And it seems that they are ripping up the resupply zone here. Probably going to replace a few RFID pads.
Seems, yeah, they are going to try to replace some of those maybe bad tags, and hopefully that fixes the issue. We still don't know the official decision regarding the outcome of round 1.
Yeah.
As it stands right now, NUS does lead 1-0. We will wait for confirmation from the head referee if that will stand or if there will be a replay. We will not speculate, however, one way or the other.
But in chat, there is some love to the basket bot. And there's a question about what would happen if there's a basket bot versus a 42mm projectile.
And I see the UW team members clamoring around as they are ripping up that panel to see the carnage.
The murmurs in the crowd go wild. Can we get the roaming cam if it's still there? I want to see what the underneath looks like.
See, they are peeling back that layer
and from what we
of
can
vinyl flooring.
Yeah, and from what we can see, there's a lot of RFID pads underneath there. Which is
definitely, you can see here
that is a sight to
Ref
behold.
Derek replacing those tags laid out in that array.
They're adding more tags. We'll see what happens to the official game. Maybe they'll do something about it. Yeah. And then, yeah, we're just looking at this. Oh, hopefully, I think they figured out what the problem is and they've identified it. What is the problem?
Okay, I am being told that there was a dead zone. One of the tags, there were several dead zones. Some of the tags were not oriented correctly.
Oh.
And so there were a couple of dead zones in that resupply area.
You said another team also faced a certain difficulty like this?
Right, I believe it was during the first match of today, VT versus Purdue. VT was on the red side and complained that they were having difficulty purchasing ammunition. We saw it actually when we were in the driver's cam with their hero. The purchase ammo screen kept flickering on and off.
Oh, I see, I see. So yeah, I guess other teams have also faced this dead zone issue, which is really unfortunate, as unable to purchase projectiles is just like just super unfortunate. Like it just ruins being able to perfectly it just ruins being able to get some damage done and also just be very competitive.
Very, very true. If you are just joining our Twitch chat, once again, we are in a little bit of a break right now, a little bit of a pause in between rounds. We're doing some repairs to the resupply zone. There were some tags that were not oriented correctly. Once again, there's an array of RFID tags. It's not just one giant RFID panel. That would be very impressive, but we do not have that technological capability. There is instead an array of these little, almost like note cards.
Yeah.
That are RFID tags laid out underneath that resupply area, which the robots will then drive over to interact with. And because some of those tags were not oriented correctly, there were a couple of dead zones in that red corner.
Do you think it's possible that because I don't think people have changed that since the very beginning.
I was going to say, I don't know how this will affect the round 1 outcome.
Yeah. Because
this has been ongoing for, to my knowledge, the entire competition. And we have had teams win on the red side before with seemingly no issues. VT was able to defeat Purdue earlier on the red side. And so I don't know if this will affect the outcome from round 1 at all, but at least they have repaired the issue for round 2 and moving forward.
Yeah, and then it's also possible that it's like, over time, I'm pretty sure the RFID tags could also just break, if I'm not wrong, or like just not work, some malfunction happen.
It is very
they
possible.
could also move underneath because there's so much stuff going on, which is highly unlikely. I don't think that's probably the case here, but that could possibly be a thing.
It is very, very possible. But thank you once again to our refs and our volunteers sorting out the issue, finding the cause, and fixing it.
Yes.
Hopefully you can see they are using BoxBot to make sure that the issue has been rectified.
Another shout out to
BasketBot.
BasketBot.
Is it BoxBot or is it BasketBot?
I like BasketBot.
I like BasketBot as well.
Yeah. The bot. And then yeah.
BasketBot, you know what? We need multiple different. We need BasketBot and we need a BoxBot.
See, BoxBot I feel like would make sense if it was a cardboard box.
Could we do that?
I think that'd be kind of hype.
RMNA 2025, Boxbot versus Basketbot. Who wins?
Who wins? Who's lighter, right? It would be a 1v1 situation.
Exactly. Who wins? Chat, who would win between Boxbot or Basketbot? I want to know who would win that matchup. 1v1, Boxbot versus Basketbot.
Who would win?
My money is on Basketbot just because I think it would be a little bit more durable.
I think so too, but because I want to, you know, create some drama. I'll say Boxbot.
Boxbot.
Yeah.
That's fair. That's fair. Boxbot would be lighter.
It would. Oh, and you can see the array of panels underneath here.
Right, you can see our referees trying to make sure that there are not any more dead zones in this red resupply area.
They're working very hard to make sure that this game is as fair as possible. Oh, I guess they've identified more problems, maybe? Because they ripped it up again. It's crazy. I had no idea there's that many RFID panels underneath here. But I think, yeah. All right, in chat we say that Boxbot sounds like it would be more it would feed more reliably, no holes for zip ties. And then Nat Coyote says Basketbot or Boxbot needs wheels. So it's pretty even in chat, I'd say, between the two factions of Basketbot or Boxbot.
We're going to start a new argument, Boxbot versus Basketbot.
Yeah. A new type of robot in the... Alright. So, while we wait for them to fix this problem, we will...
Alright. It looks like we will cut to a short break while the referees try to fix the issue, but we will be right back as soon as the issue is resolved. Stay with us, please. Thank you for all of our viewers on YouTube and Twitch for supporting their teams here at RMNA 2024. We want to make sure this competition is as fair as possible. So we are going to take all the time that we need to make sure that the issue is resolved, and that way both teams have an equal chance at taking the victory.
All right. We'll see you guys after the break.
班的按照自己的节奏，
但是重新建立了回来。
对，
再中，哇！
现在蓝方的这样一个劣势，
再中，第3发。
这个自定义控制器内置 IMU 传感器，由 IMU 传感器采集腰皮肌肉这些欧拉角的变化，然后通过图传链路发送给我们的机器人的上层主板，然后通过这些数据来进行操作。
方的1号优秀机器人造成了一个击杀，并且获得了在中心增益点获得了2个血包。
中心增益点。
是的。
是尽量的减少红方哨兵的血量。
是的，是的。能看见。是的，造成了一个双杀。比赛还剩5秒钟。3、2、1，让我们恭喜
南方获得胜利。
你好，我是来自东北联大学竞技机器人队的，我叫吴岳峰，是负责飞镖的机械部分。去年我们的目标就是通飞镖来击打强战，今年我们的目标是更多的放在了用飞镖来击打基地。当然由于我们的那个测试场地比较有限，所以我们也一般就是等到晚上比较晚的找一个没有人的地方去测试我们的飞镖。我觉得就进比赛场馆，我记得有一幅海报，他说7分钟的飞时源于7000次的尝试。我觉得这句话就很符合飞镖的那个定义，因为飞镖的话，它不像工程，不像步兵有那么稳定的一个效果。飞镖可能它就是运气成分占很大的程度，你可能这发中了，下发你就中不了，或者说你这发没中，下发就能中。所以它这个东西你很难说把它量化，但是就只有多试出最好的效果，然后把它带到赛场上。我从大一开始，今年是第3年，它已经成为我这个大学生活的一部分了吧，可能已经不可或缺了。
我叫尹浩宇，我是24战队队长，然后现任是3号步兵操作手。困难那可是太多了，感觉最大的困难还是在于规则在变动吧。这边战队一直都是自己去找问题，自己去进步，很难说就是有人去硬性要求你。我们也是说把这个人员最大利用化一下，所以后期就是我们人员这边分配上比较合理，才能说以我们这种小团队的能力做到最大程度的努力吧。
我是陈立峰，是2023赛季浙江大学 Hello World 战队的队长。今年首先无人机是一个非常大的突破，今年无人机加上了机动枪管，我们还给它加上了自瞄。
南方是呼叫了空中支援啊，看看能不能在这个时间点先压制一波强战血量，或者说直接打爆。
我是李启顿，来自浙江大学的航天学院。我是负责无人机的机械工作。去年一个比较明显的问题是无人机的动力系统冗余过大，冗余过大的话就会导致飞机超重，所以今年选择了一款就是更加适合无人机的动力系统。首先跟调研也有关系，就是我们参加分区赛的时候，首先试飞了一下我们的飞机，在试飞的时候发现飞机的动力似乎有点过于冗余了，就是飞机降落之后，飞机的电机甚至还是冰的，然后我们觉得这有点不太合理。然后在调研了一些其他学校方案之后，我们发现我们电机不太选型不够科学。还有一个进步可能是我们对那个飞机的弹路进行了优化，然后让飞控安装的位置更加合理。后来就是在今年这个赛季刚开始的时候，我们决定就是要修改那个弹舱的位置，然后花了大概1个月的时间，就是画好了新飞机的模型。后来再进行了少量的测试。
大家好，我叫刘新豪，我是太原科技大学的 NewMaker 战队的英雄器械。其实我们还是传统的下弓弹英雄，但是它的底盘的自信悬挂跟去年相比，我认为效果更好一点，打得更准。今年也是传承学长的更多的测试，然后才敢在场上远距离吊射基地。其实我们机械结构在家里训练了4、5周，该出的问题都已经解决了，然后到场上就不会有那么多磕碰掉东西啥的。
哇，这边英雄完成一波飞坡，他能不能成为救世主呢？1000点的血量差距。
我叫田硕，是太原科技大学机械大师 NewMaker 战队的一名英雄操作手，同时兼英雄的机械。
稍微有一点极限，还剩下最后的10秒钟。南方这边也是无人机，无人机已经起飞了，双方的血量就差一点点，就差一点点，来不来得及啊？
南方能不能去换对方基地？换不了了，比赛结束，让我们恭喜东方太原
科技大学。
这场比赛我们最后是以50滴血量的微弱优势取得了胜利。那种情况下，我当时就在想，我必须得把对面基地磨下来，要不然这把就输了。因为那个哨兵1000血的话，光靠2步兵，那么一点时间是磨不掉的，根本没有取胜的可能。我就得用那个大弹丸去打基地的上装甲，这才是获胜的唯一可能。当时操作的时候也是挺稳的，但是操作下来，比赛结束之后，手一离开鼠标就整个手腿就抖得不行。打小组赛的时候，英雄的电容就是在第2场掉线了，就是整局没有电容，那个攻击就很慢，甚至爬坡都很难。然后在场下的时候，我就会跟他们说电容什么时候掉的，然后那个 UI 的状态是什么样的，以及那个车的状态，就来分析问题，然后找问题，见识到更强的队伍，才能发展自己的战队，然后从而让自己更强大。
叫洪任新，我是上海工程技术大学木源 Bodyboard 的队长，我在队里负责队内管理、运营、进度管理和超级电容的研发。就是今年有很大的突破，靠我们队伍有一个很强的凝聚心吧。每天晚上熬夜修车就可能是最大的挫折吧，但是最后结果是好的，就是好的。在16进8或者8进4前2年都会碰到一些很强的队伍，然后都会差一步，然后踏进更高一步的排名。其实我已经在这个队里3年了，然后有很多老队员离开，有很多新队员加入，但这个过程中，老队员会一直帮助我们很多东西，然后就让我们队伍越来越壮大，然后越来越有凝聚力。
大家好，我是来自上海工程技术大学木源战队的1号操作手周雨欣，我是今年才刚刚入队的。因为在高中的时候，一个偶然的机会能够线下去感受到了 RM 的氛围，所以就一直抱着对 RM 的期待来到了大学，并且一直在为能够进入 RM 的赛场而努力。我觉得这是我所喜欢的比赛，喜欢的事情，所以我会一直做下去的。我们的战队其实相对于其他老牌强队来说是一支比较新的战队，所以进去之后能够感受到所有的东西处于一个上升期。我们作为新队员，其实还是需要更加的努力，让我们的队伍能够走得越来越稳。
大家好，我是东南大学 4IC 战队的队长肖浩宇。我们队伍从15年建队到现在已经有8年了。21年我们拿了一个中部分区赛的殿军，我们全国赛由于疫情被挡在了深圳的春节体育馆外面。接着22年，由于队里的一些问题，包括我们自己做的不够稳定，22年输得比较惨烈。然后希望他们上过赛场之后，带着这股冲劲，再一届一届的传下去吧。首先，我觉得我们的队伍的凝聚力会比去年更高一些。然后其次呢，就是我们把稳定性这个问题虽然没有很好的解决，但是我可以说解决了个60%左右吧。我们现在基本上摸索出了一条做新技术的一个路线，就是从我们的制定这个预案到研发，最后到上车，再到最后调试。然后现在我们基本上把这个路线摸清楚了。
我是来自南京航空航天大学长空御风战队的项管项安黎。说到队史，就必须提一下我们的老队长，建立我们长空御风战队的一个老学长，他是16级的研究生，然后他是一手把我们这个战队建立起来，然后就他制定了一套我们完整的培训体系，然后还有一些精神的内核吧。每一个年级联系都非常的多，像我们今天就来了特别多的同学，有上至16级的，下至22年级的，就是从创队历史到现在，就所有年级的都在。就21年的时候，就是一个断代比较严重的年，然后当时就是输得比较惨，心里也有很多不甘心。然后当时我是大2嘛，然后大4就回来就继续带队了。就是每一个机器人相比于之前都有不小的进步吧。
我是来自南京航空航天大学长空御风战队的队长蔡志豪。要去控制一个物体去空间中的旋转，你靠用遥控去控制各个关节转动，这很不直观的。 但是如果你能够通过一些运动学结算方法，然后给它统一到关键电极上，就有一种把矿石拿在手上的一种感觉，减少操作手的负担，使得操作手的这个操作更容易上手。是大二开始参赛了，现在也是大4。当我踏入这个赛场的时候，当那个现场的氛围就已经深深的感染我。这种比赛所带给我来的很多这种非常有实际意义的这种收获，我觉得。RoboMaster 的有一句话说得很好，98%的队伍在这里被打败，然后变得更强。我觉得这句话也深深激励我，就是暂时的技不如人并不可怕，我觉得知耻而后勇方为丈夫。
参赛队前往检录前需自行检查好所有裁判系统固件是否为最新版本，机器人图传发送端是否激活，机器人图传基带是否升级成功。检录仅会检查相应模块版本情况，不会帮参赛队进行升级。最大初始尺寸为机器人变形前的尺寸，任意形态下满足该机器人对应初始尺寸即可。最大伸展尺寸为机器人变形后的最大尺寸，检录以机械结构能够延展的最大尺寸为判定标准，电控能延展的最大尺寸不作为最大伸展尺寸的判定标准。以 logo 的中心点正下方14.5毫米处为球心，70毫米半球内无电磁屏蔽材料。电源管理模块各状态指示灯不被遮挡。装甲模块需要稳固地安装在底盘上。3v3 对抗赛机器人 ID 需与装甲贴纸保持一致，步兵对抗赛的机器人 ID 均为5号，可不与贴纸一致。机器人需要按照制作规范中的要求进行接线，检录处会对接线规范进行检查。场地交互模块事关比赛重要机制，前往检录前请自行确认功能是否完好，避免现场更换造成检录时间浪费。请勿抵住装甲模块，以免造成装甲模块不必要的损坏。如测速模块安装规范示意图所示，以 logo 位置为球心，直径50毫米内不允许使用易被磁化的物质、铁骨镍制品和图传模块发送端散热风扇、工业相机机身等。直径100毫米内不允许使用除相机图传模块、工业相机机身以外的含有磁性的物质。校准时，旋转速度越慢，校准速度越快。场地交互模块异常将影响比赛正常进程，请慎重安装。自定义控制器需使用正规厂家生产的电池。单个机器人外观上必须带有2个己方学校校徽或队徽，分别贴在不同方向。不得设计或使用尖锐结构，以防造成场地破坏和人员伤害。机器人外观的光泽度不得大于30 GS。
这个攻势趋势非常的迅猛，又是我们的蓝方再次拿下人头，又被蓝方击杀了。这局比赛节奏是完全由蓝方掌控着。我们恭喜蓝方浙江大学哈喽的战队获得本局比赛的胜利。好的，经过这么长时间一个对峙，我们红方率先拿下1血，红方仍然是趁着这个势头乘胜追击，再次拿下人头。我们看到红方现在是
蓝方的哨兵的血量在大幅度下降，拿下双杀。
红方成功拿下蓝方的哨兵，这个马上对着基地就开始攻击。
我们可以看见蓝方的基地在快速掉血，马上将被摧毁。
但是还有一点点，好的，让我们恭喜红方中国矿业大学酷乐战队获得本次比赛的冠军。
恭喜电子科技大学华南红不要走，就能下。我们明年
我觉得他们能够仅仅的是从喜欢变成热爱这个过程，实际上这就是一个很大的成长。
大家好，我是 RoboMaster 组委会规则组的代表，今天就由我来为大家介绍一下 RoboMaster 超级对抗赛2024赛季的规则改动。这就是 RoboMaster 2024赛季机甲大师超级对抗赛的比赛场地。24赛季对于场地的主要修改在于修改了场地的拓扑结构。不难看出，在保留了中央主要通路的同时，红蓝方环形高地内部各自打通了一条狭窄的隧道。这条隧道直接连接了双方的基地区和中央荒地区，隧道可以通行的尺寸略小于步兵机器人的初始尺寸。也就是说，如果机器人本身足够小型化，或者具有变形等等足以通过狭窄隧道的能力，那么队伍在进攻的时候就可以利用这条通路显著缩短自身队伍的补给线，以利用这条隧道发起源源不断的攻势。与此同时，我们降低了公路区整体的高度，也取消了飞坡起点附近公路的围挡。这意味着，如果机器人拥有攀越或者跳跃等等对具有高低差地形的适应能力，那么公路区对于这部分机器人来说将会天堑变通途。相应的，3号梯形高地以及飞坡落点附近的结构和位置也都相应进行了调整，这拓宽了飞坡落点附近路径选择的多样性。也就是说，在24赛季，拥有能够从公路区发起突袭能力的机器人将会更具有威胁性。总体来说，24赛季的场地为能够适应各种特殊地形的机器人提供了充足的想象空间。如果队伍拥有足够的技术能力，那么24赛季的场地将不再是一条主要通路加一条飞坡通路的传统结构，而是2条甚至3条可以自由选择的路线。那么期待各个战队利用这些全新的路径，在24赛季打出更加富有变化的对局。接下来是工程机器人和经济体系的修改。首先可以看到的是，机械爪不再存在，大资源岛也由原来的开放式结构变为了现在的半封闭式的结构。矿石由空接的形式变为了提前放置于大资源岛内部。工程机器人需要在并不宽阔的大资源岛通道内避开障碍物，精准地将矿石取出。与此同时，兑换站也将进行相应的调整，在保留难度自选形式的前提下，我们会提高最高等级难度兑换的实际难度，以及工程机器人在兑换的时候，如果速度过慢，那么最终它即使兑换成功，实际得到的金币值也会有一定程度的衰减。这些无疑对工程机器人在不同场景下的通用性和速度都提出了更高的要求。那么相应的，工程机器人的生产尺寸将会略微增大， 在兑换区也会获得100%的防御增益。各个难度的金矿石的基础价值将会提高100金币。我们也不同程度地降低了远程兑换弹丸、血量以及兑换立即复活的金币花费。那么，期待大家同自定义控制器一起，做出适应更多复杂场景、更加灵活的工程机器人。接下来要讲到的是哨兵的相关改动，以及我们对于机器人操作方式的革新。总体上，哨兵在24赛季将会拥有更充分的自主决策权利。在24赛季，哨兵的初始发能量将会下降，但是己方的能量机关激活点以及整个环形高地都将被视为哨兵巡逻区。同时，哨兵也可以和普通步兵一样，自主的选择去往补血点恢复血量或购买允许发能量，在被击毁后也可以自动复活，甚至是花费金币兑换立即复活。如此一来，哨兵就可以承担更多的队内职责，在算法允许的情况下，也可以更好的和其他人类操作手相互协同。当然，如果哨兵还没有能力完成以上所提到的所有的任务，我们也提供了一条备选方案。云台手可以通过在客户端向哨兵发送信息的方式干预哨兵的所有行动。当然，这种干预并不是没有代价的。云台手每向哨兵发送一条信息都会花费50金币。也就是说，在24赛季，如果己方的哨兵非常的人工智能，而对方的哨兵频频的智能人工，那么己方相对于对方来说将会拥有充足的经济优势。还不仅如此，在24赛季中，我们将会引入一种全新的机器人控制方式，我们称其为半自动控制。在3分钟准备阶段，操作手可以选择传统控制方式或者半自动控制方式。如果选择后者，在正式进入比赛后，客户端将不再提供机器人的第一人称视角画面，而是提供类似云台手一样的大地图视角。操作手可以选择在地图上指示点位，或者通过事先约定的通信协议向机器人发送信息的方式间接的控制机器人。显然，这种半自动控制的类型相比于第一人称视角的身临其境，操作手更像是一类指挥官式的角色。它不能微操机器人的具体行动，只能向机器人发出指令，做出决策。类似瞄准对方特定机器人，或者让机器人平移5米这样的指令，在操作手发出后，都将依赖机器人本体的功能自主完成。这对于机器人的机械控制和算法系统的协调一致以及稳定性都提出了非常高的挑战。有挑战自然有收获。如果选择半自动控制方式，则步兵和英雄机器人在整局比赛中都将额外获得100%的经验。工程机器人如果选择半自动控制方式，那么它会额外获得50%的金币。同时，在工程机器人兑换的时候，客户端会临时给予工程机器人传统控制链路的权限，以帮助工程使用自定义控制器完成高难度的兑换。除了以上主要内容外，其他的规则内容也进行了一些改动，接下来就由我来带大家梳理一下。首先，雷达的高亮机制将加强为易伤，被对方雷达准确标记的机器人受弹丸的伤害将会增加。雷达也将拥有有限次数的机会，可以自主选择将这个易伤的效果翻倍，以帮助队伍更好地激活特定机器人。小能量机关和大能量机关的经验加成将会增加，同时大能量机关的攻击力增益将会随着所激活环数的提高获得更加高额的加成。最高如果能够激活50环，攻击力增益将会达到恐怖的500%。补给站能够提供的实体弹丸数量将由1500锐减至400。也就是说，在24赛季，大家需要着手解决步兵机器人的小弹丸来源问题，以不至于陷入在赛中无小弹丸可打的窘境。机动发射机构的概念将会取消，此后这个额外的发射机构将会成为空中机器人的固有发射机构。整个经验体系和性能体系都得到了一次小的重做，弹速优先不再存在。同时，经验体系的最高等级从3级变为了10级，这样在比赛中获取经验以及机器人实际战斗力提升的曲线都会变得更加平滑。当然，还有更多的一些细节不会在这里体现。更多赛事资讯，还请大家关注 RoboMaster 官网的发布信息。 无论是工程机器人处理的多种工矿场景，还是场地中充满挑战的复杂地形，我们一路走来，通过对机械、嵌入式、算法等领域的探索，引导同学们真正解决机器人在工业和生活实际场景中面临的问题。我们需要真正以一个工程师的身份去看待和研究问题， 让机器人拥有充足的稳定性和复杂场景适应能力，将理想付诸实践，将热爱传递进步，用行动挑战极致。转眼间 ，RoboMaster 已经走过了10年。10年来 ，RoboMaster 不断陪伴、见证着无数青年工程师的成长。从当初简单的自主移动打靶的课题设置，到现在7v7复杂空地协同的赛事规则；从最开始对于赛事直播中机器人血条呈现的探索，到现在对机器人实时动作展示的画面表达；从第1年参与比赛的600人，到现在遍及世界的5万名青年工程师。赛场在不断的升级，同学们的技术在不断的迭代，热爱与梦想也在不断的汇聚。我们此刻依然坚持着初心，希望越来越多的青年工程师在这里通过自己的双手，在实践中收获成长，成为未来国家科技发展的坚实助力，并且能与每一位参与过、见证过机甲大师的你，秉持那一份不断追求、勇于探索的初心，将理想握在自己的手里。
通过了3次迭代，就是我们现在的平面步兵。
我们是把这个机器人简化成一个模型，就是它是一个弹簧加一个质量块，这样子的话，我们就研究这个弹簧它的固有频率之类的象性来进行控制，对这个它会分阶段进行建模，来获得每个阶段该执行的策略。
比赛开始，这是 BO2的第2场，由红方 TDT 战队对战我们的蓝方 Iris 战队。
好的，双方哨兵依旧采取一个前压，红方东北大学哨兵卡住了，这是蓝方的一次机会啊！来看双方在中场进行了一波平衡步兵的9击为1，
是的，
蓝方3号步兵的掉血速度也不慢，那么双方正在进行火拼。
蓝方的1号英式机人
蓝方3号步兵要被击杀，恭喜东北大学哨兵拿下1血。
机人都有一个等级的压制，这对蓝方来说并不是一个好消息。
蓝方的1号英雄，并且对3号步兵也展开一次进攻。
是的，可以看到他们现在的进攻非常猛烈，直接将我们的蓝方第3步击变成非常漂亮的双杀，击打非常的准。背后的1分2发，1发2发，3发都打在我们的心上。
还没有，比赛还没结束，恭喜东北大学拿下本场胜利。
我觉得这和 RM 还挺像。同样的团队协作，同样的防守，同样的进攻。
角度怎么还行？是啊，飞得挺稳，轨迹飞眼的角度对的还可以。
它这个上面显示的就是飞机飞行的轨迹。
对，这是之前的轨迹了。
啊。
对，现在就按照这个轨迹。
即将达到限飞高度。
大家好，我是 DJI 的算法工程师卡尔森毛，也是雾3的定位算法模块负责人。当时第一次知道我要做雾3这个项目的时候，心里非常激动，也很惊喜，因为我在想，我第一次来大疆要做的第一个项目，竟然就是雾3这么酷。这么帅的一个系列的产品。记得我第一次看到雾3这个产品的时候，就是我们当时的一个小 demo 的时候，我就被它震撼到了，因为它的外形已经非常酷，然后就像一只展翅的雄鹰一样。 当我第一次看到它变形的时候，就感觉这只鹰像活了一样，非常的帅。对我来说比较困难的一件事就是，在设计553这个产品的航点功能和轨迹复眼功能的时候，需要我们定位算法模块提供一个稳定的飞机的航向和我们的位置，这么一个需求。但是我们当时遇到的一个困难是在这个航点飞行这个模式下，和我们普通用户手动拍摄的这个模式下，我们要提供的这个航向的准确性有一些冲突后来我们是经过了一些算法的重新设计和测试，然后最终把我们这个2个模式下对航向精度的要求都达到了我们想要预期的要求。最有自豪感的一点就是我们经过了比较长的研发周期和遇到的各种困难，最终我们都是把它克服，然后实现了我们最终想要的这种产品效果，然后做到了稳定的性能交付。
走，吃饭。行。
测试这个机器，可能他们也要负责去。就是我们专门有个部门去负责飞机的。这来到 DJI 的 RMNA 会比其他同学要多一份熟悉感和亲切感。其实我们当时参赛的时候，其实每个同学和自己的研发的机器人都是形影不离的然后我们来到这里工作的时候，其实也是每个人基本上人手一台机器，然后放在自己的工位旁边，然后不断的调试，不断的测试。对，其实跟我们在做比赛的时候差不多。现在参与到每一个项目中，就像我们之前在比赛的时候每一次上赛场一样，只不过当时我们面对的是赛场上的对手，而现在面对的是我们所有的用户。来2个月了，感觉怎么样？
大家好，我是牛景鹏，现在在大疆做算法工程师。我是去年通过 RM 专属招聘通道进入大疆的。
你知道这点啥吗？
我觉得参加 RM 的话，首先在技术上得到了一个非常大的锻炼，它给我们提供了一个学以致用的机会。然后除此之外呢，在非技术上，我们也学会了怎么去在一个团队里面找到自己的定位，去和自己的队友一起去技术攻关，去实现技术突破。参加 RM 呢，也让我认识了很多志同道合的朋友，他们也是我在这个比赛里面得到的非常重要的一笔财富。来到大疆之后呢，我觉得身边的同事都非常厉害，他们工作都很认真负责，专注于把自己负责的部分去做到最好，做到极致。来到 DJI 之后，我也发现身边的同事很多都是参加过 RM 比赛的伙伴，这样我觉得有回到赛场的感觉，和大家一起拼搏奋斗。
之前参赛的经验其实对我们现在的工作有很大的帮助，因为在当时做比赛的时候，我们整体从一个团队的人，从一个产品的想法，一直到它的一些设计方案，最终到设计方案的敲定，然后一直再到我们亲自动手把它实现出来，把它组装出来，然后最终到我们的调试，然后调试到一个我们想要的完美的性能。对，这个整个过程，其实在我们现在工作过程中，这个流程也是非常的相似的。然后之前的一些经验，包括一些合作的经验，包括一些遇到困难解决困难的经验，其实对我们现在工作来说都有非常大的帮助。
Inspire 3 right now.
多年以来 ，Inspire 不断突破边界，在全球电影片场大放异彩。现在 ，Inspire 全面革新，再次刷新航拍工业标准，一体化 8K 空中电影机 DJI Inspire 3正式降临。
雾3发布之后，我的内心是非常激动又非常期待的。因为终于能把我们经过漫长的研发过程做出来这个产品，交给用户去使用，然后也看到网上很多用户的好评，然后看到他们说雾3的性能多么好，画质多么好，我就也是更加感觉非常自豪，也非常有幸能够参与到这个项目过程中，当然也非常期待后面能够看到用雾3拍出来的更多的好的影视作品，包括好的更美的画面。参加RM比赛这一年，给我最大的感触就是，这不简简单单的是一个比赛在这个过程中，就像我们是真正的参与到了一个产品的研发过程每一次的上场，每一次的比赛，就像是我们的产品要受到用户的检验。
Hello, everyone. Austin, if you can make that schedule refresh, Shar is telling me it will be updated.
Hi, everybody.
Matching shirts, Preston Shar back again. We need to plug some merch. What? That's not what you want to hear from me right now. You want to hear what the result was? Well, there's merch outside and it's $25 for a shirt. Go grab one. All right.
Let's talk about what just happened for the last hour and a half.
We're going to give you the very short version.
Yep.
The short version is there was an issue with the RFID panels in the field below the floor. So they did a more thorough check than they did after the Virginia Tech match. They have now fixed the problem. It was deemed to be a field issue. And so now we will replay round 1. Hearing lots of different screams from the crowd.
Yep.
Understood. And honestly, Shar, what gets me is this happened to NUS last year. Different issue, but there were like 2 replays, and then because in the replay you get your technical timeouts back, A&M had like 5 technical timeouts. It turned into this whole like 3-hour match. So obviously our condolences, especially to the NUS supporters that are writing in. It's 2 a.m. there. It's probably 3 a.m. now. I do apologize to y'all. Thank you so much for still being awake. Look at you actually typing in chat. Glad you're still awake. Thank you for being here. Thanks for hanging out to support your teams. I am glad and excited to get to see these 6 robots compete on a regulation-fixed operating field.
Yeah, you know, like that last round, even with the like issues on the RFID side, you know, it was really close. It was a really close game. It was honestly anyone's game. NUS's drivers really showing just how strong they are and just like their game sense and awareness, you know. And UW Sentry making that strange play going into the back of the field and then stopping the move, you know. So we'll see, like, given this replay, you know, they have a little bit of time now to fix that in that 2-minute period, so we'll see what happens.
Right.
But
yeah, so it's important to note, Shar, for the viewers that have not been here in person, the robots were taken off the field and powered off. The competitors did not have this whole duration to work on those robots.
Nope.
They will be given another 3-minute setup period, and we will replay round 1 as if nothing had ever happened.
Yep. So we're all going to
I also want to highlight University of Washington's drivers did a phenomenal job of adjusting.
Yeah.
So when we watched that replay, you could see the difficulty in purchasing projectiles at level 1.
Yeah.
By the time they went back for their 3rd resupply, they were on the same timing as NUS, just finding where in the field the RFID cards were working the best.
Absolutely. And now they won't have to find that anymore. So
we're getting cheers on both sides from chat. Jens Minger says yes for the University of Washington, while Hao Yi in YouTube is saying no, but still believes that NUS can dominate even with this hiccup.
No, I absolutely agree. You know, I think NUS has shown us in that first round, even, you know, like they are not out by any means. In fact, this is the team in my mind that can beat UW succinctly, like quite like almost dominant if they get a good enough advantage and lead. You know, and the Sentry also moved. NUS's Sentry also moved and was able to like take some shots at the reload zone. Some of UW's robots were taking some damage from there. So, you know, this is going to be an exciting match. I'm excited to see what happens next.
Me too. The robots
and we're getting the robots on the field. Let's go.
The schedule is live updating. Reminder, you can go to rmcolorado.org to find that schedule. You can see it also below Shar and I. So now 12:30 being the approximate start time here for UW versus NUS.
Yep.
Best of 3 in the winner's bracket. So the loser will not be out. In contrast, after this will be Texas A&M versus Virginia Tech, the loser of which will be out of the tournament.
And the winner of which will play the loser of this round.
Cool. That's terrifying for either of those teams.
Yeah, I think if you, obviously you always want to win, but if you're UW or NUS right now, you especially want to win, because I don't think I would want to go into the gauntlet of possibly TAMU or VT right back into my opponent of this round. So
yeah,
that sounds like a hellish experience in only like an hour or two.
Scythe encouraging NUS to keep fighting. Matthew in the YouTube chat cheering for VT Robo Grinder. With 2 minutes left in the setup period, I'm glad to see all of these teams maybe learning from the issues experienced last year. They got their robots turned off very quickly.
Yeah.
In prior years, NUS actually started to have some battery issues because of all the technical timeouts and delays. Not the case this year.
Yeah,
these teams should be competitive, and I have been waiting, Shar. I have been waiting. I have been saying I want 6 functional bots. We had 1 round earlier, and now this is a match where we are seeing 6 functional bots.
6
launching
functional
sentries.
bots.
Everybody's online.
Yeah.
So excited. This is peak RoboMaster NA right here.
Man, Preston, you know, I'm getting some deja vu right now, seeing round 1 out of 3, UW versus NUS.
Not too much deja vu. You're supposed to pretend it didn't happen.
What happened again, sorry?
Nothing happened.
Yeah, that's what I thought. You know,
Yeah.
we just took a little bit of a second to go get some breakfast, you know, relax a little. We just have so much time, obviously, to work
Yeah,
with.
breakfast. Some cheers coming out of the crowd. There we go. Look at that. Our very patient crowd on the screen right now. They've been waiting, just like y'all at home, for about an hour. The cheering versus that round 0 was super fun. Both sides really loud. Love to see the support across the board.
Hey, that's a sign that I came up with.
It's a good one, referencing UW's hero that sometimes is headless.
That's cute.
Hearing that University of Washington celebrating their team member, maybe Carson's birthday. NUS! Cheers of support.
Let's go NUS. Love to see them also just exciting.
UW there with many members in the field.
All right, the referee system is initializing, so we're about to see round 1 of this match.
Shouts for NUS echoing through the arena here as the referee system initializes for round 1 in this best of 3. 3, 2, 1.
And we're off. UW Standard and Hero out the gate already. NUS just lagging a tiny bit behind, but not far.
UW able to purchase those projectiles, notably faster than last time. NUS keeping pace. A different split of the gold there. NUS, their standard not move, their sentry, not moving. That's really unfortunate for them. It performed quite well in round 0.
UW Sentry, on the other hand, is moving and is spinning, but not moving out of its base zone. UW Standard 4 going to go ahead and take a bunch of shots at that sentry that's just standing there and do up to 340 damage now left on that sentry for NUS. UW with a pretty good lead at the start of this match, only about 40 seconds in.
Playing 1 robot down is going to be incredibly difficult for NUS. Unfortunately, a 5-robot game now. Their sentry not moving, their sentry not firing. I'm not sure what changed in between those 2 rounds, but tragic for NUS.
Very tragic for NUS.
A stroke of fortune for UW, though, as they're able to take the sentry down early with their standard. The gold comes across at that 4-minute mark. Both teams retreat to spend it, purchasing projectiles for each robot.
We got a chance coming in for the crowd as UW lines up their hero shots. Starts doing massive damage towards the base.
The hero of University of Washington chews through NUS's base. He has 8 projectiles left. This should be the end.
Just needs to hit one more time. Gets knocked out before he can.
He hit one more, but it only counted as a standard projectile. NUS fighting back. University of Washington, though, so close to winning with 3 minutes left to go. It's going to be very difficult for NUS to claw this one back.
NUS can now go straight for the base, though, if they wish to, and not even worry about that sentry. 4 seconds left before we get some more econ in here. Both teams seeming to wait for that. And here we go.
The hero for UW launching it right past the hero for NUS, and the University of Washington take round 1.
UW popping off a lot over 1 round right now.
It's great. They're so excited. You know, we all try to forget round 0, but if you're a UW pilot and you just lost a round, it is super important, right, to let that go and don't let that momentum stop you. Absolutely. They did an excellent job there, taking advantage of the fact that NUS was now playing with 2 bots. NUS has 3 minutes to try to get that sentry back online. I know we're all hoping for 6 bots, right?
Yes.
We say every year we want to see those robots perform at their best. UW having that performance absolutely very consistent. Props to them. They were able to finish off this round quite easily, right? A team without a sentry has never been a problem for the University of Washington. Twitch chat asking about the RFID issue and how it's been fair for the other rounds. We'll get into that a little bit more in between matches when we have extra time. The RFID consistency is a hot topic, yeah, but it's also in the manual as well. So we'll talk about specifics in between matches. For now, round 2 is a best of 3 and the winner's bracket. So if UW takes this down, NUS will go down to fight the winner of TAMU VT.
Yep.
If NUS is able to bring it back in a reverse sweep, the University of Washington will enter the loser's bracket to fight the victor of TAMU Aimbots versus RoboGrinder.
I think that's something important to keep in mind, that neither of these teams are out yet. You know, this is just like to keep themselves in winners, and you do want to stay in winners in this case. You don't want to play as many matches.
Yeah.
You want to be able to make sure that you don't have to fight VT or TAMU, and then you know, UW and US again, right? Like you don't want to encounter any of these guys more than you have to. Your robots need to at least have some break in between. And going for the losers, you're just not going to have that amount of time.
And you really don't want your back against the wall like that. Once you're in that loser's bracket, if you lose a match, you're out. Right now, there is that leeway of being in the winner's bracket. Either of these teams could take an L without being eliminated from the competition.
Yep.
Minute and 30 seconds remaining as we see NUS doing some functionality checks on that double-headed sentry. Really interesting design there. Their sentry actually has fixed barrel positions relative to one another. They point 180 degrees from each other. That way the head doesn't have to spin as fast. They're able to engage robots on either side. In contrast, the University of Washington has their robot, I believe, named Hydra, that has 2 completely independent heads, able to take on 2 robots with any sort of angle between them. Getting a look at it now from the perspective of UW Standard. .43 seconds left to play, or excuse me, left in the setup round. Tim getting down on the floor of the arena, not for the first time today with this RFID issue. They spent a fair amount of time fixing the underfloors.
Yep.
The cheers coming back from NUS. Many teams supporting the Singaporean team.
Absolutely, you know. They come from so far away, so.
UW cheering specifically for Brian, who's had several marriage proposals this week. I don't think he's accepted any yet.
Yeah, seems to still be a confirmed bachelor. Referee sees some initialization. We're gonna get the match underway so soon.
Here we go, round 2 in a best of 3. 4, 3, 2, 1. Keep an eye out at the NUS sentry. Their back's against the wall. They will be playing 2v3 again, it appears.
Well, maybe not, Preston. We did see that the sentry takes a little bit to start getting going, but it is going.
It's starting to move.
And here we go. It's moving in.
Not launching projectiles, and it's walking towards.
It's not spinning either. It's just.
It's
just standing there.
2 robots again. Not enough to take down the University of Washington. The red 4 for UW takes the kill. This better put all the other teams on notice. If you're going to fight UW in the end of this bracket, you've got to have all 3 robots. University of Washington, frankly, there's not much else to say for this round. They should just take the projectiles they have now and chunk it out. Yep. The base is exposed. It's a 3v2 competition. Plus, they have a 9-level lead, a 7-level lead on their sentry or their standard from that kill.
Yeah, there's just not a lot here that NUS can do. I mean, I'd like to see them bring it back. I'd like to see them really try here, but I don't know what is the option you got here.
As 4 minutes comes and passes, NUS actually would have been better off not fielding a sentry that round. Their base would have been shielded for longer. They would have given ever less XP. The team is assuming and hoping that it will work because it has worked just 2 rounds ago. But unfortunate situation here.
I wonder what
NUS.
changed, But NUS coming in to do some damage. UW Sentry does defend itself, though. So not able to get too much off.
Really
of
good
that
performance
Sentry
from that UW Sentry, firing 140 projectiles in a matter of seconds. Really, really fast. Both of the UW bots pushing the base, able to sneak these hero shots right through the gap. Look at that window. Excellent driving.
Amazing
the
shots.
University of Washington will remain undefeated in the knockout stage.
UW taking that 2-0, therefore moving on into grand finals, celebrating. Screaming and chanting 2-0.
They did get their 2-0. The University of Washington defeating a robot. The 2v3, right? No one doubts UW in a 2v3. I think.
Nope.
You'd be silly in your bracket to do that. NUS obviously. I don't know what went wrong in between that first round and the second round. Their Sentry working well in the first one and not in the second. We've got a lot of chats to catch up on. 2901 home. Hope that's not your address. Says hooray for Brian. YouTube chat, it's really interesting how the supporters are split. Twitch chat seems to be very heavily in favor of UW, and YouTube chat seems to be very heavily on the side of NUS. A couple Twitch chat viewers also chiming in with 2-1. That first round will not count for anything. And being a knockout stage, there's no points allocated anyway. Right?
No
if
knockout.
you lose 2-0 or you lose 2-1, it doesn't actually matter. You still go into that loser's bracket. So now the monstrosity that is NUS, the terror that is NUS in the loser's bracket, while undefeated UW will remain in the winner's bracket waiting for their next contender. At this point, they have taken out each of their future opponents at least once. NUS, I believe, the only one of the 3 who has been able to take rounds off of the University of Washington.
Yeah, no, exactly. It'll be interesting to see, how NUS now adapts into this. We're seeing some more posters here from the UW side. Really excited to be up in the winner's side of grand finals.
There we go. Large UW crowd here in CU. All right, chat. We should be getting very quickly into Texas Aimbots versus RoboGrinder. They've been waiting in the wings for about an hour.
Yep.
But I can quickly address a little bit of the RFID issue for the viewers at home.
We can go into it.
Sure. We're not going to go too far. But basically, in the rules manual, it does indicate that the teams should not rely on exact connectivity, consistency across RFID panels. Teams have not had noticeable issues. Each team is allotted 5 minutes after each round, after each match, for any appeals or issues that they want to bring up. So any team that felt like they were unable to reload, they would have noticed. They would have been in the resupply zone, and you'll have a message on your screen as a driver that says not in resupply zone when you're trying to access that purchase menu.
Yeah.
And so that's how we can say that until now, there haven't been any issues large enough that teams have noticed. And if you're purchasing projectiles fast enough that you don't notice, there's not really any issue to fix, right? There's no one saying, hey, this is a problem. VT identified the problem in their match versus Purdue. They went and took the basketball and checked each of those panels and decided that it was sufficient. Then the UW match ensued. UW did, as you saw in the replay and in the match, have a lot of issue purchasing those initial projectiles. So then they appealed, as a team should. And then after further review, by cutting up sections of the floor and checking, they discovered that there was a line of missing RFID panels at the seam between 2 of the floor sheets. They replaced those. They also, for thoroughness, checked the RFID panels on the other team side as well, and launch this back in with the rematch.
Yep.
Shar, a great job from the University of Washington, as always. Really consistent robots, really consistent gameplay.
Yeah.
Obviously, a bit of a heartbreak, a bit of a bad taste in the mouth, seeing 6 robots in the round that doesn't count, and then 5 robots in both the rounds that do. Nothing against either of the teams there, right? It's just you've got to have more consistent robots if you want to take on a team like UW.
Absolutely. You know, it's just unfortunate that NUS's Sentry wasn't able to get going, but you know, at the same time, you know, that's part of the game, right?
Yep,
so.
we've seen it all weekend long.
Yep.
I've got posters about it for Texas A&M, who we're about to see next. Yeah. If they can field all 3 bots, I think they'll have a great chance against Virginia Tech.
I agree, absolutely.
I think it's very similar to NUS. If their Sentry is offline, I do believe Virginia Tech will have the upper hand.
I agree. Yeah. I think also on the Virginia Tech side, you know, we already know their strategy going into this, basically. They always started off this way, sending that hero straight to Texas A&M's base and knocking it out as fast as possible. Texas A&M's standard driver is incredibly good, though. And their standard is also really solid. It's their most consistent robot by far. So on the Tamu side, you know, what you're probably looking to do is just keep that hero locked away as much as possible from the VT side. You don't want that hero coming anywhere near you. And if Texas A&M Sentry does not work, it's going to be a lot harder to do so, because that's already, the first blood's already been gotten. VT will buy those hero projectiles, and they will be rushing that base as soon as possible.
Very, very true. I just want to check with you, as you are the maker of the schedule.
Yes.
This schedule is accurate? We're still aiming for a 215 grand
We're
final?
aiming for 215 grand finals. This might still get pushed a little bit depending on how this match ends up going, but as it stands, this match is going to play a little bit early, it looks like. Instead of being at 1 p.m. Mountain Time, we're playing it at 12:45 Mountain Time. So given that continues to go correct, and if the teams don't need to re-inspect, we can continue just moving through the schedule. We'll try and get this done as soon as possible.
Awesome. Thank you guys so much for your patience. Thanks for being here and sticking with us through these crazy final rounds. The schedule we've stuck to quite nicely all weekend long. But as we get into these final matches, right, the team is going to play a little bit more carefully, spend a little bit more time on each of the robots. We've got Ismi Barron saying back to Manny. Yeah, it is really unfortunate that this is the issue, that this was the timing for that issue.
Yeah.
And especially, like I said at the beginning, with a team like NUS who had similarly timed issues last year, it's super unfortunate.
Yeah.
I've been very apologetic to them about it last year too.
There's just there's no good play here, you know, when these kind of things happen and it's a field issue. It's not on either team, you know, it's just a thing that, you know, we have to allow them for the replay, of course. It's not fair to either side, and the appeal that was launched, it was a fair appeal. Everything was discovered to be not entirely up to code, so when we fixed it, all the issues were resolved, then we can keep playing. You know, we want to make it fair for both sides, right? And that's the important part.
Really the only bummer to me, right, is that we went from a 6-robot match to a 5.
Yeah, I would say that's the only bummer.
And now we're headed to what I'm hoping is a 6-robot match.
Yes, hopefully. You know, we've been seeing each team that is currently in these last 4 spots, right? These top 4 teams have had 6 robot matches. Have had 3 robots working on either side. But just in these final matches so far, you know, we haven't really quite seen it yet, and I'm excited to see them get their things together. You know, get through this loser bracket. You know, this is the last chance you have to showcase off that that your whole team, that your whole squad essentially of your robots is actually working and is functional and is the best it can be.
And how are you continuing to cheer for NUS? NUS now has an hour from now to try and get that session working. They will have that time period to get prepped for their next match.
Yep.
They will be playing the winner of Aimbots or Robo Grinder.
Yep.
I think NUS has a slight advantage over both of those teams. They've done quite well against each of them in the past.
I would agree. I think NUS definitely has a slight advantage, especially if they get their Sentry working and actively spinning again. But even in the Tamu sector of that, or no, they did play Tamu, didn't they? Earlier in that knockout bracket. Yeah. So even in the Tamu match, it didn't spin the whole time, but they were able to still bring that one back against Tamu. So we'll see how that goes. First, though, we've got to see how Tamu versus VT goes. This is actually a 2022 rematch, if I'm not mistaken.
Yeah, these top teams have played against each other a whole lot.
Yeah.
Virginia Tech, Texas A&M, University of Washington, some of the older teams from North America. They've had an opportunity to play against each other a lot in RMNA over the last 4 years.
Yep.
And an opportunity to help out a lot of these regions as well. We've already heard some shout-outs to UW for Taproot. A lot of teams, there's even manuals that they've written about how to start a RoboMaster team and kind of a guide to help teams that are brand new. So shout out to these established teams. We do get to see them a lot in the finals, but they do a good job of embodying that RoboMaster's helping out the other teams figure out the early difficult years.
Absolutely. Pretty soon we should be getting this match underway. Both teams are lined up on either side of the field. We're just waiting for the final confirmation from the refs.
Red side, Texas A&M. Blue side, Robo Grinder. No one really cared about which side, who was on which side, I guess, until today.
Yeah.
So if you're watching out for those RFID issues, now you're kind of aware. Previously witnessed on the red side in particular, but both sides now have been repaired and deemed adequate.
Yep.
So we will be moving forward as fast as possible.
Yep, and the teams are now getting onto the field.
Thank you so much to Austin bringing us lunch.
Teams are getting onto the field. We got about 2 minutes and 45 seconds left in the setup period, and we see that Tamu has their sentry and their standard up. Their hero might be hiding behind that base area, or is just now coming into the field actually. Virginia Tech also fielding a hero, standard, and sentry comp. Yeah, we've seen all these robots before. We've seen what they can do, and what they're capable of. Tamu, especially the sentry, you know. Sometimes it'll move and fire and be really, really good, and sometimes it'll run into a wall. So we'll see which particular aspect they're going in this one. And the last time Tamu played, they had them just move the sentry a little bit out of the way of that, like more in the center of the wall there to get a little bit less of an angle on it, so you couldn't start firing it from the resupply zone on the Virginia Tech side in this case. So we'll see like what they're opting for in this case. On Virginia Tech's side, you know, Virginia Tech's sentry also does fire back and does defend itself relatively adequately. So we'll see, you know, does it have any movement code now? Does it get anywhere around the field? Just excited to see 6 robots again. Hopefully all 6 are working this time. But yeah.
Yeah, and I will say, I think Texas A&M has got to stay ahead in the early game if they want to take the win. Virginia Tech has a much more consistent and faster rate of fire out of their hero.
Yeah.
So I believe in a base race, Virginia Tech probably going to be able to take it down. So A&M will look to see them playing for an early lead, whereas Virginia Tech really just needs to make sure they don't fall behind in the early game, and then they should really have a pretty strong advantage come the end game.
I think this also matches, like, you know, what the focus of each team has kind of been. You know, Texas A&M is really known for their standard. Their standard driver, their standard robot is incredibly powerful, really good at securing those like first blood with early kill. And so I agree that Tamu's strategy here needs to be a fast pace to end this match in like a minute and a half kind of thing. Because if you let VT's standard catch up over levels with you, or you let your sentry drop dead at all, VT's hero is coming in. It is going to outrace you. It's going to outpace you in your damage output. It's going to outpace you in its speed. Its ability to. The driver is also, you know, it's the hero driver is exceptionally good in VT's side.
Getting a little nervous here. Texas A&M unloading projectiles from your hero. Whoa!
Whoa!
Almost lost a
dangerous.
finger there. Trying to use hand signals. A lot of the teams have made some flashcards or like Google Slides even on their phone.
Here we go.
There we go. Hero finally firing a couple projectiles. See if they're able to get it loaded up and able to launch. You can see those projectiles ticking up and down. Perhaps
Looks
binding
like a little bit
there.
of a jam there for that hero. Hopefully we get it fixed in the next 16 seconds.
There we go. It was able to launch several projectiles before firing. We saw it able to unjam itself by ramming into walls in the last game.
Yep.
I will say the other possibility here there we go, great job. The other possibility here for a Tamu win would be taking kind of that NUS strategy where the standard for Texas A&M just prevents the hero from VT, which is so strong, from really getting engaged in many of the matches.
Absolutely. All right, in 5, 4,
3, 2, 1.
And
Let's
we're
go.
off.
Texas A&M in the red versus Virginia Tech in the blue.
Yep. Same strategy from Tamu with their sentry, you know, moving just into the center of that wall to cut off that sight line you get from the resupply zone. VT sentry doesn't move yet, but we do know that it can fire, so we'll see if that ends up happening.
Sentry for Texas A&M aiming well, not yet launching projectiles, but it did track that blue bot quite well. You can see it there again when the blue bot
Still
peaks.
tracking, but not firing. We have a standard confrontation in the middle. VT is now dueling the Infantry 3 on Tamu's side.
30 seconds in the game, still perfectly tied.
Yep.
Each side making really heavy standard trades as both sides retreat. Equal levels, equal sentry.
VT trying to snipe the standard over there from afar, but standard is able to stay in the resupply zone and get a little bit of health back.
The hero for Virginia Tech slightly higher in level, really the only advantage here. Virginia Tech, like we stated, really all they've got to do is stay equal. A minute into the match, 4 remaining. They're doing great.
Their hero is also an extra level on Tamu, so
Texas A&M able to get a volley onto the sentry of Virginia Tech, bring it down to 500 HP. Continue to push up. They really kind of go more that burst path.
VT Center now at level 5. Level 6, it's about to take out the heroes, looks like. And first blood on the Tamu, on this VT side, taking out Tamu's hero.
That's really tough for Texas A&M. They needed that early game advantage.
Yeah, your standard is
gold
also
going to get dumped into the standard. It's
your
trying
standard
to dodge
also
projectiles.
doesn't have a lot of ammo right now. It needs to buy some. VT's already at your base, doing damage to that shield.
All Virginia Tech ever needs is the first blood. They don't care about the sentry. They don't care about the shield.
Yeah.
They have a hero that can punch right through
Especially when that sentry isn't firing back. You know, it's moving around. It's trying to dodge, but it just doesn't matter if it can't defend itself in any capacity.
Virginia Tech did an excellent job capitalizing on that time that they bought themselves there, taking a trade against Texas A&M, but being in the resupply zone, Virginia Tech not really having to worry too much about that fight.
Absolutely. Now Econ has just dropped, and Virginia Tech has bought 90 for their standard and 5 for their hero.
And now Virginia Tech making another push, both robots on the side of Texas A&M. The standard playing defense while Virginia Tech's hero takes 500 HP off the base.
Virginia Tech's hero now max level, and so is her standard. On the opposite side in Tamu, you know, look at those levels. The standards are the same, but the hero completely useless currently on the Tamu side.
Texas aimbots, that sentry, or that standard, excuse me, fighting its way through 3 bots on the Virginia Tech side.
Virginia Sentry definitely defending itself pretty well. You know, the standard keeps having to back off and is not able to land as many shots just because it's getting hit by that Virginia Tech Sentry.
Virginia Tech waiting on a gold drop. In 12 seconds, they will get more gold. They need it for their hero projectiles. Both robots actually out there doing a great job body blocking. Texas A&M has had 30 seconds now where their opponents have no projectiles, but they have just been zoned out by the literal HP shields of Virginia Tech. For hero projectiles, that's notably not enough on the side of Virginia Tech.
Yeah. But it puts the pressure back onto Tamu, you know. You don't have enough projectiles yet, but that was able to get them away from killing your sentry in the first place.
And Virginia Tech still with 150 gold. They're going to be able to go and load back up. They do. They're making a final push. They only need to land 2 projectiles. Texas A&M would need a miracle at this point.
Oh, and there goes the miracle maybe. They knocked Virginia Tech out of the way. So
195 HP remaining on Texas A&M's base. That's less than 1 hero projectile as Texas A&M defends their structure.
Virginia Tech's hero almost knocked out right now. Infantry 3 chasing it down, trying to make sure that we get it knocked out. You know, you don't want that hero to come back online immediately.
Texas A&M Standard has 198 purchased projectiles no longer firing. It appears from the hopper position that it is out of physical projectiles. It's going to have to go back to the base. That's really unfortunate timing for them. It's going to allow VT to go back to the base in time to gold. What driving from the Virginia Tech hero? Wow!
Maneuvering right around Tamu so easily in order to get that last shot onto the base.
The only chance that A&M really had there was to use their hero to body block that last shot.
Yeah, but you know,
Virginia
you've got
Tech swerved right around it.
That's that super cap buffer. You know, he's able to put so much more power into the hero there and move around it so much faster.
Char, that was not close.
No.
Texas A&M would have had to. I think they finished the base right there at the very, very end.
Yep.
I mean, the sentry, excuse me.
Yep.
But Texas A&M basically had to finish off the sentry and then do 1,500 damage to the base, which is like 8 hero projectiles or 300 standard projectiles.
Yeah.
The damage more than double for the side of Virginia Tech. An excellent performance by both of their drivers. 0 kills for the side of Texas A&M. That might be the only round they've had so far where they didn't take a robot. Is that accurate? They did not take a robot kill?
They did not take a robot kill. VT's robots were just so good at
the sentry went down. I guess it doesn't count.
Well, no, the sentry actually was still alive for like a tiny second.
Oh my word.
It did not get knocked out entirely in that match.
Wow. Christian might be throwing us to a replay of the end of that match. That hero driving from Virginia Tech.
Yeah, it was absolutely
just
stellar.
Phenomenal. The hero for Texas A&M being credited with launching 142mm projectile.
Yep.
Ismi Barron,
jamming a little bit.
Yeah, Ismi Barron in YouTube chat cheering for his brother, telling him to bring it back. He's been in chat all week long. Thank you so much for being here, supporting your brother as he fights his way through on the team. Really, really grateful to have you here. That was a spicy match. Texas A&M, two of their bots performing relatively well. Their hero only firing 1 projectile, unfortunately. Here's that early start where Virginia Tech was able to just keep it level.
Yeah, look at his whole round right here. You know, I think this is where Virginia Tech being the aggressor here was really what sealed the deal, in my opinion, for Tamu. The minute that Virginia Tech was like, I'm willing to duel your standard, I'm willing to show that I can take out your standard, and they're kind of like baiting it out, taking some shots on the hero as well. And you really need a standard dip here if you're Tamu. You need to make sure that your standard is able to take out Virginia Tech standard and make sure that you're getting the first blood instead, because it's, again...
Oh, sorry, finish this up.
Yeah, because if Virginia Tech gets that first blood, as they do right here, you know, or they're about to soon after this, they're going straight for that base. It's a tried and true strategy for them. You know that they want it, so you have to do everything in your power to make sure that doesn't happen, right? There's one thing that I always see in Virginia Tech's games, that their hero is so, like, look at their hero right now. They're just standing there in that corner, just waiting, like a tiger about to pounce, you know? And so the best thing that you can do, in my opinion, is to try and push it out of its comfort zone. You know, get it into like line of sight with your standard by using your hero, maybe moving it around, trying to get in his way, doing anything you can just to like be the aggressor in the situation, because VT is definitely going to play aggressively against you, and you got to push them back and get pressure on them so they don't get it for free.
Texas A&M did have that slight advantage in Sentry health, right? But Virginia Tech has had a Sentry health disadvantage against pretty much every team they've played, which is something I want to bring up here at level 1, first minute of the game. Virginia Tech's standard peeks both sides of the wall, which is super traditional. I'd never even noticed it because it's what every team does to get poke damage down onto the Sentry. Virginia Tech doesn't care about poke damage down onto the Sentry. I'm wondering if being round 1, they were checking for Sentry functionality. I'm wondering if they were just peeking the wall to let the Sentry see them and see, is it going to fire projectiles? Because after you know that Sentry is effectively clawless, right? A toothless tiger, if you were. Virginia Tech now knows that their hero can go and post up any chance it gets in front of the Texas A&M base, and it only needs 7 seconds, probably at the longest, to take down an entire base.
No, exactly. And as we see here, you know, they start doing a ton of damage to the base over here. And at this point, you know, it's just an econ game. And Virginia Tech, while not like the greatest econ use in this particular match, they didn't really need to. You know, they were just so far ahead at this point that it didn't matter if they spent all their money on hero projectiles and missed a couple here and there.
This was this great play. Crazy from Texas A&M standard, going 1v3 and then running out of projectiles, unfortunately. But really impressive continued play from Texas A&M.
Texas A&M standard can do this. I think they can bring this back. You know, it is only 1-0, so Texas A&M does have another chance here to try and bring this back, win this round and the next one to stay in the loser's bracket. And I think Texas A&M standard driver and their standard in general is solid enough too. It's just a matter of, like, you know, you got to play more aggressive. You got to be willing to take the risk here, or you're forfeiting your tournament life essentially.
Unfortunately for Texas A&M, I think Virginia Tech has now seen that their tried and true favorite strategy works pretty well against Texas A&M.
It works incredibly well.
They don't even really have to be as concerned as other teams if that A&M Sentry starts firing projectiles in the next round, right? They would be concerned because it means the hero can't spend as long. But we've seen it. The Virginia Tech hero will just go behind your base. The Sentry's not checking back there. These Sentries usually lack object permanence, so they will know that you are right beside their base, but then when you disappear, there's no intelligent mind in the robot to anticipate that you're probably behind the base now. You're just gone. They can't see you anymore. John said he's late again. John, if you go to the live stream on YouTube, you can scroll back. You can just scroll back in the time and catch up on that first round if you would like for Texas A&M versus Virginia Tech.
Texas A&M over here also running out of physical projectiles, I think, was really crucial as well, because they were dueling and they were doing well. They could have knocked out Virginia Tech's hero then. That would have bought them some time at least to go take out the Sentry and then send their hero straight to the base and try and base rush at least a little bit. But, you know, it's just part of the game. You got to be ready to not only reload physically but also on the virtual side.
Yeah, keeping track of both of those is really tough. Most of these robots, all of these robots have an indicator of how many virtual projectiles they have left, but keeping track of the physical is tough. As we jump right into round 2, Texas A&M versus Virginia Tech.
Same strategy from the Texas A&M Sentry. The hero going first this time on Tamu's side. The standard maybe having an issue moving out of the base. You do not want to see that.
There's a hero projectile right on that corner. But now Texas A&M standard not going to have any projectiles. No. First blood in the first 15 seconds. And
VT's already at the base. VT's already there, but VT does
Texas
get knocked out.
Texas A&M's hero lands a shot. They take out Virginia Tech's hero.
Yeah, so not too far behind. Now, actually, this is actually quite even because neither of them have invulnerability anymore.
And now the hero for Texas A&M level 8, gaining so much experience, dealing so much damage. That was incredible. Texas A&M's hero bringing it back. Virginia Tech, the early aggression, taking advantage of the fact that A&M was struggling to get out of the base. And now VT starts chewing through the base, but A&M is doing the same. It's a hero-shielded base race.
Yeah, Texas A&M standard just doesn't seem to be able to move around very well, though. So, you know, you still got, if you're Texas A&M, you still have to worry about the standard coming in to take you out.
Texas A&M's hero doing a great job of staying objective focused. They've got to keep up with Virginia Tech if they're going to play a robot down, if they're going to play with a level disadvantage. Virginia Tech doing a good job of applying pressure now, keeping that base shield level. They're going to have the level advantage. Their standard playing a little bit more consistently here than Texas A&M's, who is still level 1.
Yeah. Tamu standard just like, it looks like it just can't seem to like get its drive complete. You know, I think maybe one of the wheels is maybe like out of sync or something.
Perhaps Virginia Tech taking advantage of that.
Leveling up their standard, leveling up their hero by just taking some kills
Both
for
teams,
free on there.
They were tied, but by the end of this sentence, one might have died.
VT
Dang,
running
it
out of
rhymed and
virtual.
everything.
VT running out of virtual projectiles. Tamu's lagging behind right now because their hero isn't, well now both of them are max level.
The standard for Virginia Tech is able to just post up in the middle of Texas A&M's base. That is really tough for Texas A&M. It gives them full vision, full knowledge of where all the bots are at. Texas A&M making a push on the base. It's got
running away from the base though to go stop Virginia Tech.
So good at landing these shots over another robot's head.
One more and it'll be over.
There it is! Virginia Tech lands the hero shot, and Texas A&M with 1.5 robots fall. Virginia Tech demonstrating that they are the king of the arena in hero-to-hero combat. You're not going to out-base race that Virginia Tech hero driver. This is his favorite strategy. You call them a bit of a one-trick. I don't even think it's an insult.
No,
he is redefining the hero meta in RMNA.
Absolutely, you know, Preston. That was an amazing play by VT. VT really incredibly excited and very happy about it. Popping off as well, 2-0.
Texas A&M now eliminated from the competition. A good run from that team. They made it quite far. Does that put them 4th?
Yes, that puts them at 4th place.
4th place. Honestly, a pretty traditional spot for Texas A&M. They've been hovering that 3rd and 4th place in 3v3 for many years now, often hoping and wishing that they can get the robot reliability that we all think is the only missing piece to be contesting for that #1 slot.
No, absolutely. We are by no means ashamed of Texas A&M right now. You know, great play from them as well. The standard malfunction was unfortunate in that last round. I really think that was the difference right there.
I am so impressed by Virginia Tech. That was incredible.
Yeah.
They have such good map awareness and game sense.
Capitalized so well on it.
Every advantage that A&M was willing to give them, Virginia Tech took and integrated seamlessly into their strategy. A&M said, hey, maybe we don't have a standard. And VT said, you sure don't. A&M standard didn't seem, I mean, maybe it had a wheel issue and was unable to drive well, but Virginia Tech kept it out of the resupply zone. If you can get to the resupply zone once as Texas A&M, you will auto-heal, you'll stay in the game longer, you'll start to, frankly, if they're just having drive issues, they could just fire from there. Wow. Yeah, John in the chat, proud of Texas A&M. Season isn't over. That's right. You can watch Texas A&M's aimbots continue their RoboMaster season in China, RMUC, come the end of July, beginning of August. Yeah, Virginia Tech season isn't over either, as they will go up against NUS for a chance for a very classic RMNA rematch of VT versus UW. NUS also looking for some redemption here. Really just a wonderful finish to this bracket.
Absolutely, you know, we got the top 3 teams here. We've got NUS, we've got UW in the winners side of Grand Finals, and now VT coming up to try and see if they can make it through. Both those teams are first. NUS trying to re-go, as you mentioned, to UW, and UW trying to show that they're still the champions no matter what.
Yeah, man, that Virginia Tech hero strat is strong. I'm so impressed and so excited to see how it stacks up again against NUS or UW.
Absolutely. I think we're going to take a quick 5 to 10 minute break as we go and make sure the teams are all ready and see what the schedule is going to be looking like going forward.
Yeah, reminder that these 4 teams, now 3 teams, are playing back-to-back matches. So we have to give them a little bit of time in between. That way each team has the same amount of robot repair time and prep time. At least I think it's a minimum of like 30 or 45 minutes to get ready for those next matches. So that grand finals will probably get pushed to 2:30.
Yeah. But I think we're still playing this next one, NUS versus VT at 1:30 p.m.
That's right. So 20-ish minutes, we'll be joining you back here live. Probably a different pair of commentators hopping in to guide you through NUS versus Virginia Tech.
Yeah. Sounds good, and we'll see you guys on the battlefield.
就班的按照自己的节奏，
但是重新建立了回来。
对，
再中！哇！
现在蓝方的这样一个劣势，
再中！第3发。
这个自定义控制器内置 IMU 传感器，由 IMU 传感器采集腰、皮肌肉这些欧拉角的变化，然后通过图传链路发送给我们的机器人的上层主板，然后通过这些数据来进行操作。
见蓝方的1号优秀机器人造成了一个击杀，并且获得了在中心增益点获得了2个血包。
中心增益点。
是的。
是尽量的减少红方哨兵的血量。
是的。你们看见。对的，造成了一个双杀。比赛还剩5秒钟。3、2、1，让我们恭喜
南方获得
胜利。
你好，我是来自东北联大学竞技机器人队的，我叫吴岳峰，是负责飞镖的机械部分。去年我们的目标就是通飞镖来击打强化站，今年我们的目标是更多的放在了用飞镖来击打基地。当然由于我们的那个测试场地比较有限，所以我们也一般就是等到晚上比较晚的找一个没有人的地方去测试我们的飞镖。我觉得就进比赛场馆，我记得有一幅海报，他说7分钟的飞时源于7000次的尝试。我觉得这句话就很符合飞镖的那个定义，因为飞镖的话，它其实它不像工程，不像步兵有那么稳定的一个效果。飞镖可能它就是运气成分占很大的程度，你可能这发中了，下发你就中不了，或者说你这发没中，下发就能中。所以它这个东西你很难说把它量化，但是就只有多试出最好的效果，然后把它带到赛场上。我从大1开始，今年是第3年，它已经成为我这个大学生活的一部分了吧，可能已经不可或缺了。
我叫尹浩宇，我是24战队队长，然后现任是3号步兵操作手。困难那可是太多了，感觉最大的困难还是在于规则在变动吧。这边战队一直都是自己去找问题，自己去进步，很难说就是有人去硬性要求你。我们也是说把这个人员最大利用化一下，所以后期就是我们人员这边分配上比较合理，才能说以我们这种小团队的能力做到最大程度的努力吧。
我是陈立峰，是2023赛季浙江大学 Hello World 战队的队长。今年首先无人机是一个非常大的突破，今年无人机加上了机动枪管，我们还给它加上了自瞄。
南方是呼叫了空中支援啊，看看能不能在这个时间点先压制一波强战血量，或者说直接打爆。
我是李启顿，来自浙江大学的航天学院。我是负责无人机的机械工作。去年一个比较明显的问题是无人机的动力系统冗余过大，冗余过大的话就会导致飞机超重，所以今年选择了一款就是更加适合无人机的动力系统。首先跟调研也有关系，就是我们参加分区赛的时候，首先试飞了一下我们的飞机，在试飞的时候发现飞机的动力似乎有点过于冗余了，就是飞机降落之后，飞机的电机甚至还是冰的，然后我们觉得这有点不太合理。然后在调研了一些其他学校方案之后，我们发现我们电机不太选型不够科学。还有一个进步可能是我们对那个飞机的弹路进行了优化，然后让飞控安装的位置更加合理。后来就是在今年这个赛季刚开始的时候，我们决定就是要修改那个弹仓的位置，然后花了大概1个月的时间，就是画好了新飞机的模型。后来再进行了少量的测试。
大家好，我叫刘新豪，我是太原科技大学的 NewMaker 战队的英雄机械。其实我们还是传统的下弓弹英雄，但是它的底盘的自信悬挂跟去年相比，我认为效果更好一点，打得更准。今年也是传承学长的更多的测试，然后才敢在场上远距离吊射基地。其实我们机械结构在家里训练了4、5周，该出的问题都已经解决了，然后到场上就不会有那么多磕磕碰碰掉东西啥的。
这边英雄完成一波飞坡，他能不能成为救世主呢？1000点的血量差距。
我叫田硕，是太原科技大学机械大师 NewMaker 战队的一名英雄操作手，同时兼英雄的机械。
稍微有一点极限，还剩下最后的10秒钟。南方这边也是无人机，无人机已经起飞了，双方的血量
99790，
就差一点点，挨不挨得及啊？
南方能不能去换对方基地？换不了了，比赛结束，让我们恭喜东方太原科技大学。
这场比赛我们最后是以50滴血量的微弱优势取得了胜利。那种情况下，我当时就在想，我必须得把对面基地磨下来，要不然这把就输了。因为那个哨兵1000血的话，光靠2步兵，那么一点时间是磨不掉的，根本没有取胜的可能。我就得用那个大弹丸去打基地的上装甲，这才是获胜的唯一可能。当时操作的时候也是挺稳的，但是操作下来，比赛结束之后，手一离开鼠标就整个手腿就抖得不行。打小组赛的时候，英雄的电容就是在第2场掉线了，就是整局没有电容，那个攻击就很慢，甚至爬坡都很难。然后在场下的时候，我就会跟他们说电容什么时候掉的，然后那个 UI 的状态是什么样的，以及那个车的状态，来分析问题，然后找问题，见识到更强的队伍，才能发展自己的战队，然后从而让自己更强大。
叫洪任新，我是上海工程技术大学木源 Bodyboard 的队长，我在队里负责队内管理、运营、进度管理和超级电容的研发。就是今年有很大的突破，靠我们队伍有一个很强的凝聚心吧。每天晚上熬夜修车，就可能是最大的挫折吧。但是最后结果是好的，就是好的。在16进8或者8进4，前2年都会碰到一些很强的队伍，然后都会差一步，然后踏进更高一步的排名。其实我已经在这个队里3年了，然后有很多老队员离开，有很多新队员加入，但是这个过程中，老队员会一直帮助我们很多东西，然后就让我们队伍越来越壮大，然后越来越有凝聚力。
大家好，我是来自上海工程技术大学木源战队的1号操作手周雨欣，我是今年才刚刚入队的。因为在高中的时候，一个偶然的机会，能够线下去感受到了 RM 的氛围，所以就一直抱着对 RM 的期待来到了大学，并且一直在为能够进入 RM 的赛场而努力。我觉得这是我所喜欢的比赛，喜欢的事情，所以我会一直做下去的。我们的战队其实相对于其他老牌强队来说，是一支比较新的战队，所以进去之后能够感受到所有的东西处于一个上升期。我们作为新队员，其实还是需要更加的努力，让我们的队伍能够走得越来越稳。
大家好，我是东南大学 4IC 战队的队长肖浩宇。我们队伍从15年建队到现在已经有8年了。21年我们拿了一个中部分区赛的殿军，我们全国赛由于疫情被挡在了深圳的春节体育馆外面。接着22年，由于队里的一些问题，包括我们自己做的不够稳定，22年也输得比较惨烈。然后希望他们上过赛场之后，带着这股冲劲，再一届一届的传下去吧。首先，我觉得我们的队伍的凝聚力会比去年更高一些。然后其次呢，就是我们把稳定性这个问题虽然没有很好的解决，但是我可以说解决了个60%左右吧。我们现在基本上摸索出了一条做新技术的一个路线，就是从我们的制定这个预案到研发，最后到上车，再到最后调试。然后现在我们基本上把这个路线摸清楚了。
我是来自南京航空航天大学长空御风战队的项管项安黎。说到队史，就必须提一下我们的老队长，建立我们长空御风战队的一个老学长，他是16级的研究生，然后他是一手把我们这个战队建立起来，然后就他制定了一套我们完整的培训体系，然后还有一些精神的内核吧。每一个年级联系都非常的多，像我们今天就来了特别多的同学，有上至16级的，下至22年级的，就是从创队历史到现在，就所有年级的都在。21年的时候，就是一个断代比较严重的年，然后当时就是输得比较惨，心里也有很多不甘心。然后当时我是大2嘛，然后大4就回来就继续带队了。就是每一个机器人相比于之前都有不小的进步吧。
我是来自南京航空航天大学长空御风战队的队长蔡志豪。要去控制一个物体去空间中的旋转，你靠用遥控去控制各个关节转动，这很不直观的。 但是如果你能够通过一些运动学结算方法，然后给它统一到关键电机上，就有一种把矿石拿在手上的一种感觉，减少操作手的负担，使得操作手的这个操作更容易上手。是大二开始参赛了，现在也是大4。当我踏入这个赛场的时候，当那个现场的氛围就已经深深的感染我。这种比赛所带给我来的很多这种非常有实际意义的这种收获啊，我觉得。RoboMaster 的有一句话说得很好，98%的队伍在这里被打败，然后变得更强。我觉得这句话也深深激励我，就是暂时的技不如人并不可怕。我觉得知耻而后勇，方为丈夫。
参赛队前往检录前需自行检查好所有裁判系统固件是否为最新版本，机器人图传发送端是否激活，机器人图传基带是否升级成功。检录仅会检查相应模块版本情况，不会帮参赛队进行升级。最大初始尺寸为机器人变形前的尺寸，任意形态下满足该机器人对应初始尺寸即可。最大伸展尺寸为机器人变形后的最大尺寸，检录以机械结构能够延展的最大尺寸为判定标准，电控能延展的最大尺寸不作为最大伸展尺寸的判定标准。以 logo 的中心点正下方14.5毫米处为球心，70毫米半球内无电磁屏蔽材料。电源管理模块各状态指示灯不被遮挡。装甲模块需要稳固地安装在底盘上。3v3 对抗赛机器人 ID 需与装甲贴纸保持一致，步兵对抗赛的机器人 ID 均为5号，可不与贴纸一致。机器人需要按照制作规范中的要求进行接线，检录处会对接线规范进行检查。场地交互模块事关比赛重要机制，前往检录前请自行确认功能是否完好，避免现场更换造成检录时间浪费。请勿抵住装甲模块，以免造成装甲模块不必要的损坏。如测速模块安装规范示意图所示，以 logo 位置为球心，直径50毫米内不允许使用易被磁化的物质、铁骨镍制品和图传模块发送端散热风扇、工业相机机身等。直径100毫米内不允许使用除相机图传模块、工业相机机身以外的含有磁性的物质。校准时，旋转速度越慢，校准速度越快。场地交互模块异常将影响比赛正常进程，请慎重安装。自定义控制器需使用正规厂家生产的电池。单个机器人外观上必须带有2个己方学校校徽或队徽，分别贴在不同方向。不得设计或使用尖锐结构，以防造成场地破坏和人员伤害。机器人外观的光泽度不得大于30 GS。
个攻势趋势非常的迅猛，又是我们的蓝方再次拿下人头，又被蓝方击杀了。这局比赛节奏是完全由蓝方掌控着。我们恭喜蓝方浙江大学哈喽的战队获得本局比赛的胜利。好的，经过这么长时间一个对峙，我们红方率先拿下1血，红方仍然是趁着这个势头乘胜追击，再次拿下人头。我们看到红方现在是
蓝方的哨兵的血量在大幅度下降，拿下双杀。
红方成功拿下蓝方的哨兵，这个马上对着基地就开始攻击。
我们可以看见蓝方的基地在快速掉血，马上将被摧毁。
但是还有一点点，好的，让我们恭喜红方中国矿业大学酷乐战队获得本次比赛的冠军。
恭喜电子科技大学！我拿我不要走，就能打！我们明年
我觉得他们能够仅仅的是从喜欢变成热爱这个过程，实际上这就是一个很大的成长。
大家好，我是 RoboMaster 组委会规则组的代表，今天就由我来为大家介绍一下 RoboMaster 超级对抗赛2024赛季的规则改动。这就是 RoboMaster 2024赛季机甲大师超级对抗赛的比赛场地。24赛季对于场地的主要修改在于修改了场地的拓扑结构。不难看出，在保留了中央主要通路的同时，红蓝方环形高地内部各自打通了一条狭窄的隧道。这条隧道直接连接了双方的基地区和中央荒地区，隧道可以通行的尺寸略小于步兵机器人的初始尺寸。也就是说，如果机器人本身足够小型化，或者具有变形等等足以通过狭窄隧道的能力，那么队伍在进攻的时候就可以利用这条通路显著缩短自身队伍的补给线，以利用这条隧道发起源源不断的攻势。与此同时，我们降低了公路区整体的高度，也取消了飞坡起点附近公路的围挡。这意味着，如果机器人拥有攀越或者跳跃等等对具有高低差地形的适应能力，那么公路区对于这部分机器人来说将会天堑变通途。相应的，3号梯形高地以及飞坡落点附近的结构和位置也都相应进行了调整，这拓宽了飞坡落点附近路径选择的多样性。也就是说，在24赛季，拥有能够从公路区发起突袭能力的机器人将会更具有威胁性。总体来说，24赛季的场地为能够适应各种特殊地形的机器人提供了充足的想象空间。如果队伍拥有足够的技术能力，那么24赛季的场地将不再是一条主要通路加一条飞坡通路的传统结构，而是2条甚至3条可以自由选择的路线。那么期待各个战队利用这些全新的路径，在24赛季打出更加富有变化的对局。接下来是工程机器人和经济体系的修改。首先可以看到的是，机械爪不再存在，大资源岛也由原来的开放式结构变为了现在的半封闭式的结构。矿石由空接的形式变为了提前放置于大资源岛内部。工程机器人需要在并不宽阔的大资源岛通道内避开障碍物，精准地将矿石取出。与此同时，兑换站也将进行相应的调整，在保留难度自选形式的前提下，我们会提高最高等级难度兑换的实际难度，以及工程机器人在兑换的时候，如果速度过慢，那么最终它即使兑换成功，实际得到的金币值也会有一定程度的衰减。这些无疑对工程机器人在不同场景下的通用性和速度都提出了更高的要求。那么相应的，工程机器人的伸展尺寸将会略微增大， 在兑换区也会获得100%的防御增益。各个难度的金矿石的基础价值将会提高100金币。我们也不同程度地降低了远程兑换弹丸、血量以及兑换立即复活的金币花费。那么，期待大家同自定义控制器一起，做出适应更多复杂场景、更加灵活的工程机器人。接下来要讲到的是哨兵的相关改动，以及我们对于机器人操作方式的革新。总体上，哨兵在24赛季将会拥有更充分的自主决策权利。在24赛季，哨兵的初始发能量将会下降，但是己方的能量机关激活点以及整个环形高地都将被视为哨兵巡逻区。同时，哨兵也可以和普通步兵一样，自主的选择去往补血点恢复血量或购买允许发能量，在被击毁后也可以自动复活，甚至是花费金币兑换立即复活。如此一来，哨兵就可以承担更多的队内职责，在算法允许的情况下，也可以更好的和其他人类操作手相互协同。当然，如果哨兵还没有能力完成以上所提到的所有的任务，我们也提供了一条备选方案。云台手可以通过在客户端向哨兵发送信息的方式干预哨兵的所有行动。当然，这种干预并不是没有代价的。云台手每向哨兵发送一条信息都会花费50金币。也就是说，在24赛季，如果己方的哨兵非常的人工智能，而对方的哨兵频频的智能人工，那么己方相对于对方来说将会拥有充足的经济优势。还不仅如此，在24赛季中，我们将会引入一种全新的机器人控制方式，我们称其为半自动控制。在3分钟准备阶段，操作手可以选择传统控制方式或者半自动控制方式。如果选择后者，在正式进入比赛后，客户端将不再提供机器人的第一人称视角画面，而是提供类似云台手一样的大地图视角。操作手可以选择在地图上指示点位，或者通过事先约定的通信协议向机器人发送信息的方式间接的控制机器人。显然，这种半自动控制的类型相比于第一人称视角的身临其境，操作手更像是一类指挥官式的角色。它不能微操机器人的具体行动，只能向机器人发出指令，做出决策。类似瞄准对方特定机器人，或者让机器人平移5米这样的指令，在操作手发出后，都将依赖机器人本体的功能自主完成。这对于机器人的机械控制和算法系统的协调一致以及稳定性都提出了非常高的挑战。有挑战自然有收获。如果选择半自动控制方式，则步兵和英雄机器人在整局比赛中都将额外获得100%的经验。工程机器人如果选择半自动控制方式，那么它会额外获得50%的金币。同时，在工程机器人兑换的时候，客户端会临时给予工程机器人传统控制链路的权限，以帮助工程使用自定义控制器完成高难度的兑换。除了以上主要内容外，其他的规则内容也进行了一些改动，接下来就由我来带大家梳理一下。首先，雷达的高亮机制将加强为1伤，被对方雷达准确标记的机器人受弹丸的伤害将会增加。雷达也将拥有有限次数的机会，可以自主选择将这个1伤的效果翻倍，以帮助队伍更好的激活特定机器人。小能量机关和大能量机关的经验加成将会增加，同时大能量机关的攻击力增益将会随着所激活环数的提高获得更加高额的加成。最高如果能够激活50环，攻击力增益将会达到恐怖的500%。补给站能够提供的实体弹丸数量将由1500锐减至400。也就是说，在24赛季，大家需要着手解决步兵机器人的小弹丸来源问题，以不至于陷入在赛中无小弹丸可打的窘境。机动发射机构的概念将会取消，此后这个额外的发射机构将会成为空中机器人的固有发射机构。整个经验体系和性能体系都得到了一次小的重做，弹速优先不再存在。同时，经验体系的最高等级从3级变为了10级，这样在比赛中获取经验以及机器人实际战斗力提升的曲线都会变得更加平滑。当然，还有更多的一些细节不会在这里体现。更多赛事资讯，还请大家关注 RoboMaster 官网的发布信息。 无论是工程机器人处理的多种工矿场景，还是场地中充满挑战的复杂地形，我们一路走来，通过对机械、嵌入式、算法等领域的探索，引导同学们真正解决机器人在工业和生活实际场景中面临的问题。我们需要真正以一个工程师的身份去看待和研究问题， 让机器人拥有充足的稳定性和复杂场景适应能力，将理想付诸实践，将热爱传递进步，用行动挑战极致。转眼间 ，RoboMaster 已经走过了10年。10年来 ，RoboMaster 不断陪伴、见证着无数青年工程师的成长。从当初简单的自主移动打靶的课题设置，到现在7v7复杂空地协同的赛事规则；从最开始对于赛事直播中机器人血条呈现的探索，到现在对机器人实时动作展示的画面表达；从第1年参与比赛的600人，到现在遍及世界的5万名青年工程师。赛场在不断的升级，同学们的技术在不断的迭代，热爱与梦想也在不断的汇聚。我们此刻依然坚持着初心，希望越来越多的青年工程师在这里通过自己的双手，在实践中收获成长，成为未来国家科技发展的坚实助力，并且能与每一位参与过、见证过机甲大师的你，秉持那一份不断追求、勇于探索的初心，将理想握在自己的手里。
经过了3次迭代，就是我们现在的平衡步兵。
我们是把这个机器人简化成了一个模型，就是它是一个弹簧加一个质量块，这样子的话，我们就研究这个弹簧它的固有频率之类的象性来进行控制，对这个它会分阶段进行建模，来获得每个阶段该执行的策略。
比赛开始，这是 BO2的第2场，由红方 TDT 战队对战我们的蓝方 Iris 战队。
好的，双方哨兵依旧采取一个前压，红方东北大学哨兵卡住了，这是蓝方的一次机会啊！来看双方在中场进行了一波平衡步兵的9击为1，
是的，
蓝方3号步兵的掉血速度也不慢，那么双方正在进行火拼。
蓝方的1号英式机人白
蓝方3号步兵要被击杀，恭喜东北大学哨兵拿下1血。
机人都有一个等级的压制，这对蓝方来说并不是好消息。
杀了蓝方的1号英雄，并且对3号步兵也展开一次进攻。
是的，可以看到他们现在进攻非常猛烈，直接将我们的蓝方3步击变成非常漂亮的双杀，击打非常的准。背后的1发2中，1发2发，每发都打在我们的心上。
还没有，比赛还没结束，恭喜东北大学拿下本场胜利。
我觉得这和 RM 还挺像。同样的团队协作，同样的防守，同样的进攻。
角度用的还行，是啊，飞得挺稳，轨迹慧眼的角度对的还可以。
它这个上面显示的就是飞机飞行的轨迹。
对，这是之前的轨迹了。
啊。
对，现在就按照这个轨迹。大家好，我是 DJI 的算法工程师卡森毛，也是雾3的定位算法模块负责人。当时第一次知道我要做雾3这个项目的时候，心里非常激动，也很惊喜，因为我在想，我第一次来大疆要做的第一个项目，竟然就是雾3这么酷、这么帅的一个系列的产品。记得我第一次看到雾3这个产品的时候，就是我们当时的一个小 demo 的时候，我就被它震撼到了，因为它的外形已经非常酷，然后就像一只展翅的雄鹰一样。当我第 第一次看到它变形的时候，就感觉这只鹰像活了一样，非常的帅。对我来说比较困难的一件事就是，在设计553这个产品的航点功能和轨迹复演功能的时候，需要我们定位算法模块提供一个稳定的飞机的航向和我们的位置，这么一个需求。但是我们当时遇到的一个困难是在这个航点飞行这个模式下，和我们普通用户手动拍摄这个模式下，我们要提供这个航向的准确性有一些冲突后来我们是经过了一些算法的重新设计和测试，然后最终把我们这个2个模式下对航向精度的要求都达到了我们想要预期的要求。最有自豪感的一点就是我们经过了比较长的研发周期和遇到的各种困难，最终我们都是把它克服，然后实现了我们最终想要的这种产品效果，然后做到了稳定的性能交付。
走，吃饭。行。测试这个机器，可能他们也要负责去。就是我们专门有个部门去负责飞机的。
其实来到 DJI 的 RMNA 会比其他同学要多一份熟悉感和亲切感。其实我们当时参赛的时候，其实每个同学和自己的研发的机器人都是形影不离的然后我们来到这里工作的时候，其实也是每个人基本上人手一台机器，然后放在自己的工位旁边，然后不断的调试，不断的测试。对，其实跟我们在做比赛的时候差不多。现在参与到每一个项目中，就像我们之前在比赛的时候每一次上赛场一样，只不过当时我们面对的是赛场上的对手，而现在面对的是我们所有的用户。
来2个月了，感觉怎么样？
大家好，我是牛景鹏，现在在大疆做算法工程师。我是去年通过 RM 专属招聘通道进入大疆的。
你教这点啥？
我觉得参加 RM 的话，首先在技术上得到了一个非常大的锻炼，它给我们提供了一个学以致用的机会。然后除此之外呢，在非技术上，我们也学会了怎么去在一个团队里面找到自己的定位，去和自己的队友一起去技术攻关，去实现技术突破。参加 RM 呢，也让我认识了很多志同道合的朋友，他们也是我在这个比赛里面得到的非常重要的一笔财富。来到大疆之后呢，我觉得身边的同事都非常厉害，他们工作都很认真负责，专注于把自己负责的部分去做到最好，做到极致。来到 DJI 之后，我也发现身边的同事很多都是参加过 RM 比赛的伙伴，这样我觉得有回到赛场的感觉，和大家一起拼搏奋斗。
之前参赛的经验其实对我们现在的工作有很大的帮助，因为在当时做比赛的时候，我们整体从一个团队的人，从一个产品的想法，一直到它的一些设计方案，最终到设计方案的敲定，然后一直再到我们亲自动手把它实现出来，把它组装出来，然后最终到我们的调试，然后调试到一个我们想要的完美的性能。对，这个整个过程，其实在我们现在工作过程中，这个流程也是非常的相似的。然后之前的一些经验，包括一些合作的经验，包括一些遇到困难解决困难的经验，其实对我们现在工作来说都有非常大的帮助。
Inspire 3 right now. 多年以来 ，Inspire 不断突破边界，在全球电影片场大放异彩。现在 ，Inspire 全面革新，再次刷新航拍工业标准，一体化 8K 空中电影机 DJI Inspire 3正式降临。
雾3发布之后，我的内心是非常激动又非常期待的。因为终于能把我们经过漫长的研发过程做出来这个产品，交给用户去使用，然后也看到网上很多用户的好评，然后看到他们说雾3的性能多么好，画质多么好，我就也是更加感觉非常自豪，也非常有幸能够参与到这个项目过程中，当然也非常期待后面能够看到用雾3拍出来的更多的好的影视作品，包括好的更美的画面。参加RMNA比赛这一年，给我最大的感触就是，这不简简单单的是一个比赛在这个过程中，就像我们是真正的参与到了一个产品的研发过程每一次的上场，每一次的比赛，就像是我们的产品要受到用户的检验一样。
大家好，我是加碧，我现在 DJI 是做算法工程师，是在飞行系统定位相关的一些算法。对，然后我之前很早的时候，大概在2015年也参加过第1届的 RoboMaster 的比赛。我们可能面对的开发的项目的实体也不一样，比如说 RMNA 是可能我们更关注车，然后我们进到 DJI 过后是在飞行系统做的是飞机，但是具体的落地的产品不一样，但是竞赛带给我们更多的是一种团队合作的一个氛围，一个让自己怎么去和他人沟通，怎么去把控这个进度，一个对于项目，对于做技术的一个态度，能够在比赛中，我觉得能够带给我们真实的体验。
大家好，我是 RMNA， 我现在在 DJI 是一名算法工程师，然后我现在是景鹏的 mentor。因为我之前其实是有提前了解到，他是通过我们 RMNA 那个渠道招聘进来的。在上手工作的过程中，我觉得他的一个速度是一个比较快的一个过程。在培养他的过程中，就是我其实几乎不需要特别多的那个去做特别详细的一些指导。景鹏在做这些那个测试的时候，就发现那个功能上面会有一些那个比较细小的问题，他都能够把这些问题那个认真的给它挑出来，然后去做一个逐个的一个优化。DJI 的这个飞机就是起飞的架次的话，可能非常的多。就是如果你就是只满足于比如说一个60%、70%、80%一个成功率的话，那么其实就是我们的飞机的话，就是故障率的话还会变得非常的高。就所以说我们 DJI 就提倡一个那个积极进制，把一个东西给做到一个极致。但我感觉那个景鹏应该是一来就具备这样一个意识，我觉得这也是一个非常不错的一个点。
在 RoboMaster 这个环境里面锻炼的这个团队意识，就大家一起针对一个工作进行，或者说针对一个复杂的问题进行一些分工，然后把复杂的问题拆解成简单的问题。在实际的工作当中，我们无论是某个产品还是某个技术难题，它都是一个复杂的工作。然后我要负责做的事情，可能就是针对这些问题做一些分析，然后和我的小伙伴一起。和我的团队一起把它拆解成简单的问题，然后各个击破，按照一定的节奏去做产品的交付，或者技术的攻关，或者是一些质量的保障。
最近我发现，其实研究生的同学做 RM 可能更多的是把知识和实际的问题相结合。那这种把工程问题和研究成果，或者说我在学校里面学到的一些比较前沿的知识相结合解决具体问题的这种经验，其实在学校里面也比较难得。对，因为你像来大疆的时候，其实我们也是把前沿的技术做成我们的产品，然后卖给我们的客户。那这个技术怎么跟工程更好的结合起来，做成一个大家喜欢的产品？那这件事情其实更多的是靠你的工程能力。那工程能力的锻炼，其实在 RM 的比赛也好，在我们的这个夏令营也好，其实都是很棒的一个机会。
同学们，我想告诉你们的是就是当你们像我一样进入公司以后，仍然可能感受到现状和自己梦想的现实有一些落差。 在这样的时候呢，其实我仍然希望你们保持对梦想的热爱和对梦想的追寻，因为世界终将是你们的，美好的未来也需要你们去实现。其实在这里我有个祝福啊，其实我想祝福大家永远保持对世界的热爱与好奇，然后永远保持对让这个世界发生更美好改变的善良的初心。
大疆的梦想起源于对天空和飞翔的向往。我们把自己的总部大楼命名为天空之城，它象征着一座精神家园，也是大疆人全新的梦想基地。
我第一次听到天空之城这个名字，就让我联想到我和 Frank 都非常熟悉的宫崎骏的《天空之城》这个动画，它可能代表的是一种非常有人情味的一个科幻，它也象征了大疆对着天空的向往。可能前几个比较早期的方案，从我们一些堆叠的积木方案，都有这种和天空的联系，也都有这种悬浮或者漂浮的感觉。我想这个建筑结构最大的特点就是它的悬挑系统，这是一个为大疆量身定制的一个空间系统。
这种悬挑系统的结构设计非常难实现，落地的核心筒需要承担所有的荷载，因此我们采用了钢结构支撑加强的设计。考虑到悬浮的体块最大挑出21.5米，我们在其顶部设置了悬挂横架，令它可以安全地附着于核心筒上。
从最上面的这些试飞空间，让同事们能够灵活地去测试、创造，到下面悬挑或者吊着的这些办公空间，非常的灵活通透。
值得一提的是，我们打造了一座轻盈的高空连桥。抛物线的几何形态、拉锁节点等，都有很多设计细节。我们还通过设置导流孔、透风栏杆等方式，确保了桥梁的分振稳定，最终呈现了独特的连桥形态。
这个连桥连接了塔楼与塔楼，也连接了人与人，也是从一个以人为本、连接自然的一个出发点。这种理念也体现在大堂的设计上，你能够看到它的自然、简约、通透，它没有任何额外的装饰，更像是一个博物馆或者是美术馆。我们在体块之间也穿插了几个空中花园，让我们的员工有更多亲近自然的机会，能够接近阳光，能够摸到植物，能够在这工作休息，也提供了更多元化的一些空间让员工来选择。我们在这里创造了一个好的工作环境、生活环境，对城市也是友善的，因为我们。
Hey everybody, welcome back. Thank you for your continued patience. Preston here, one of the commentators for the event, and I'm joined with Keegan from Texas Aimbots. Keegan, go ahead, introduce yourself, what you do on the team, and what your role was here at Comp.
Howdy y'all, my name's Keegan, and I'm the captain of Texas A&M RoboMasters. Sorry about that. I'm just really excited to be here, and I think that we did really good this year.
Yeah, y'all now finished in 4th place. Really exciting matches around your whole tournament, right? Your 1v1, your 3v3. A couple questions for you guys. You're in a unique position, right? So you finished your 4v4 performance here. Sorry, your 4th place of 3v3 performance here, but that's not the end of your RoboMaster season?
Yeah, I'm really excited. So later on this year, we're going to go to China, and I think we're going to do really well. I'm really excited for the other robots we've been building, and we've learned a lot from this competition. I'd say this was definitely a really great learning experience, and we've learned a lot of new members involved, new drivers, and I'm just excited.
Yeah, I agree 100%. Thank you so much, Kat, for helping us with the sound. Twitch chat is saying if you could turn down the music just a little bit on the Twitch side, they would love that. Thank you. Additionally, so you guys have built other robots. For those who might not be as familiar, our RMNA audience, RMUC is up to 7 versus 7 robots. Only like 2 or 3 of those robots are even seen in RMNA competition. You've got an engineer bot y'all have been working on, as well as y'all had a Dart robot that you've been working on, and 2 additional standards that you've been working on, right? So the team is much, much larger. You've had to split and cover 2 comps this year. Can you kind of talk pros and cons? You've already talked a little bit maybe about the practice it gave you.
Yeah, I would say we've definitely been splitting a lot of our attention to our other robots, such as our aerial, our Dart, and our engineer, as well as some other robots, and we've been upscaling how many standards we're building this year. It's definitely a huge shift in our focus from previous years at RMNA, but I think we're cooking. Yeah.
Glad to hear it, glad to hear it. And then I'm just so excited for you guys. This will be the first time that Texas A&M has returned to China since 2019. Can you talk a little bit about the anticipation? I know from my time on the team, there were at least 2 years where the team tried, initially planned on going to China, and then either obviously issues with COVID or cost or robots prevented the team from going. Can you talk a little bit about the excitement and the path that you all have had getting there this year?
Oh yeah, it's been a lot of effort. It's definitely a huge financial commitment, and it's a huge time commitment. However, I think that we did really well. We exceeded our budget by several folds. We've upscaled our members. We've pushed production way faster, and just the management this year has been really great. And yeah.
Awesome, awesome, awesome. And then, you know, if you want to give some shout outs to your team members back home, obviously Texas A&M, I think actually one of the largest member-sized teams. We only have a couple minutes left here before we jump into our match. So go ahead, say your thank you, say your hellos, anyone that you want to shout out to before we jump into the game.
Of course, and obviously we didn't perform as well as we wanted to this year at RMNA, but I'm really excited for what we're going to do in China. I'm excited for our new members. We overhauled our leadership team mostly. I think we're going to do really great things in China, and it was very exciting coming here. Thanks to all the event coordinators for running such a smooth competition, following to the schedule really well, organizing it really well. Shout out to Isaac. Also, a lot of the new teams like SFU and Queens Robotics, they're doing amazing for their first year back.
Yeah, agreed. And then thank you guys, Keegan. I know as a Texas A&M alum, I give you all a bit of a hard time for your robot performance throughout this competition. But like I said in y'all's Discord, and I want to echo here, each of your bots has had at least a round where it performed extremely well. You now have a month or 2 before China. I'm so proud of you guys for making it to China. I know that was, you told me the goal of the team was to make it to China to be able to pass that final assessment. It's much more difficult for RMUC than it is in RMNA, and get a team that's able to go with the robots that are able to go. So congratulations on accomplishing that. Looking forward to watching you guys in Shenzhen.
Yeah, thank you so much.
Thank you.
Have a great day.
All right, chat, check it out. On the field, only a minute and 30 seconds left to go before NUS versus Virginia Tech. The winner will face the University of Washington in the winner's bracket. The loser will be our 3rd place team for RoboMasters Colorado 2024. It's going to be Preston and Steven joining you for this match. Steven, this is, I mean, obviously it's the penultimate game of the tournament.
It is.
And rightfully so. I mean, you see extra robots on the side of the field for both teams here. That extra hero, which is just crazy for Virginia Tech. They are not willing to play a hero down, rightfully so. An extra standard on the side of NUS with the ability to switch their strategy from standard hero to standard. This is a first for RMNA. I don't think we've ever had 8 robots brought to the field for a 3v3. I'm so proud of these teams. They've done so well, and now we'll see what they've got against each other.
It is absolutely insane the amount of preparation that both of these teams have put into this competition. I've mentioned before how I follow a lot of the teams on social media. VT actually posted an image on their Instagram, and it showed a lineup of like 8-9 robots. I went through and counted all the speed monitors, and I saw two. I actually saw 2 42mm speed monitors. I was like, hold on, they have 2 heroes, and then they have a plethora of standards. These teams, they come prepared. They're not leaving anything to chance in this oh-so-critical match for 3rd place. Sorry, the loser will take 3rd place. The winner will go on to face UW in the grand finals. This is a do-or-die match.
It is. Yeah, and being a true double elimination bracket, the winner of this match does have an option to be the winner of the entire competition. The loser will take 3rd. It will be best of 3 all the way to the end. If you've watched some of our past years, you might be expecting us to switch to a BO5 format, but in 4 seconds, we'll dive right into best of 3. Let's go, Virginia Tech versus NUS.
NUS being the first out of the gate. Virginia Tech getting stuck on the bump with that standard.
Uh-oh, NUS also struggling with their hero to get over the bump.
Virginia Tech hero in the bottom right there, or in the bottom left of that right screen, not moving, now spinning a little bit, but not leaving the base at all.
NUS using that advantage in speed that they had and absolutely melting as NUS's Sentry unloads 75 projectiles here.
Critically, that Virginia Tech hero trying to hide behind the base to prevent giving over those free XP and levels to NUS, but NUS
chasing the hero all the way behind the base, taking damage from the Sentry.
And now the NUS Sentry
combat
on the side of Virginia Tech, but Virginia Tech Sentry fighting back, taking down the NUS Sentry and destroying it.
Blue Standard 4 helping out, I believe, from above. There you see him zoom down. He was hiding behind the barricade. The Sentry and Blue Standard 4 working in tandem. Virginia Tech Sentry once again providing that 2v1 that we saw in their previous match.
And now Blue Standard 1, that Virginia Tech hero loaded up with 15 projectiles, heading straight for the NUS base.
Whoa!
Running into the bump.
VT, a huge jostle there. Trying to do a Beyblade on top of the bump. He's taken out by NUS.
NUS doing an excellent job defending against that push from VT. Now sending their own team forward onto the NUS side, taking shots at the Virginia Tech base, chunking through its virtual shield.
NUS is trying to VT. They're chewing through the shield. They're ignoring the Sentry. A bit of a lull here.
Hero now getting back to its resupply zone, going to heal up. It still has 15 projectiles.
15 projectiles.
It can chunk through that NUS base if it can get over there.
Twice. It could chunk through that base twice. That's so many hero shots.
But NUS waiting right in front of that hero. As soon as it leaves that resupply zone, they will engage it. But NUS does not have any projectiles. They have not purchased
the 3-minute mark hits. They did a great job bluffing there. Virginia Tech had projectiles, had the time. They were not able to take advantage of that moment. As NUS now fully loaded.
Both heroes
they
loaded
need
up
to
with those
defend their
42mm
base,
projectiles. It will be a base race. NUS trying to jump through it.
Base race VT.
They are base racing VT.
9,
this is going to come down to the wire.
3, 1.
And the Virginia Tech hero goes down.
It's Virginia Tech.
Incredible. The Virginia Tech hero went down at the very end, but it was able to fire off one last projectile to destroy the NUS base.
I believe they started that base race with 100 HP or something on the shield of the side of Virginia Tech.
Look at those stats. 395 health left on the VT base. 2 42mm projectiles. You can see on the side of NUS 19 projectiles, 42mm projectiles launched. Only 10 to VT. VT was very efficient, taking down the NUS Sentry with their own Sentry with the assistance from their standard, and then sending their hero straight to the NUS base and chunking it out very quickly.
So that difference there in hero projectiles is going to be the change in strat. So Virginia Tech actually kind of switching strategies with NUS that game. Virginia Tech killing off the Sentry, allowing them to only use 10 hero projectiles to take down the base, while NUS fought right on through the shield, taking that Virginia Tech playbook and using 19 hero projectiles to do so. I believe the residual shield, the difference between victory and defeat in round 1 for NUS.
Definitely, that played a factor. And critically, that Virginia Tech hero not functioning at the beginning of the match. He was trying to hide behind his own base. The NUS standard coming over and sniffing him out, though, getting those early level advantage. finally, Virginia Tech getting able to go to the resupply zone, purchasing those 17mm, 42mm projectiles, and chunking through the base. NUS almost BT'd VT.
That was so close. We're getting a lot of activity. Thanks for being here in chat. YouTube, Jonathan Lee, shout out to his little brother on NUS, telling him not to lose to Virginia Tech. In contrast, Yvonne shouting "Go Hokies!" A lot of support in the YouTube chat for NUS. I hope they can hear me. I hope they feel that support here. Their fans staying up very late in Singapore to watch and cheer them on, and probably across the U.S. as well.
What time is it now in Singapore? I think it's like 3 a.m., 4 a.m.?
They've really been putting in the late night hours to support their team here. That was a crazy good game.
That was exceptionally close. You can see that NUS Sentry, I believe they were trying to force VT to respond by pushing onto their side, but that Virginia Tech Sentry, with its CV capability, able to lock onto that NUS Sentry, take it down, open up the base.
The Sentry to NUS falling there to a combination of VT Sentry plus VT Standard 4. Really, really impressive coordination there. It's a computer, right? The human has to be aware. You've got to follow the lead of your Sentry. You know what it's programmed to do. You can anticipate what it would try to do, but it's not a human you can communicate with and say, hey man, push, 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 push. I've almost got him. Or like, hey, back off, I'm dying. I need to retreat, right?
Right. Maybe NUS wasn't expecting that VT Sentry to lock on that well.
I wasn't expecting that. The Sentry versus Sentry combat has seen so rarely in RMNA this year. I think that's like the second time we've seen it. We anticipated seeing it quite a bit with CU having a very aggressive Sentry, but getting knocked out of the tournament early, we haven't seen teams have to respond to a Sentry being on their side of the field.
Very true, very true. That Virginia Tech Sentry coming in clutch, definitely the MVP of that round, being able to take down the Sentry of NUS and opening up their base.
Best of 3, the first team to 2 rounds wins the match. Virginia Tech takes round 1. NUS back against the wall in the loser's bracket. They've got to take round 2 if they want to keep a chance at the title.
We will find out in 3,
2, 1. Let's go. NUS versus Virginia Tech, round 2.
NUS first out of their base again. This time, Virginia Tech not having as much trouble with that standard. That hero still hiding in its base, though.
A much smoother exit from both teams overall.
You see that Virginia Tech hero
struggling,
trying to get a running start to get over that hump.
Virginia Tech Sentry getting half of its health taken away, but fighting back once again in conjunction with the standard for NUS.
The NUS standard going down a little bit. The hero at half health. Both of them retreating to their resupply zone to heal up.
NUS Sentry. Excuse me, NUS Sentry on the way across the base. It's hard to keep track of which one it's firing at. It's got projectile launchers on both sides, but it is firing correctly at that VT standard in the resupply zone.
Both the driven robots from NUS taking down that Virginia Tech Sentry. Virginia Tech trying to reciprocate on the other side.
Yeah, Virginia Tech definitely playing on the
And
back
now
foot
the NUS
here.
Sentry once again crawling to the other side of the field. That is not where you want to be if you are NUS. The Virginia Tech Sentry now locking on, dealing damage, chewing through its health bar.
The Virginia Tech Sentry though also getting very low. It can't fight both. It only has one head and it's taken out by NUS.
NUS getting the first blood there, critically taking down that Sentry, which was chewing through their Sentry's health. And now the NUS hero chunking through the Virginia Tech base.
He's got one projectile left. It's not going to be enough to finish the game, but very, very close. Virginia Tech's got to play extremely carefully now as the Sentry for NUS has 4 HP remaining. I don't even know how you end up at 4. It must have bumped a wall. The hero missing twice. The automated Sentry dodges, but is eventually taken out. Very expensive, though.
Critically, though, that Virginia Tech standard not being able to launch any projectiles.
10
Looks
seconds
like they have no
until NUS
projectiles
gets more gold
in their hopper. Virginia Tech with 4 projectiles.
The hero for NUS not in the right spot. He's got to get back to the base.
He has got to
They're in
defend.
a base race one more time. Blue
Virginia
standard
Tech
floor.
hero on its way. Coming across the field and chucking through the NUS base.
Takes down NUS. Excellent win for Virginia Tech. They were able to do it both ways. They can play from ahead. They can play from behind. Virginia Tech here to play. Those
Virginia
Hokies,
Tech
man. Wow.
Coming from behind there, like you said, and taking down the NUS base. NUS almost able to chunk through the entire health bar of the Virginia Tech base, but they ran out of projectiles, or the economy limited them. You saw early on when you are NUS and you fire 673 17 millimeter projectiles, you can only fire 12 42 millimeters. Compare that to Virginia Tech firing 21 42 millimeters.
Yeah. Congratulations, Virginia Tech. Wow, what a performance. They are so good at knowing when to push. Unfortunately for NUS, I think what did them in there, their hero was behind that pump when the gold dropped. They were waiting for gold to be able to purchase projectiles to finish off the base. They had an HP lead, whereas Virginia Tech had a little bit more map awareness on the timing and was waiting in the resupply zone. When that gold dropped, it was off. NUS actually would have had it close, but still probably would have gone the way of the VT. With their hero having that super cap, they're able to make it across the field much faster than most other teams.
You cannot base race against VT if you are in a hero versus hero. Critically also, I think that decision from the NUS Sentry to travel over to the Virginia Tech side, that blue side,
it was awesome.
It was very cool, but they were winning. Their Sentry was staying on their side of the map.
Yeah.
It wasn't taking much damage. They were able to gain an advantage, and then it started creeping over very slowly, and the VT Sentry able to lock on, deal damage, the Virginia Tech hero then finishing it off and opening up the base of NUS.
I think NUS had it really close to correct there. I think they need that full CU Sentry that can attack and be very aggressive, but then can retreat. Their Sentry did a great job attacking going forward, but it was unable to retreat once it got low and vulnerable. Whereas Virginia Tech was able to just absolutely manipulate the strategy of each match. They were able to react very quickly and correctly, most importantly, to each of the strategy changes that NUS could throw at them. Virginia Tech will be battling the University of Washington for first place. NUS third place. Congratulations, guys. Excellent performance. Wow.
This will be a rematch of 2021 Virginia Tech versus UW in the grand finals of RMNA. That match will take place at 2:45, which
probably
is
so
about
that match,
only
match
28 minutes ago.
In threat of getting that's Texas time. That match is in threat of getting delayed by a little bit. We're going to make sure each of these teams has any time that they need to make sure their robots are operating as expected. I believe they can have a minimum of 45 minutes between their matches.
Right. So at minimum, if they want it, we're looking at
could be 3 p.m.
Yeah, 3 p.m. about.
Yep. But University of Washington versus Virginia Tech. If Virginia Tech is able to take down the Titans of University of Washington, then we will go into another match. There will only be a 10-minute break between those two matches. And if Virginia Tech defeats UW twice, they will be the champion. If UW can beat Virginia Tech a single time, Virginia Tech will have lost twice in the double elimination bracket, will be eliminated, and UW will go 4 for 4 in RMNA.
One thing that I did see out of Virginia Tech that I really liked was that Sentry being able to lock on to several targets.
Oh, it did so well.
Being able to defend itself, that is going to be critical in their match against UW. I don't think we have seen the Virginia Tech Sentry be as active as it was in this match against NUS throughout the competition. So that is another factor that UW will have to consider in their match against VT.
Virginia Tech seems like they're in a very comfortable place. They have now 45 minutes if they would like it to get their robots prepped and cleaned and ready to go. Perhaps sort some projectiles, make sure there's no zip ties or bolts in their projectiles, and get ready for this next match. I think it will be Shar and Steven bringing you the grand finals. So excited for that. We will be back in 25 minutes. Thank you all so much for joining us for RoboMasters 2024 Colorado.
旧班的，按照自己的节奏，
但是重新建立了回来。
对，
再中，哇！
现在蓝方的这样一个劣势，
再中第3发。
这个自定义控制器内置 IMU 传感器，由 IMU 传感器采集腰、皮肌肉这些欧拉角的变化，然后通过图传链路发送给我们的机器人的上层主板，然后通过这些数据来进行操作。
20层到了 ，Floor 20。
蓝方的1号优秀机器人造成了一个击杀，并且获得了在中心增益点获得了2个血包。
中心增益点。
是的。
是尽量的减少红方哨兵的血量。
是的，是的。能看见。Double kill。是的，造成了一个双杀。比赛还剩5秒钟，3、2、1，让我们恭喜
南方获得
胜利。
你好，我是来自东北联大学竞技机器人队的，我叫吴岳峰，是负责飞镖的机械部分。去年我们的目标就是通飞镖来击打强战，今年我们的目标是更多的放在了用飞镖来击打基地。当然，由于我们的那个测试场地比较有限，所以我们也一般就是等到 晚上比较晚的找一个没有人的地方去测试我们的飞镖。我觉得就进比赛场馆，我记得有一幅海报，他说7分钟的飞时源于7000次的尝试。我觉得这句话就很符合飞镖的那个定义，因为飞镖的话，它其实它不像工程，不像步兵有那么稳定的一个效果。飞镖可能它就是运气成分占很大的程度，你可能这发中了，下发你就中不了，或者说你这发没中，下发就能中。所以它这个东西你很难说把它量化，但是就只有多试出最好的效果，然后把它带到赛场上。我从大一开始，今年是第3年，它已经成为我这个大学生活的一部分了吧，可能已经不可或缺了。
我叫尹浩宇，我是24战队队长，然后现任是3号步兵操作手。困难那可是太多了，感觉最大的困难还是在于规则在变动吧。这边战队一直都是自己去找问题，自己去进步，很难说就是有人去硬性要求你。我们也是说把这个人员最大利用化一下，所以后期就是我们人员这边分配上比较合理，才能说以我们这种小团队的能力做到最大程度的努力吧。
我是陈立峰，是2023赛季浙江大学 Hello World 战队的队长。今年首先无人机是一个非常大的突破，今年无人机加上了机动枪管，我们还给它加上了自瞄。
南方是呼叫了空中支援啊，看看能不能在这个时间点先压制一波强战血量，或者说直接打爆。
我是李启顿，来自浙江大学的航空航天学院。我是负责无人机的机械工作。去年一个比较明显的问题是无人机的动力系统冗余过大，冗余过大的话就会导致飞机超重，所以今年选择了一款就是更加适合无人机的动力系统。首先跟调研也有关系，就是我们参加分区赛的时候，首先试飞了一下我们的飞机，在试飞的时候发现飞机的动力似乎有点过于冗余了，就是飞机降落之后，飞机的电机甚至还是冰的，然后我们觉得这有点不太合理。然后在调研了一些其他学校方案之后，我们发现我们电机不太选型不够科学。还有一个进步可能是我们对那个飞机的弹路进行了优化，然后让飞控安装位置更加合理。后来就是在今年这个赛季刚开始的时候，我们决定就是要修改那个弹仓的位置，然后花了大概1个月的时间，就是画好了新飞机的模型。后来再进行了少量的测试。
大家好，我叫刘新豪，我是太原科技大学的 Newmaker 战队的英雄器械。其实我们还是传统的下弓弹英雄，但是它的底盘的自信悬挂跟去年相比，我认为效果更好一点，打得更准。今年也是传承学长的更多的测试，然后才敢在场上远距离吊射基地。其实我们机械结构在家里训练了4、5周，该出的问题都已经解决了，然后到场上就不会有那么多磕磕碰碰掉东西啥的。
英雄完成一波飞坡，他能不能成为救世主呢？1000点的血量差距。
我叫田硕，是太原科技大学机械大师 Newmaker 战队的一名英雄操作手，同时兼英雄的机械。
稍微有一点极限，还剩下最后的10秒钟。南方这边也是无人机，无人机已经起飞了，双方的血量就差一点点，挨不挨得及啊？
南方能不能去换对方基地？换不了了，比赛结束，让我们恭喜东方太原
科技大学。
这场比赛我们最后是以50滴血量的微弱优势取得了胜利。那种情况下，我当时就在想，我必须得把对面基地磨下来，要不然这把就输了。因为那个哨兵1000血的话，光靠2步兵，那么一点时间是磨不掉的，根本没有取胜的可能。我就得用那个大弹丸去打基地的上装甲，这才是获胜的唯一可能。当时操作的时候也是挺稳的，但是操作下来，比赛结束之后，手一离开鼠标就整个手腿就抖得不行。打小组赛的时候，英雄的电容就是在第2场掉线了，就是整局没有电容，那个攻击就很慢，甚至爬坡都很难。然后在场下的时候，我就会跟他们说电容什么时候掉的，然后那个 UI 的状态是什么样的，以及那个车的状态，来分析问题，然后找问题，见识到更强的队伍，才能发展自己的战队，然后从而让自己更强大。
叫洪任新，我是上海工程技术大学木源 Bodyboard 的队长，我在队里负责队内管理、运营、进度管理和超级电容的研发。就是今年有很大的突破，靠我们队伍有一个很强的凝聚心吧。每天晚上熬夜修车就可能是最大的挫折吧，但是最后结果是好的，就是好的。在16进8或者8进4，前2年都会碰到一些很强的队伍。然后都会差一步，然后踏进更高一步的排名。其实我已经在这个队里3年了，然后有很多老队员离开，有很多新队员加入，但是这个过程中，老队员会一直帮助我们很多东西，然后就让我们队伍越来越壮大，然后越来越有凝聚力。
大家好，我是来自上海工程技术大学木源战队的1号操作手周雨欣，我是今年才刚刚入队的，因为在高中的时候一个偶然的机会能够线下去感受到了 RM 的氛围，所以就一直抱着对 RM 的期待来到了大学，并且一直在为能够进入 RM 的赛场而努力。我觉得这是我所喜欢的比赛，喜欢的事情，所以我会一直做下去的。我们的战队其实相对于其他老牌强队来说是一支比较新的战队，所以进去之后能够感受到所有的东西处于一个上升期。我们作为新队员，其实还是需要更加的努力，让我们的队伍能够走得越来越稳。
大家好，我是东南大学 CIC 战队的队长肖浩宇。我们队伍从15年建队到现在已经有8年了。21年我们拿了一个中部分区赛的殿军，我们全国赛由于疫情被挡在了深圳的春节体育馆外面。接着22年。由于队里的一些问题，包括我们自己做的不够稳定，22年输得比较惨烈。然后希望他们上过赛场之后，带着这股冲劲，再一届一届的传下去吧。首先，我觉得我们的队伍的凝聚力会比去年更高一些。然后其次呢，就是我们把稳定性这个问题虽然没有很好的解决，但是我可以说解决了个60%左右吧。我们现在基本上摸索出了一条做新技术的一个路线，就是从我们的制定这个预案到研发，最后到上车，再到最后调试。然后现在我们基本上把这个路线摸清楚了。
我是来自南京航空航天大学长空御风战队的项管向安黎。说到队史，就必须提一下我们的老队长，建立我们长空御风战队的一个老学长。他是16级的研究生，然后他是一手把我们这个战队建立起来，然后就他制定了一套我们完整的培训体系，然后还有一些精神的内核吧。每一个年级联系都非常的多，像我们今天就来了特别多的同学，有上至16级的，下至22年级的，就是从创队历史到现在，就所有年级的都在。21年的时候就是一个断代比较严重的年，然后当时就是输得比较惨，心里也有很多不甘心。然后当时我是大2嘛，然后大4就回来就继续带队了，就是每一个机器人相比于之前都有不小的进步吧。
我是来自南京航空航天大学长空御风战队的队长蔡志豪。要去控制一个物体去空间中的旋转，你靠用遥控去控制各个关节转动，这很不直观的。但是如果你能够通过一些运动学结算方法，然后给它同一条关键电极上，就有一种把矿石拿在手上的一种感觉，减少操作手的负担，使得操作手的这个操作更容易上手。是大2开始参赛了，现在也是大4。当我踏入这个赛场的时候，当那个现场的氛围就已经深深的感染我。这种比赛所带给我来的很多这种非常有实际意义的这种收获，我觉得。RoboMaster 的有一句话说得很好，98%的队伍在这里被打败，然后变得更强。我觉得这句话也深深激励我，就是暂时的技不如人并不可怕，我觉得知耻而后勇方为丈夫。
参赛队前往检录前需自行检查好所有裁判系统固件是否为最新版本，机器人图传发送端是否激活，机器人图传基带是否升级成功。检录仅会检查相应模块版本情况，不会帮参赛队进行升级。最大初始尺寸为机器人变形前的尺寸，任意形态下满足该机器人对应初始尺寸即可。最大伸展尺寸为机器人变形后的最大尺寸，检录以机械结构能够延展的最大尺寸为判定标准，电控能延展的最大尺寸不作为最大伸展尺寸的判定标准。 以 logo 的中心点正下方14.5毫米处为球心，70毫米半球内无电磁屏蔽材料。电源管理模块各状态指示灯不被遮挡。装甲模块需要稳固地安装在底盘上。3v3 对抗赛机器人 ID 需与装甲贴纸保持一致，步兵对抗赛的机器人 ID 均为5号，可不与贴纸一致。机器人需要按照制作规范中的要求进行接线，检录处会对接线规范进行检查。场地交互模块事关比赛重要机制，前往检录前请自行确认功能是否完好，避免现场更换造成检录时间浪费。请勿抵住装甲模块，以免造成装甲模块不必要的损坏。如测速模块安装规范示意图所示，以 logo 位置为球心，直径50毫米内不允许使用易被磁化的物质、铁骨镍制品和涂传模块发送端散热风扇、工业相机机身等。直径100毫米内不允许使用除相机涂传模块、工业相机机身以外的含有磁性的物质。校准时，旋转速度越慢，校准速度越快。场地交互模块异常将影响比赛正常进程，请慎重安装。自定义控制器需使用正规厂家生产的电池。单个机器人外观上必须带有2个己方学校校徽或队徽，分别贴在不同方向。不得设计或使用尖锐结构，以防造成场地破坏和人员伤害。机器人外观的光泽度不得大于30 GS。
然后这个攻势局势非常的迅猛，又是我们的蓝方再次拿下人头，又被蓝方击杀了。这局比赛节奏是完全由蓝方掌控着。我们恭喜蓝方浙江大学哈喽的战队获得本局比赛的胜利。好的，经过这么长时间一个对峙，我们红方率先拿下一血，红方仍然是趁着这个势头乘胜追击，再次拿下人头。我们看到红方现在是
蓝方的哨兵的血量在大幅度下降，拿下双杀。
红双成功拿下蓝方的哨兵，这个马上对着基地就开始攻击。
我们可以看见蓝方的基地在快速掉血，马上将被摧毁。
但是还有一点点，我们好的，让我们恭喜红方中国矿业大学酷乐战队获得本次比赛的冠军。
恭喜电子科技大学！我们明年
我觉得他们能够仅仅的是从喜欢变成热爱这个过程，实际上这就是一个很大的成长。
大家好，我是 RoboMaster 组委会规则组的代表，今天就由我来为大家介绍一下 RoboMaster 超级对抗赛2024赛季的规则改动。这就是 RoboMaster 2024赛季机甲大师超级对抗赛的比赛场地。24赛季对于场地的主要修改在于修改了场地的拓扑结构。不难看出，在保留了中央主要通路的同时，红蓝方环形高地内部各自打通了一条狭窄的隧道。这条隧道直接连接了双方的基地区和中央荒地区，隧道可以通行的尺寸略小于步兵机器人的初始尺寸。也就是说，如果机器人本身足够小型化，或者具有变形等等足以通过狭窄隧道的能力，那么队伍在进攻的时候就可以利用这条通路显著缩短自身队伍的补给线，以利用这条隧道发起源源不断的攻势。与此同时，我们降低了公路区整体的高度，也取消了飞坡起点附近公路的围挡。这意味着，如果机器人拥有攀越或者跳跃等等对具有高低差地形的适应能力，那么公路区对于这部分机器人来说将会天堑变通途。相应的，3号梯形高地以及飞坡落点附近的结构和位置也都相应进行了调整，这拓宽了飞坡落点附近路径选择的多样性。也就是说，在24赛季，拥有能够从公路区发起突袭能力的机器人将会更具有威胁性。总体来说，24赛季的场地为能够适应各种特殊地形的机器人提供了充足的想象空间。如果队伍拥有足够的技术能力，那么24赛季的场地将不再是一条主要通路加一条飞坡通路的传统结构，而是2条甚至3条可以自由选择的路线。那么期待各个战队利用这些全新的路径，在24赛季打出更加富有变化的对局。接下来是工程机器人和经济体系的修改。首先可以看到的是，机械爪不再存在，大资源岛也由原来的开放式结构变为了现在的半封闭式的结构。矿石由空接的形式变为了提前放置于大资源岛内部。工程机器人需要在并不宽阔的大资源岛通道内避开障碍物，精准地将矿石取出。与此同时，兑换站也将进行相应的调整，在保留难度自选形式的前提下，我们会提高最高等级难度兑换的实际难度，以及工程机器人在兑换的时候，如果速度过慢，那么最终它即使兑换成功，实际得到的金币值也会有一定程度的衰减。这些无疑对工程机器人在不同场景下的通用性和速度都提出了更高的要求。那么相应的，工程机器人的伸展尺寸将会略微增大，在兑换区也会获得100%的防御增益。各个难度的金矿石的基础价值将会提高100金币。我们也不同程度地降低了远程兑换弹丸、血量以及兑换立即复活的金币花费。那么，期待大家同资兵控制器一起，做出适应更多复杂场景、更加灵活的工程机器人。接下来要讲到的是哨兵的相关改动，以及我们对于机器人操作方式的革新。总体上，哨兵在24赛季将会拥有更充分的自主决策权利。在24赛季，哨兵的初始发能量将会下降，但是己方的能量机关激活点以及整个环形高地都将被视为哨兵巡逻区。同时，哨兵也可以和普通步兵一样， 自主的选择去往补血点恢复血量或购买允许发电量，在被击毁后也可以自动复活，甚至是花费金币兑换立即复活。如此一来，哨兵就可以承担更多的队内职责，在算法允许的情况下，也可以更好的和其他人类操作手相互协同。当然，如果哨兵还没有能力完成以上所提到的所有的任务，我们也提供了一条备选方案。云台手可以通过在客户端向哨兵发送信息的方式干预哨兵的所有行动。当然，这种干预并不是没有代价的。云台手每向哨兵发送一条信息都会花费50金币。也就是说，在24赛季，如果己方的哨兵非常的人工智能，而对方的哨兵频频的智能人工，那么己方相对于对方来说将会拥有充足的经济优势。还不仅如此，在24赛季中，我们将会引入一种全新的机器人控制方式，我们称其为半自动控制。在3分钟准备阶段，操作手可以选择传统控制方式或者半自动控制方式。如果选择后者，在正式进入比赛后，客户端将不再提供机器人的第一人称视角画面，而是提供类似云台手一样的大地图视角。操作手可以选择在地图上指示点位，或者通过事先约定的通信协议向机器人发送信息的方式间接的控制机器人。显然，这种半自动控制的类型相比于第一人称视角的身临其境，操作手更像是一类指挥官式的角色。它不能微操机器人的具体行动，只能向机器人发出指令，做出决策。类似瞄准对方特定机器人，或者让机器人平移5米这样的指令，在操作手发出后，都将依赖机器人本体的功能自主完成。这对于机器人的机械控制和算法系统的协调一致以及稳定性都提出了非常高的挑战。有挑战自然有收获。如果选择半自动控制方式，则步兵和英雄机器人在整局比赛中都将额外获得100%的经验。工程机器人如果选择半自动控制方式，那么它会额外获得50%的金币。同时，在工程机器人兑换的时候，客户端会临时给予工程机器人传统控制链路的权限，以帮助工程使用自定义控制器完成高难度的兑换。除了以上主要内容外，其他的规则内容也进行了一些改动，接下来就由我来带大家梳理一下。首先，雷达的高亮机制将加强为易伤，被对方雷达准确标记的机器人受弹丸的伤害将会增加。雷达也将拥有有限次数的机会，可以自主选择将这个易伤的效果翻倍，以帮助队伍更好的激活特定机器人。小能量机关和大能量机关的经验加成将会增加，同时大能量机关的攻击力增益将会随着所激活环数的提高获得更加高额的加成。最高如果能够激活50环，攻击力增益将会达到恐怖的500%。补给站能够提供的实体弹丸数量将由1500锐减至400。也就是说，在24赛季，大家需要着手解决步兵机器人的小弹丸来源问题，以不至于陷入在赛中无小弹丸可打的窘境。机动发射机构的概念将会取消，此后这个额外的发射机构将会成为空中机器人的固有发射机构。整个经验体系和性能体系都得到了一次小的重做，弹速优先不再存在。同时，经验体系的最高等级从3级变为了10级，这样在比赛中获取经验以及机器人实际战斗力提升的曲线都会变得更加平滑。当然，还有更多的一些细节不会在这里体现。更多赛事资讯，还请大家关注 RoboMaster 官网的发布信息。无论是工程机器人处理的多种工况场景，还是场地中充满挑战的复杂地形，我们一路走来，通过对机械、嵌入式、算法等领域的探索，引导同学们真正解决机器人在工业和生活实际场景中面临的问题。我们需要真正以一个工程师的身份去看待和研究问题，让机器人拥有充足的稳定性和复杂场景适应能力，将理想付诸实践，将热爱传递进步，用行动挑战极致。转眼间 RoboMaster 已经走过了10年，10年来 RoboMaster 不断陪伴见证着无数青年工程师的成长，从当初简单的自主移动打靶的课题设置，到现在7v7复杂空地协同的赛事规则，从最开始对于赛事直播中机器人血条呈现的探索，到现在对机器人实时动作展示的画面表达，从第1年参与比赛的600人 到现在遍及世界的5万名青年工程师。赛场在不断的升级，同学们的技术在不断的迭代，热爱与梦想也在不断的汇聚。我们此刻依然坚持着初心，希望越来越多的青年工程师在这里通过自己的双手，在实践中收获成长，成为未来国家科技发展的坚实助力，并且能与每一位参与过、见证过机甲大师的你，秉持那一份不断追求、勇于探索的初心，将理想握在自己的手里。
通过了3次迭代，就是我们现在的平面步兵。
我们是把这个机器人简化成了一个模型，就是它是一个弹簧加一个质量块。这样子的话，我们就研究这个弹簧它的固有频率之类的象性来进行控制，对这个它会分阶段进行建模，来获得每个阶段该执行的策略。
比赛开始，这是 BO2的第2场，由红方 TDT 战队对战我们的蓝方 Iris 战队。
好的，双方哨兵依旧采取一个前压，红方东北大学哨兵卡住了，这是蓝方的一次机会啊！来看双方在中场进行了一波平衡步兵的9击为1，
是的，
蓝方3号步兵的掉血速度也不慢，那么双方正在进行火拼。
蓝方的1号英式机神白
蓝方3号步兵要被击杀，恭喜东北大学哨兵拿下1血。
机神都有一个等级的压制，这对蓝方来说并不是好消息。
蓝方的1号英雄，并且对3号步兵也展开一次进攻。
是的，可以看到他们现在的进攻非常猛烈，直接将我们的蓝方第3步击变成非常漂亮的双杀，击打非常的准。背后的1分2发，1发2发，每次都打在我们的心上。
还没有，比赛还没结束，恭喜东北大学拿下本场胜利。
我觉得这和 RM 还挺像。同样的团队协作，同样的防守，同样的进攻。
角度怎么还行？是啊，飞得挺稳，轨迹会演的角度对的还可以。
它这个上面显示的就是飞机飞行的轨迹。
对，这是之前的轨迹了。
啊。
对，现在就按照这个轨迹。大家好，我是 DJI 的算法工程师卡森毛，也是雾3的定位算法模块负责人。当时第一次知道我要做雾3这个项目的时候，心里非常激动，也很惊喜，因为我在想，我第一次来大疆要做的第一个项目，竟然就是雾3这么酷、这么帅的一个系列的产品。记得我第一次看到雾3这个产品的时候，就是我们当时的一个小 demo 的时候，我就被它震撼到了，因为它的外形已经非常酷，然后就像一只展翅的雄鹰一样。当我第一次看到它变形的时候，就感觉这只鹰像活了一样，非常的帅。对我来说比较困难的一件事就是，在设计雾3这个产品的航点功能和轨迹复演功能的时候，需要我们定位算法模块提供一个稳定的飞机的航向和我们的位置，这么一个需求。但是我们当时遇到的一个困难是在这个航点飞行这个模式下，和我们普通用户手拍的手动拍摄这个模式下，我们要提供的这个航向的准确性有一些冲突后来我们是 经过了一些算法的重新设计和测试，然后最终把我们这个2个模式下对航向精度的要求，都达到了我们想要预期的要求。最有自豪感的一点就是我们经过了比较长的研发周期和遇到的各种困难，最终我们都是把它克服，然后实现了我们最终想要的这种产品效果，然后做到了稳定的性能交付。
走，吃饭。行。
测试这个机器，可能他们也要负责去。就是我们专门有个部门去负责飞机的。其实来到 DJI 的 RMNA 会比其他同学要多一份熟悉感和亲切感。其实我们当时参赛的时候，其实每个同学和自己的研发的机器人都是形影不离的然后我们来到这里工作的时候，其实也是每个人基本上人手一台机器，然后放在自己的工位旁边，然后不断的调试，不断的测试。对，其实跟我们在做比赛的时候差不多。现在参与到每一个项目中，就像我们之前在比赛的时候每一次上赛场一样，只不过当时我们面对的是赛场上的对手，而现在面对的是我们所有的用户。来2个月了，感觉怎么样
Alrighty, RoboMasters! Grand Finals. The University of Washington versus Virginia Tech. ARUW versus RoboGrinder.
The Huskies versus the Hokies.
I don't know any other nicknames for either team in this case.
The orange team versus the purple team.
The red team versus the
battling
blue team.
for the custom-made CU RoboMaster Colorado 2024 trophy. It is engraved. I don't know if I can get it close enough to the camera for you to see it, but it says 3v3 challenge. And then it says RoboMaster Colorado RMNA 2024, June 14th through the 18th, machined into the aluminum block so that you can remember this moment forever.
A beautiful trophy.
You could have 2 or 3 members hoisted on high. Watch this. Hoist.
Whoa.
Look at that. That is what our teams will be competing for today. We will be having a award ceremony after this match or matches.
Yes, so VT does have the chance to still win the whole thing and get first place. We saw this matchup already, UW and VT earlier.
Yes.
And in that one, UW did win it. VT was very close, but UW did take it 2-0.
Yep.
If VT is able to beat UW this first time and get 2 rounds.
In the match.
In the first match, yes, 2-0. They will take a 10-minute break, get a second to sub in any robots, fix anything on the field, and then we go right into a second match, essentially, a reset of the Grand Finals, known as Grand Finals Reset.
Nice.
Yeah. However, UW only has to win the first set. If they win either set, if they win the first one, there's no second one. If they lose the first one, then win the second one, UW still takes home the gold, the trophy, the mountain, if you will.
Very, very true. You can see
there it is.
The award here now on that buff zone. A fitting place as this is the home of the buffs.
So true. Go Buffs, go CU. Thanks again so much for hosting the CU.
The award that they are battling for, Virginia Tech versus the University of Washington. A storied past, lots of people talking about a 2021 rematch. We got Brian Chen getting cheered for in the YouTube chat. Buffs on the buff zone, that's right. Guys, thank you so much for being here. Thanks for staying with us through the weekend, checking out all these matches, encouraging these students, and celebrating the engineering prowess coming out of all of these excellent universities across the globe.
We got some signs in the audience. Let's go ARU Dub.
Does that say SCO Dogs on the bottom?
It may say SCO Dogs. UW's whole team always out and representing. Got a whole bunch. Use Taproot, funny.
There you can see A&M's team, all of the teams now coming out of the pits, getting ready to watch these grand finals. I see RHIT. I'm seeing a lot of the teams here.
Seeing UT Austin. Shout out UT Austin as well.
There we go. UCSD in the house. We got NYU. Everybody's here. The whole crew. There we go. Thank you guys so much for being here in person. Thanks for being here online. We're getting a lot of cheers for UW. Some encouragement from Jonathan telling them not to get stuck on that 20mm bump. Good advice, good advice.
Solid advice. So Preston, I want to talk about real quick while we get these people onto the field. Strategy. And this is not the first time they have met this tournament.
Yep.
Right?
Yep.
VT very close to winning that second round in ARUW versus VT earlier on in the knockout brackets. One key decision: buying a little too much standard bullets and not fully focusing the hero like they usually do in that last round after the sentry was down. So we know in the first round, VT kind of went with their normal strat originally, but base rush, get a first kill, send your hero, just bonk the base. I think there's a very strong possibility that VT starts out with their second round strategy and does not go for an immediate base rush because they know that UW sentry is going to be online.
Yeah, maybe, right? I mean, at this point, round 1 is the hardest one to predict strategy. Yeah. Both of these teams will be playing, I would expect, a slightly safer strategy than normal. Maybe not if you're UW. You do have the protection of being in the winner's bracket still. Maybe they just come out swinging in round 1, trying to gain that advantage, putting Virginia Tech's back to the wall, as it were. That might happen, but typically what I would expect is that both of these teams will take round 1 a little bit slower, a little bit more cautiously, understanding that in this best of 3, going into round 2, understanding the strategy of the other team, getting a little bit of that practice under your belt. So if I'm a betting man, I'm saying that the time to win on round 1 is longer than round 2 and round 3.
I would agree. And if it goes beyond that as well, I think that as we get further and further into games, we're going to see a lot faster paced matches as they figure each other out, But I do agree, this first round I think is going to be a lot of poking. It's going to be a lot of figuring out how, each side wants to play. I think UW also will probably play defensive in this first round just because I don't see the benefit necessarily of rushing in all in on round 1. Your VT's known for their aggressiveness, right? You're still going to want to try and see what their aggression is going to be like. And then as UW, you still have that whole set later if you need to really go full on aggression. So yeah, I think that both teams here will be playing a little bit more with poke games starting out, and we'll slowly see that transition into base busting.
So, Shar, we do have to be a little cautious here because there is potential for this to take up to 6 rounds.
Yes.
But I have the leftovers of this whole box of merch that we need to get rid of and disseminate out to these teams who are here watching in person.
Absolutely.
Big shout outs to all the teams that are also watching remotely. I see North Star in the chat. We appreciate that. See if I can get a couple more long shots. There we go. Now they're running for him.
Hey!
Nice. Man, those luggage tags throw really, really well. All right, guys. Keep your
crowd over
It is
here.
really. Oh, you know what? I have some NYU buttons too. I got a whole bunch of stuff in
How
here.
do you have NYU buttons?
I got switches. I got trays. I was doing things.
One more sneaky
I can't
toss
see
in
who's
there.
behind my monitor. Okay, so this was not like a.
I'm pretty sure you hit one of the
17mm projectile.
That was a solid shot.
Thank you.
Wow, you should be a sentry, Preston. You got auto aim out the wazoo. That was great.
Lots of teams here to support parents, friends, family, community members. Thank you guys so much.
I'm kind of curious what the crowd sentiment is here. If you're here cheering on UW, you want a UW, let's hear it from the crowd.
And if you think Virginia Tech is going to come back from the loser's bracket and become victorious, taking a title that has eluded them in RMNA, let me hear you, Virginia Tech.
Wow. That was surprisingly louder than the UW call. This is a very good split over here, 50-50. Our audiences are definitely split. Twitch and YouTube also split. This is a match to definitely watch. I'm very excited to see VT over here in the 2021 rematch that we talked about. Also coming back in a rematch earlier from this bracket itself. So that's one of the beautiful things about double elimination and going all the way. You get a second chance, recompose yourself after all these different matches. VT especially has been on kind of a tear. They've been doing super well in the losing bracket after losing the first time to ARUW, and also that being not that far away. VT coming back very strong, showing that they truly are dominant.
That's true. So I think looking at the two teams, I think ARUW has a slight robotic advantage.
Yes, would agree.
I think ARUW has a round 1 advantage.
Yes.
And I think that Virginia Tech has a strategy adjustment advantage.
Yep.
They seem to be one of the best teams in our competition, probably the best team in our competition at adjusting to what they saw last round. They're able to take that information, implement it into their strategy. Sometimes within a round, we'll see them shake things up, swap how they're playing. Both of these teams with backup bots ready to go.
Yep.
I know we're always worried about the war of attrition that is potentially 6 rounds of RoboMasters.
Yeah.
But
The most
extra
rounds,
heroes,
I think,
extra standards.
If I'm not mistaken, 6 rounds would be the most rounds in any finals match of RMNA history because we used to do best of 5, which meant that the max it could be is 5. So if we go all the way, this could get very taxing on those robots. And you know, reliability is a big part of this competition too, with the engineering side of it. And so yeah, we're going to see not only just how good these drivers are and how good they're playing at the game, but how good the robots have been engineered to be able to outlast the other team.
And we've got shout outs in the chat to Andrew AP from ARUW, who worked hard on the capacitor bank. Some ham and eggs shouting out for Virginia Tech. Thank you guys so much for being here. If you're on Twitch, make sure to mash the follow button. If you're on YouTube, hit subscribe. That way you make sure that when we go live for future RMNA competitions, you are notified. You know that the competition's going down. You can keep an eye on it.
Smash that like button down below.
If you're in person, one last reminder, guys, you can pick up one of these shirts. They have these awesome RMNA fists on the front, on the back. Char's about to show you the list of team names, the competitors. There it is. You can grab them on sale right now, right behind you if you're here in person. If you're trying to get one online, let us know. We'll help you out. There's also stickers, there's earrings, there's awesome stuff.
We've got a lot of merch still to sell, so go ahead and buy it all. There is a sale currently going on for anyone in the venue. So if you haven't picked up a shirt yet from competition, or earrings, or stickers, go outside right now, pick it up before we start this match.
Looks like both of the teams are ready. The field just getting a last-minute check. Peter himself, the head referee of RoboMaster North America, walking through, doing a last-minute check on base armor panels, on the field, making sure it's up to snuff, that we don't have any sort of issues. 2901, thanks still for being here. Shady Guy, first-time chat. Yo, welcome. Thanks for hanging out in the chat with us. UW Katie getting shouted out. I want to echo that. Katie's also been an event photographer for us this year. Really, really helpful. Hey, Shady Guy and my wife in the chat. Make sure y'all keep it family friendly. I'm not taking my shirt off. This is my favorite merch. Have you seen this merch? It's the best merch. It's got to stay on.
People in the chat want to see, man. But yeah.
The robots have been picked up.
Robots are now entering the field. 3-minute setup time. Round 1 of Grand Finals. This is exciting. We've got the Sentry coming out from both sides. Both are running a hero and standard comp. We're seeing that's number 1 being the hero, 4 being the standard. Sentry's in the center in that little extra square area outside of the black bordered area that we call the base. And you can see that base being there with the lit armor panels on it.
Shout out to Robert H., the hardware lead at the University of Washington. Man, I drove in 2019 and I loved it.
Absolutely.
Just watching these matches, I'm kind of glad I'm not a driver anymore. This is so stressful.
It's gotten
these
to a
robots
level,
are so matched.
It's gotten to a level where, you know, you can't just trust in your robot to kind of help carry you if you have a really good one, or you're a lot more stressed now. You got to do a lot more thinking on the fly. You're basically playing like an actual esport at this point. Especially with these two teams, you know, like we saw it was strategy that made the difference last time, and I feel like, you know, they would do the same kind of thing this time. Which whoever can adapt faster, whoever has the better strategy, that's the team that's taking home the mountain today.
I agree. Terrifying time to be a driver, but also never more to gain, right? I mean, when you take down one of these wins in this sort of competition, no one's just saying, wow, we built so much better robots. They also have to bring up the excellent driving performance, absolutely, the game sense, the meta, the strategy. And UW all in the chats now. Another shout out for Greg, one of the mechanical leads at UW. And Marcus, also from UW. 1 minute getting called out here. Little early, little premature, but you know what? 15 seconds too early, way better than 5 seconds too late.
Would agree. We're looking at the VT side right now, looking at their hero, you know, trying to get that hero online, see if that gimbal works.
I can hear the Purdue ducks. Here's another one. That way someone can Purdue duck along. Little Purdue ducks out in the field, chirping along.
Got about 40 seconds left on the clock now before setup is over. VT's on the blue side, UW on the red side here. Seems like the drivers, though, are ready. Pit crew has left the stadium. We still got some pictures being taken, though, by the UW side. I can hear those Purdue Ducks through my headphones. Very lively atmosphere here in the audience. You know, there's just some energy going on around here.
Man, so many first-time chatters in the Twitch chat. Guys, thank you so much for being here. Thanks to hang out and support your teams, watch your robots. The end of 2024. Fans watching from New Zealand as well as Seattle for UW. That's awesome. We've had Australia, we've had New Zealand, we've had Singapore, all over the place. Thank you guys so much.
All right, the ref system is initializing. If you're in the audience right now, once that countdown starts, help us out here. Let's count it down together. And if everything goes good here, we should be counting down starting now. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Round 1 of Grand Finals goes, and immediately we've got both standards coming out. UW's hero also out of the base already. VT lagging only a little bit behind.
Yeah, Virginia Tech having a small hiccup there, but that's what we saw in the losers bracket, and it didn't cause them that many problems.
UW Sentry's the first one to take some damage at 570 health here now. VT already doing a little bit of pressure here, so yeah, keeping that aggressive game, but as we thought, they are playing for Sentry health out the gate. They're not really focusing, you know, on their usual get a first kill and then go. They know that Sentry is very dangerous, and so they're going to try and play the actual normal meta here.
That's right. Both teams just peeking and trading damage onto the Sentry health. It'll be interesting to see what time this first blood comes across as the hero from Virginia Tech trying to finish it off, but it will be taken down by the University of Washington.
UW Standard able to take out that hero. So UW Standard now at level 10 already, no, level 9 actually, almost level 10, almost a max level standard on that other side.
Less than a minute into the game. Wild match.
New Econ coming out in 1 second, and the central buff point has also been activated. UW is going to waste no time trying to get on top of that with their standard.
You can see the University of Washington, their Sentries fired about 70 projectiles defensively here, as now Virginia Tech Sentry returns fire.
UW hero going to the base, trying to knock down its shield already, basically pulling a VT on VT.
They sure are. They liked what they saw. That strategy looked effective. University of Washington almost to the base, and there it is. They're chunking through. How many projectiles does he have? Oh my word!
He's missing it by one. One more projectile and he could have ended the game right there, but he doesn't have it.
Yeah, but with 200 HP left, Virginia Tech, they're back against the wall. The University of Washington, such a strong position here. And now, Virginia Tech pushing back, but meeting the fierce AI of UW.
UW Sentry able to pick up that kill on the hero again.
That kill, probably the only momentum that they need with 3 seconds before gold drops here. The hero for Virginia Tech not in a good position. UW going to be able to make what could be the final push of round 1. There they go. They're approaching the base. And there it is.
Breaks the base.
Takes round 1. Congratulations, UW!
Look at that! I love the red lighting out here.
If you're in person, please look up. I'm throwing pins. Don't get beamed in the face. I don't think I said it loud enough. Please don't get beamed in the face.
Pick up a pin, yeah! Looking at the stats here, Preston, solid showing from UW. UW was able to actually secure some kills. And again, pulled a VT right onto VT. I think it's interesting. Neither team really ever focused on the central buff point. Just wasn't necessary at all. They were like, we're playing objectives only here. UW and VT both shot almost equivalent amounts of 17mm and 42mm, you know, with UW slightly edging it out because they did break that base down. But yeah, VT's projectile being shot from the 42mm side mostly missed, did not really target the right things. VT's adaptation here is really going to matter because they've got one more game to play. If UW wins this, UW wins the whole tournament out the gate 2-0. So VT really needs to pick themselves up here and figure out their new strategy to be able to combat the fact that UW's playing, you know, essentially their strategy back on them.
Yeah, that was absolutely phenomenal from the University of Washington. Virginia Tech really struggling there, but both teams, their sentries were so fierce. You can see their sentry health still so high on both sides.
Yeah.
Virginia Tech, their base going down, their base health being chewed through.
Yeah.
University of Washington using that strategy that we saw first from VT here in the competition. And it's one that apparently works quite well against a team with a strong sentry.
Yeah.
If you can distract the sentry or even just withstand the projectiles of the sentry,
as you're rushing into the base.
Long.
Yeah. And then you get behind that base, and then, you know, what can they do? You know, there's not a lot of room back there to be able to aim shots at you, and you've got the 2 walls on either side protecting you, so it's very difficult to get a robot that's got back there knocked out in any capacity.
We should be able to jump right back into the field as there may be a... Oh, there's the drivers. There they are.
The UW drivers looking really excited.
A whole bunch of more shout-outs coming through in the chat. UW, so many of their fans in Twitch chat right now. Shout-outs to Purvey, saying they're the GOAT. Brian Chen getting a lot of shout-outs. There we go. Lots of love in person as well.
We got about a minute left for setup here. UW is on basically their match round right now. You know, I guess their tournament round. In this case.
Match point for the University of Washington. And I do happen to know that the University of Washington, I believe, has both of their technical timeouts remaining.
Yes.
To Virginia Tech, who has neither.
Yep.
And so UW taking round 1, likely not going to use those. They're going to try and just keep that momentum going.
Absolutely. You know, if you got both your robots feeling good. I like the way UW has its rollout, you know, situated in the base.
Cheers coming from both sides of the field now as Virginia Tech pilots don their headphones, trying to focus up, trying to focus in, trying to block out this huge crowd outside chanting for them or chanting against them. 10 seconds left with the fate of 2024 up for grabs.
Absolutely. 5 seconds left on the clock as an official technical timeout is called, I believe. Just looking to see the referee system is completely okay.
Looks like there's a section of wall that has kind of popped out of socket on the base.
Shout out to Derek for fixing that up super quickly.
Wow, go Derek. Oh, and then there's some shout out to the VT drivers, Howard and Zillan, who were just shown on screen. Heck yeah. Virginia Tech got the support in chat as well.
All right, the referee system is initializing. Soon we'll be able to begin the countdown if everything's all good. Yeah, I'm interested to see what adaptation VT makes and if they're able to continue to, you know, push into this round and take something off of UW here.
Yeah, we'll
4, 3, 2, 1. Let's go! Again, VT coming out and UW as well. UW a little bit faster on the rollout here. VT's hero getting a little stuck on that base there.
Yeah, that's really rough. We've seen that be a problem for them as now the University of Washington already making their way across, starting to trade. But UW Century taking the first damage of the game. Virginia Tech, their standard, not afraid to go alone.
VT Standard taking a couple shots still on the Sentry. UW Sentry going a little bit lower. UW's hero just hanging out in the back line right now, not really taking any engagement up front.
Virginia Tech Sentry defending itself, trading back and forth with the University of Washington. University of Washington taking damage, but reminder that UW is able to heal that driven bot, while the Sentry for Virginia Tech will likely retain that damage.
VT's Sentry now at 480 health. A slight lead for UW here, but this could really easily turn into a game win as we've seen before. You get enough good shots on that Sentry and then the base is now vulnerable.
All 6 robots extremely operational. You can see both Sentries firing, defending themselves. 100 HP between the Sentry health here. First blood still not taken. A minute and 15 seconds into the game. Both teams playing a little safe here, but the hero for Virginia Tech goes down. University of Washington with the first blood.
What a good push from UW there, recognizing that the hero, you know, isn't Beyblading yet. This is the perfect time to start gunning it down. Doing a bunch to the Sentry 2 here.
Able to push farther. 8 projectiles in the hopper, 13 now for VT, 6 for UW. Those hero projectiles going to be really influential with these two teams in particular.
UW Standard coming in to check and survey the area, scouting it out, trying to find an opening for their hero. I like how VT has already managed to, you know, predict the strategy here. Is now blocking up their base, you know, putting a huge defensive mound here.
They sure have. The standard for Virginia Tech needs to get a kill. Until they get a kill, Virginia Tech's got to play very defensively and not let UW get ahead in what I predict will be a hero-based race.
Absolutely.
Their hero now lobbing shots across the whole base.
Not hitting anything yet.
Trying to hit those robots in the resupply zone. Virginia taking a bit of 2v1, popping out from behind the wall, and is taken down. UW will have a free reign here.
UW starting to chunk through that base's shield. Nothing yet on the board for the base help, but we're starting to see UW has a lot of shots here.
He has
enough to beat it.
Virginia falls to the University of Washington.
Oh, decisive victory at the end there. University of Washington takes the win by destroying Virginia Tech's base.
Merch is raining from the ceiling. People are throwing a shark in the sky. Absolute carnage out here. University of Washington taking it 2-0 in the first game. Undefeated in the winner's bracket of the knockout stage. The University of Washington, your 2024 RMNA champions.
Amazing play by the University of Washington. Great robots as always, great drivers as always. University of Washington still proving that they are the champions of RMNA.
Absolutely supreme. Only dubs in the building, says Jabaloo. We are the Sharks, says 2901 Thorn. Sko Dog, says Little Ian. Brian Chen, danger bro. Heck yeah. The University of Washington, a really well-earned victory this year. They were able to beat every team in the competition. Just absolutely phenomenal. Didn't lose a match in that knockout stage.
Yeah. The match may be over, but we still have closing ceremonies to go after this, so nobody go anywhere yet. Closing ceremonies are going to start almost immediately after everyone gets off the field and we get a little bit of time to just relax. We've already seen the banners are coming up over here.
Yep, here in about 3 to 5 minutes, we'll be switching over to a live camera stream of our closing ceremonies. The University of Washington
celebrating their victory, well earned and hard fought.
Cheering for their victorious drivers as they come on out here. Congratulations, UWs. The Huskies take it again. The Hokies, with a great season, fall just shy, second place, an excellent placement for Virginia Tech. But the University of Washington, the champions.
Absolutely, you know.
A special shout out to Natalie from UW. It is her birthday.
Yeah.
She's been one of our head inspectors, helped so much run this comp, and of course, congratulations to her team taking down the dub as well.
Absolutely. Amazing play by the University of Washington. Yeah, I think we're going to start transitioning over to that live feed now with Isaac on the mic, our tournament organizer and host.
That's right. Yeah, Christian, I'll get a camera for you in 1 second. If you can switch off of our faces, I'll get you a face cam for Isaac instead.
Thank you so much for having us as your commentators for RMNA 2024.
Thank y'all so much. Ready to see y'all in 2025.
就班的按照自己的节奏，
但是重新建立了回来。
对，
再中，哇！
现在蓝方的这样一个劣势，
再中，第3发。
这个自定义控制器内置 IMU 传感器，由 IMU 传感器采集腰皮肌肉这些欧拉角的变化，然后通过图传链路发送给我们的机器人的上层主板，然后通过这些数据来进行操作。
Test 1 2, test 1 2, test 1 2. Testing 1 2 3, test 1 2 3. Do you want two mics?
蓝方的1号优秀机器人造成了一个击杀，并且获得了在中心增益点获得了2个血包。中心增益点。是的。
是尽量的减少红方哨兵的血量。
是的，是的。你们看见。Double kill。是的，造成了一个双杀。 比赛还剩5秒。
Hello, RoboMaster North America. If anyone doesn't know who I am, my name is Isaac. I'm the event manager for this event. Thank you guys all for being here. I'd like to start by thanking all the teams that made it out here today. So I'm going to name them off one by one. We've got the University of Alberta, the University of Washington, Simon Fraser University, Purdue University, University of Colorado, National University of Singapore, University of Illinois, Queen's University, McMaster University, University of Wisconsin-Madison, Nagoya Union University, University of Minnesota, Tec de Monterrey, University of British Columbia, Polytechnique Montreal, Ontario Tech, Virginia Tech, Georgia Tech, Politecnico di Torino, UT Austin, Texas A&M, Rose-Hulman, UCSD, NYU, Wash U, and Penn State. As you can tell, that very, very long list means we have a lot of teams here. So thank you all for coming out so far all the way to Colorado. Some from overseas. We've got teams from the United States, Canada, Mexico, Singapore, Italy. We've got teams from all over the place. So thank you guys so much for coming out. It means a lot. Where? Japan. Sorry, I forgot Nagoya. Nagoya in Japan. So yeah, it means a lot that you're all out here. Obviously, RoboMaster North America is growing a lot. This is the most teams we've ever had by far. A huge showing. Everyone showed up, had working robots. It was an amazing event. So thank you all to the teams. Your hard work really did pay off. Thank you. All right. So first of all, I'd really like to thank all of our volunteers who came and helped out. For every team, or for every competitor that we had here, for every 5 competitors, we had 1 volunteer. So that's a lot of volunteers. It takes a lot of manpower to make this work. And our volunteers were coming in early, 7 a.m., leaving late at 9 p.m., every single day for an entire week, taking time off work, taking time away from their family and their friends, just to help us out and compete. So thank you, volunteers, so much. I'd also like to thank our staff. You know, during this event, it's only a week, but planning takes an entire year. We literally started planning this event as soon as the last event was over in Seattle. It took 12 months to get it together, and that's in big part thanks to these two over here, Derek and Natalie. Big hand for Derek and Natalie. And I'd also like to add, it is Natalie's birthday today, so we're going to sing happy birthday to Natalie. All right, in 3, 2, 1. Happy birthday. Thank you again, Derek and Natalie, for helping me out for an entire year to get this event going. All right, and without further ado, let's get to the awards. So what we're going to do is we're going to award some certificates and some swag to the top 8 teams from each tournament, starting with the 1v1 tournament. What I'm going to need is 2 representatives from each team to come up when I call your name and stand next to your banner. You'll get some swag. We'll take a picture. Sound good? All right. So starting with 1v1, in our top 8 finishers, we have Penn State. Come on up. Next up, we have Rose-Hulman. We have Queens. We have UT Austin. And we have Tamu. believe we're missing a team. You guys go. All right. Come up by your banner. All right. Thank you, guys. Congratulations on a top 8 finish. That is no small feat. As we have all seen at this tournament, it is tough. It is very competitive. Just to get out of eliminations, very, very hard. So congrats to these teams for making it so far. And then after the ceremony, you guys come back up here and we'll get you some swag, all right? Sounds good. All right, you may now take your seats. And next up, we've got the podium. Woo, yeah. All right. In third place in the 1v1 bracket, we have NUS. In second place in the 1v1 bracket, we have CU Bowler. And in first place of the 1v1 bracket, the University of Washington. All right. University of Washington, do you have anything to say?
Thank you to CU Boulder for putting on this event, and I want to thank every 1v1 team for the amazing event they put on and all the hard work they displayed.
Thank you. Okay, you may now take your seats and come back up here at the end for some swag. Oh, sorry, hold on, come back up. UW. We have trophies. Huge shout out to Dylan for making our trophies. Dylan from CU made these custom trophies hand milled. Thank you. All right, and now we're going to swap the banners out for 3v3. While we do that, I'm going to talk a little bit about the event and hosting and just give some thoughts. So thank you, Steven. So yeah, as I already said, we started this about a year ago to get it all ready. It took a lot of work, but we pulled it off. Personally, I joined RoboMaster 4 years ago for the first ever RoboMaster North America over at Texas A&M. We were a new team at that time. It was just me and a few of my friends working on a 1v1 robot. We were really bad, and we didn't do very great. We had struggles, we had all-nighters, but it was still fun, and I stuck around, and I did another year. The team got bigger. We did another year. The team got bigger. We did another year. And now the team finally gets to host a RoboMaster North America of our own, and we're very, very grateful to be able to do that. So thank you, everybody. And I feel very honored to be graduating from CU Robotics just as a team member. The team is an amazing set of people who've done a lot so far. I think their progress over the last 4 years has been really amazing from both a technical and personal standpoint. So I feel very honored to be part of that squad, and I'm excited for things to come. See you. Thank you. I'd also like to say I really love the ducks, the signs, everything everyone's brought out. It really brings it all together. The shark. Show us the shark. The crowd was electric this tournament. There's really been nothing like it at a RoboMaster North America, so it's really been amazing to see how the hype is building and everything's growing. I really can't wait to see what happens next year. But with that being said, let's get into the big one, the 3v3 tournament. So for our top 8 finishers, Up first, we have Nagoya. All right. Next up, we have Rose Holman. We've got, oh, sorry, hold on. Let me give you this. Next up, we've got Purdue. Congratulations. We've got Tamu. Congratulations. And we've got U of A. Looks like we've got a tunnel over there. Thank you, guys. There you go. Grab your over there. Again, congratulations to these teams. It is no small feat to build 3 robots. Seriously, every single one is made from the heart, custom. It takes hundreds of hours of hardware design, manufacturing, software. So seriously, to build 3 robots and to get up here on this stage, hundreds and thousands of hours of work has gone into this. So props to these guys. And you may now take your seats. And finally, our podium. In 3rd place, we have NUS. Congratulations. In 2nd place, we have Virginia Tech. And our champions, back to back to back, now to back champions, the University of Washington. University of Washington's, congratulations on winning yet again. There's your trophy. I don't know what else to say. They just win every single time. Without fail. Is there anything you'd like to say?
My voice is dead from screaming all day, but it's been a great competition. I've been having a lovely time. Huge shout out to all the teams for giving us a run for our money. It's been a great time. Looking forward to see you guys all next year.
Thank you. Very impressive. Yeah, the top caliber of competition this year was absolutely insane. I can't wait to see what happens when we start to take it to China. All right. That's all I have for you guys. You can take your seats. Whether you're a first-year team or your team has been around for 7 or 8 years, as some of these teams have, It's been really incredible to see the improvement year over year. Teams coming back and always getting better. So yeah, the level of competition this year was absolutely insane. It's really exciting to see the level of technology some college students can put together in a year. So I just wanted to say, from an engineering and technology standpoint, very cool, very impressive. I'd like to hand over the microphone over to our incredible staff. Here comes Natalie, the birthday girl. Welcome, Natalie.
Hello. Is this close enough to my face? Am I good? Okay. Hello. Switch hands. Hi, guys. All right. Real quick, I just want to give another thank you to the volunteers, CU, staff, students, student supporters, your families, your friends, the people who miss you because you're in a basement like all year. Just huge round of applause to everybody here. All right. I just wanted to say that this competition this year has been so hype. Like, there's so much cheering. The robots are moving. Like, things are crazy. And that's because all of you guys put in so much work and, like, really, really stepped it up. So thank you all so much to all of you for all of your hard work and making this happen. You may have also noticed that everything was better this year than ever. Like, the live schedule was super helpful, so I just wanted, Shar still here? Do they have to leave? Shar's still here, everybody? Thank you, Shar, for doing all of our scheduling. Thank you so much. Y'all have also been watching the stream, and I don't know anything about AV. There's like a lot of buttons, and it looks really hard, so I just want all of our AV staff to stand up really quick, point the cameras at yourselves, and just stand up. Huge shout out to our AV team for our amazing production value this year. Let's go! Turn that camera around, Oz. All right. I just want to also mention that, I don't know, what do you guys think? Who won, Walls or Robots? Because the Walls definitely 3-0'd some of our robots. Walls, teams Robots. All right, that didn't work out as well as I thought it would. All right, moving on. I just want to shout out, if you're a graduating senior, I just want you to stand up. I really hope that you enjoyed your 1 to 5 years of RoboMaster. Everybody who's graduating, stand up, and let's give our seniors a huge round of applause. We are so excited to see where you guys go next. Stay in touch, maybe come volunteer. All right. Next up, we're going to have a couple of housekeeping things. If I could get Derek up here to talk quickly about bidding for hosting next year.
Hello. So, one of the biggest questions that everyone wants to know the answer to is, where are we going next year? To this end, we've been discussing a lot about bidding for RMNA 2025 in the RMNA Discord, and we're going through a lot of organizational changes on our operational side in order to try to make that process better and to build on everything we've learned in the last 4 years of kind of having student teams host this competition. And yeah, I just wanted to say we're super excited to figure out who wants to host, where we're going to go, and I hope people are excited to maybe go to new places next year.
All right, on with the housekeeping. Please don't steal things. We don't have enough money. Like, we have to buy laptops and then return them when we're done because we're broke. So, like, please don't steal our stuff. I know the balls are expensive. It sucks. Yeah, shout out Costco. Return policy, I guess. I hope Costco's not watching this. So, yeah, please. Yeah, Costco, sponsor us. Yeah, please don't steal things. We really need them. Also, Go buy merch. There's still, I think, a lot of merch left. And all of the proceeds are going towards RMNA and just like buying us, computers. Like, we are really reliant on volunteers having computers, and when they have to leave, like, inspection slows down, right? So, thank you all so much for bringing your laptops, loaning them, and please help us continue to fund RMNA in the future. Let's see, what do I have here? I mentioned earlier we're going to have a meeting with RMOC. Because we went behind schedule, that's going to be delayed to an online meeting another time, so stay tuned for details on that. Another thing, your VTM transmitters on your robots, once they have connected to the competition server, if you go home and try to connect them to the student server, it will not work because there's a bug in the code, and we can't get them to fix it, or they haven't been able to fix it yet. So what we're going to do is bring your VTMs and MCMs to inspection, and we will deactivate it there for you so you can use them on your student version of the servers. We'll be in there from after the opening ceremony till whenever everybody's turning their modules in. So please come by, and we'd love to help you out. Last thing, is there still that photo of Yibo up here? All right. So this is Yibo. He really was one of the founding members of RoboMaster North America. He couldn't be here today. He and his wife are expecting their first child. And just I want to give a quick round of applause for Yibo. Yibo! I have a card for Yibo that a bunch of us are signing. So if you come see me in inspection later, you can sign the Yibo card. We're going to send it to him. And yeah. Last thing, we're going to take some photos and videos. So the RMOC has requested that we take videos of all of us saying things in English and Chinese. I was told that we're supposed to stop streaming now because my Chinese is really bad and it might be offensive. So, yeah, pretty much now. So, I don't know. Where are we going to take this picture? Okay. Please stand by. I'm going to put it up on somewhere. Oh, do we need to take the banners down? Sorry, this is... All right. Let's get another round of applause for everybody for the banner carriers. RMNA, woo!
就班的按照自己的节奏，
但是重新建立了回来。
对，
再中，哇！
现在蓝方的这样一个劣势，
再中，第三发。
这个自定控制器内置 IMU 传感器，由 IMU 传感器采集腰、皮肌肉这些欧拉角的变化，然后通过图传链路发送给我们的机器人的上层主板，然后通过这些数据来进行操作。